Jerry never wavered, even when I was not sure that it was going to be possible for just the two of us. He never hesitated. And that's Jerry's genius. If you enjoy the experience this week, if you see and you enjoy all the new experiences that we've brought to the print competition this year, please thank Jerry for them. He is the genius behind all of these concepts and these ideas. I am not a concept person. I'm a doer. I'm a very good executor, but I'm not a good ideas person. And he just had this vision from the very beginning, and he knew how to get there. And so this week is going to be incredibly special. You're going to see a whole lot of really cool things that we've implemented. And so when you see Jerry, just say thank you when you enjoy them, because he worked really hard on all these concepts. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without the help of a lot of people. We're going to talk a lot today and tomorrow about a lot of the people that helped to make all of this happen. And part of it is a lot of the generous sponsors that you're going to hear about too. There were so many companies that just stepped up and said that we believe in the Icon Awards as well, and we want to be there with you. And so we're going to thank a lot of them as well. With us today and tomorrow right in this room is actually Graphistudio. They're our in-room sponsor. And as many of us know already, Graphistudio is known throughout the entire industry for all of their fine art products that were created just for photographers. They're all handmade in Italy, and they're just stunning. You can actually see some of their beautiful wall art in the back of the room, so you guys should take a closer look at those. When you see their team members here, you should stop and ask questions and say hello. Their work is absolutely beautiful. We use them ourselves, and we're so happy that they're here for both days. And we also have to give a really big shout out to Nikon, because we've been hearing from you guys for years and years and years that you wanted this to be broadcast live. Can't the print competition be broadcast live? Not everyone can be here in person. We wanted to do it, and it was just never possible. But this year, Nikon incredibly, generously offered to sponsor the live broadcast of today, tomorrow, and the awards ceremony. And that's why everyone who's overseas or who can't be here in Vegas right now is actually watching us live and feeling like they're a part of the action and feeling like they're with us now. So huge thank you for this exciting new development to Nikon. But without further ado, let's get into our first category. I'm going to ask first that everyone that's here to please remember to silence your phones or turn them off completely so we can make sure that everyone has a really good experience around you. We're going to be starting today with the wedding division. That's first up. The wedding division is proudly sponsored by Canson. Canson is a name that you've probably heard of. They have a rich history in manufacturing beautiful fine art papers. They've been doing it for over 500 years. We have several judges that are on our panels today and tomorrow that are Canson ambassadors. Our chairperson, Tony Hewitt, is also a Canson ambassador. So today with Canson, you can choose from a huge variety of papers that are all dependent on exactly what image you want to print. It can suit the needs of that image exactly. It's pretty amazing. They've just tuned it to a fine science. And our very first category in the wedding division is the couple together wedding day category. So what we're going to see here in this category are photographs of couples that were photographed together on their actual wedding day. In post-productions, the photographers are allowed to beautify, correct, and finesse the original capture, but no composites are allowed at all in this category. And this category is sponsored by Imagen. Imagen uses AI-based technology to make your editing workflow super simple. So thank you to Imagen for sponsoring the Couple Together Wedding Day category. Now I'm going to turn everything over to Tony Hewitt, who I've already mentioned. Tony Hewitt is an Icon Grandmaster, and even more than that, he's part of our core team here at Icon Awards. He has been absolutely instrumental in helping bring this competition to life over the last year. The number of hours that we have spent on the phone brainstorming and coming up with concepts and trying out new ideas and seeing if they will work from across the world. Cannot thank Tony enough for giving up so much of his time because he believes in this, and it wouldn't have happened without him. So without further ado, Tony, we'll take it over to you.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Jerry. Welcome, everybody, and I'm so excited. What an opportunity to be part of something new as we look to freshen up the competition space. First of all, I'd like to thank the judges that have given up their time to be here. for what is going to be a little bit of a flip. And what I mean by that is those of you who have been involved in any print judging in the past may be familiar with the concept of coming into a room and listening to the judges as they debate or talk backwards and forwards about the pros and cons of an image and finally give it a score. And that score then goes on to maybe make the finals, at which point we then invite the audience to leave the room and the judges have a quiet conversation all behind closed doors, hush, hush, and then they decide who the winner is going to be. We don't know that until the awards night. Well, what we've done is we've flipped it. All of the prints that you'll see today have already been scored along with hundreds and hundreds of others. So all of that part of the judging has been done, and that was done online. And there's a lot of advantages to that, but we won't go into that today. What we're here to do today is to celebrate, as was mentioned earlier, excellence. We're going to help you understand what makes an award-winning image. It's been a privilege to judge alongside many of the judges you're going to see here with us today and tomorrow. And I'd like to introduce to you the opening panel today. And one of the most brilliant advantages, or the things that I love the most about this particular type of competition, is we are bringing judges from all corners of the world. Sanjay Jogia is from the UK. We have Andrew Yort from Canada, Sandra Edmonds from Italy. We have Joseph Victor Stefanjek from the US, and Cliff Mountainer from New York. Is that right? Or Jersey? Sorry. Philly, close. US. So we have a good mix. I'm from Australia, as you can probably tell. So what we're bringing, and you'll see the panels are quite mixed in terms of nationalities, culture, genre, etc. The idea is to get a rounded set of opinions. We're going to ask our judges to look at the prints, and the prints that we're going to see today need to be congratulated. Every single print you'll see over the next 2 days has made the finals, and that in itself is an incredible achievement. Because to get there, number one, they had to achieve an 80 or higher, which makes them a silver or a gold award. But not only that, they had to be in the top 10 in their category, including the equal 10th. So we might have 10, 11, 12, 13 in some categories, but generally it's around the top 10. Today, our judges will be explaining the positives of the image. We're not going to break the image down and look at what doesn't work and what could be done better. That's for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the trade show on the at the room that we'll have set up there, where you'll be able to come in and listen to how to make an image better. Today we're celebrating excellence. Today we're here to look at what made something hit the finals, and our judges are just as excited as I am because they get the chance to, for once, not have to sort of, how do I say this in a nice way? You get to say this in a nice way because everything you're going to talk about is going to be nice. We're going to look at the images. We're going to see some of them that the judges get super excited about, and some they may not be as excited about. But we're going to work pretty quickly. We've got to get through 11 categories today, so our judges are going to be sort of under the whip a little bit, but I'm sure we're going to have a fun day. Hopefully everyone in the audience here that's joining us today and comes in and out of the room will learn a lot from the process, and of course everybody online, I hope you guys get a lot out of it as too, although you got the benefit of sitting in your PJs and drinking wine or coffee. Having said that, I think it's about time we had a look at some prints. What do you guys think? You ready to go? Again, thanks to Imagen and Nikon and all the other sponsors, but before we go into that, you girls ready to go? All right, that's cool. Let's hit it. Let's have the first print at the Icon Awards, the very first print at the original Icon Awards. Couple Together Wedding Day. I'll give you a couple of seconds to have a look, judges, and then I'm going to ask one of our judges just to tell us what's the impact, what's the first thing that hits them when they look at this image? Why did it make the finals? And I'm going to hit Cliff. Cliff, can you tell me what's the first thing that hit you about this image?
Impact. Does it have to be turned on?
It is on, I think.
I'll just speak loudly.
No, use that. We need it. There you go.
Oh, this is on. Okay. When I first saw this image, I just said, "Holy cow!" The impact, the difficulty, the technical skills needed to balance the stars, the light, the control of the light on the subjects, not too much spill all over this amazing structure. You know, again, I think the one word has to be impact.
So there's a lot going for this image straight up front. All right, let's go to Sarah, who's maybe going to break the image down or just tell us what are the technical aspects and the constructive elements that make this work.
It's so impressive. Aside from the impact, what leads on from that is simply how difficult creating an image like this is, and it's really quite awe-inspiring. Technically, I would appreciate as well the way that they've handled not only a very difficult situation where you have a night sky and a couple belaying from a rock, is the use of colour in the foreground and the framing of the couple as well. But overall, an incredibly difficult photograph to craft. So, applause.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll go to Sanjay. What's the lasting thing you can think about how long will it last?
I think anyone who's looking at this image needs to try and put themselves in this position to take this photograph. It's at night. It's somewhere where there's no street lighting probably. There's light on the rock, so that's coming from somewhere. You can see the couple have got like head torches, and you can see the beams of light in the dust or whatever atmosphere there is there. But the couple are illuminated as well. So a lot of thought's gone into crafting this image. So this wouldn't have been a quick shot to set up.
Gotcha.
Right? So much thought has gone into creating this. And anyone who's tried to do a portrait at night with the stars is, hats off to them, because this is not easy to create.
And hence why it's in the finals.
Absolutely. Congratulations to them.
Yep, well done to the creator of this image. We'll move on to another image. Thanks, guys. I'll give you a couple of seconds to have a look. And Andrew, when you're ready, I might get you to give us a comment on the first thing that sort of hits you.
Wow, I'm really taken back by the story behind all of this. I think that's where the impact lies for me. Is it gives me some curiosity and the feeling of a protector or a guardian, and just the incredible nature of how this was thought is so incredible.
Thank you, Andrew. Joseph, can you tell us a little bit about what's gone into making this image?
Just from a technical standpoint, regardless of the content of the image, bravo to the author. I don't know how their brain works, but there's so much technical involved with this, taking the subjects out of the picture first. Just how do I make the shadow? How do I photograph the bride? How do I light it? How do I compose it? Oh yeah, and then do all this very quickly. So yeah, it was brilliantly done. The print is stunning. And I think one of the best things about what we're doing today is that, we get to talk about it, but I've seen versions of this before. This is probably the best version of this that I've seen.
Oh, wow. That's a nice comment. Sarah, what's something you can close with? What's a sort of final thought on this one?
My final thought on this is simply the absolutely exquisite quality of the print. That's what's going to stay in my mind. As Joseph said, I've seen the concept before, but the way it's been done, and in particular the print and the detail on the gown, is you really feel like you can reach out and touch. It's one of those prints where you feel like this looks better in print than possibly it does on the digital file, and that's going to stick with me.
And as a Canson ambassador, lasting print is always something you want to
absolutely
remember. Well said. Okay. Thank you, judges. And again, well deserved of making the finals. This is an image that certainly has a chance of hitting that podium. Let's have the next print, please. When you're ready, we might get Sanjay to tell us what is your first thought on this one.
This image has so much impact. What makes it interesting is it's quite muted in nature, and yet it has so much impact. And I think that's the thing that really stands out to me. Anyone who's ever tried to mute an image in that way and draw the attention to the couple will know how difficult this is to actually create this kind of balance and still retain all that fine detail, that tonality, the texture in the architecture. But a combination of all of that, plus the finishing and the posing, the lighting, it's just such a beautifully balanced image visually, as well as in terms of the print and the presentation.
So the balance is what hits you first, I suppose, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, the balance, yeah, absolutely, the balance of impact and that kind of muted nature. It's a really difficult balance to achieve and for it to be so successful. So
Okay.
Congratulations to the author.
Let's hear from Cliff as to maybe that technical craft that Sanjay's talking about. Tell us a bit more about that.
To me, aside from the technical aspects, the elegance in the way this bride is carrying herself here. The posing is really terrific and just very well done. From that technical aspect, while it might be much easier today in today's Photoshop to select areas of contrast to really focus our eyes upon, it's just extremely well done here. And I just, it's a beautiful, beautiful print.
I suppose craft without vision is just craft, isn't it?
That's
You need
correct,
the
yeah.
vision, yeah. Absolutely, well said.
Just because we can doesn't mean we can well.
Well said. Joseph, what's your lasting impression on this one? What's going to stick with you?
So I always picture myself as the bride and groom, and I would be thrilled if this was me and Candace. Like, holy smackers.
I'm glad you got that in.
Yes, because this is something I would hang on my wall, and huge, I just feel like the photographer, because don't get me wrong, photographers are very ego-driven. It's a big stroke fest. But to do it this well and have the couple be able to celebrate their vision, it's just, it's beautiful.
Okay. Yes, I think, Sanjay, at the beginning you said that the understated and yet still had a bit of a punch. That's something that I would stick with me. Well done. Again, another well and worthy finalist. Somebody, again, we don't know the scores. Any of these prints could have got anywhere between 80 up to 100 in our online judging. But once they make the finals, any print can win it. It's a little bit like, going to a championship running or something like that. You make the final, doesn't matter if you are last in your heat or first in your heat. If you get into the final, you're in it. So congratulations and good luck to this print. We'll have the next one. Thanks. Give you a couple of seconds, guys, to have a little look, see what hits you first. And if anyone wants to jump in, you tell me, guys. And of course, ladies, but the Aussie in me includes ladies in guys, and I hope that's not offensive to anybody. All right. Sarah, what's the first thing that grabs you with this image?
Definitely the originality, which has been, it's elevating wedding photography to art, really. There's something really lovely about being able to take an image taken on a wedding day and put it on your wall, and then people would possibly think that you bought it at an art gallery, and actually it's your wedding photograph. So that first in originality and artistic nature is it's almost abstract. Very beautiful.
Thank you, Sarah. Sanjay, from here it looks like quite an intricate image in terms of technique and craft. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yeah, it's a compelling image, isn't it? Because there's a graphical nature to it. And it's like, as Sarah was saying, this looks like a piece of art. So there's that abstract element. So to create a portrait with this level of kind of graphical abstract takes some skill and some thought and some preparation. What's beautiful about this is it's so open to interpretation. Everyone's going to see something different in this. Personally, I see two figures overlapped. Probably the couple in the image face on as the overall frame. Someone else is going to see something else. And I think that's the beauty of art, and I second what Sarah's saying. This is beautiful work, very deserving.
Thank you, Sanjay. Andrew, what's some of the lasting thoughts for you?
I mean, what's going to stand out in my mind with this, what's going to last for me is the technical, thoroughness and the thought process behind creating something like this. It's so delicate and so exact at the same time. It's so well done.
Thank you. Yes, as I said, it's just the intricacy of this image sort of hits you pretty quick, doesn't it? Again, another worthy finalist. Let's have the next print, please. Thank you, ladies. It's always interesting when judges jump up because it's almost drawing them in to see what is this about this? There's something going. How good is it? Looking for detail. JVS, I'm going to ask you to tell us what's the first thing that hit you about this image?
Again, it's the impact, it's boom, but I'm also counting the squares. I'm counting the diamonds. There's three, there's 2.5, there's 2.5. It's very technical. The placement of the groom's foot, this is all very well thought out. This could be done haphazardly and a little sloppy, but this was executed perfectly. And it's interesting because it's almost like there's two little stories being told. Very graphic, but there's also a real nice quiet moment that's happening dead center in the frame, which is why I got up to take a look at it. This is a great overhead view. Again, the couple must be thrilled.
Okay. Sanjay, would you like to tell us and break that image down a little bit, please?
Yeah,
Technically?
it's this balance that JVS was talking about, and it's, if you look at this as two portraits, portrait of the groom, portrait of the bride, and you have to pose and illuminate each. And there's a good way of, a flattering way of lighting, and then there's something else. When you've got two people who are flipped like this, trying to find the balance of the pose and the light that flatters them both and works for both of them isn't easy to do, and then to photograph it from above. So again, the overall thought process, the execution of this is actually really beautiful. This is so beautifully executed, and as JVS was saying, just the way it's framed as well. Yeah, congratulations.
Cliff, lasting comments?
Oh, there's not much more I can add. I just think just the fact that this was done on the wedding day, considering the category here, this takes time. The control of the light, the photographer that made this image really had an understanding of how to control and modify this light so not to spill in other areas. Really beautiful control of the light here comes to mind for me.
Okay, thank you, Cliff, and congratulations again to another worthy finalist. Let's have a look at the next print, please. When you're ready, Joseph, I'll get you to tell us what's the first thing that crosses your mind on this one.
Yeah, it's always nice to see something new and fresh, and it's nice to see wedding photography as art. So if you take the couple out of this, I would still print this and hang it on my wall. There happens to be a bride and groom in it as well. But overall, it's just a beautiful picture that happens to have a really well-posed couple in there. I like the fact that it's a bit like a Where's Waldo, and there's a lot going on, so your eye has to kind of dance around the frame. It finds the flowers, the arrangement that it might like, and it trails back to that bottom left-hand corner, that kind of rule of thirds that keeps me in there. But I like how my eye just keeps dancing around the frame in little circles.
Andrew, can you tell us a bit more about the craft involved in this image?
Yeah, I think just from looking at this from a symmetry point of view, it's looking at this and just flawless in its execution and in the measurement of where everything is placed so delicately, and then to break that symmetry with the couple, it's well thought out. I think it's a beautiful technique to use that symmetry and then break the rules of symmetry.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, lasting thoughts?
Yeah, my lasting thoughts are definitely that the couple in this case would really appreciate the fact that their choice of venue has been celebrated so much in this. There's a really nice connection between the two, but sometimes the venue is a really, really important part of the couple's day and can be very meaningful. And so to elevate that and include it as part of their day in this art piece is really commendable. I'm absolutely sure that that's very meaningful to them, and that means a lot.
Yeah, they're great comments, judges. Thank you. Really, really good for all the listeners out there, and obviously for the lucky finalists, and good luck to them for the finals. Let's have the next print, please. While our judges look, you'll notice that we're moving through quickly. What we'd like to do is get through as many images today as we can to make sure that there's as much education imparted as possible. While we've got these people in the one place from all over the world, we want to make sure we take as much from them as we can. And I might ask Cliff. Yeah, thanks, Cliff. What's the first thing that sort of grabbed you on this?
This is the reason we make prints, because when I judged this image months ago, I wanted to just reach out and touch it. And the texture here is really just phenomenal. The control of the light, as I like to talk about, the expression, even broken up into this, this dimension that this photographer has created for this couple. The impact, the control, the expression, there's so many wonderful elements flowing in this image. Again, I think this is exemplary with regard to why we have print competitions and why we want to make a print as opposed to just seeing it on a monitor.
Sarah, you mentioned prints, and I know you love making prints. Tell us a bit more about the craft and technique, not just the printing, but behind this image.
Yeah, I think that there's a very nice use of paper here. They've chosen a paper that really conveys the depth and the contrast as well for the image, and really drawing attention to the eye that has been so carefully placed so that we can see her eye even though everything is fractured. The choice of paper can really make the difference between whether or not that print has successfully translated from file to paper, and I think that the paper choice was a really good one.
Thank you, Sarah. Sanjay, lasting thoughts on this one?
Just going to follow on from what Sarah's saying, actually. It's a presentation. I love a dark mount. I think it looks great.
Okay.
Particularly because it's the nature of the image, which is quite dark, and therefore good paper choice, and therefore the mount that actually draws you into the image rather than a white mount that competes with it. The presentation is such a huge part of the success of an image. And you imagine this printed huge on the wall. And if it had the wrong mount and the wrong frame, it would just compete with that beautiful image the whole time. So this is just like a microcosm of what it could be when it's printed huge to the wall. So, yeah,
it's an interesting comment, because predominantly most people would say, you know, you go with the white mounts and you'll see 99% of prints. But so what you're saying is that in this case, the dark mount works.
Yeah, I'm seeing more and more of it in
Okay.
competitions, and the whole thing, it's the balance of the whole presentation, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, it's not just a case of putting a mount on it to protect the print. The mount needs to complement the print. It's part of the storytelling. It's part of the impact of the image, and the longevity of the image.
Gotcha.
So this is good thinking.
Thank you. Great comments again, judges. Next print, please. Reminder, we're doing wedding to couple together in a wedding day as part of the wedding division. When you're ready, Andrew, I'll get you to give us your first thoughts on this one.
What hits me right off the bat is the emotion. You know, just such a beautiful, tender moment that just brings joy to my heart. And I really commend the maker for capturing this at the right exact time to get that emotion and that feeling.
JVS, can you tell us a little bit more about what's gone into making this image, technically and craft-wise?
Technically, I'm not too sure, but I think we've often forgotten the art of just capturing the moment. So I feel like I really don't want to speak to technical because they did a great job, but this is real. This feels, even if it wasn't real, it doesn't matter. It feels like a real nice, genuine moment between the bride and groom. It's not overly complicated. There's not whiz, bam, boom here. It's just straight to the point. It's a very quick point of entry. I like how the corners are darkened, but the top right one is lightened so that I actually come in and then my eye drifts out of the frame. So overall, it's a really beautiful capture.
And even though there's a lot of business in that image, as you said, it actually is a simple image because no matter what happens, we get drawn straight to their faces, and as Andrew pointed out, the emotion's right there for us. Cliff, this is up your alley. What do you think?
I just think it was for me, the first thing that comes to mind is the bold choice of composition and the exact pinpoint center of the frame, which in many, cases of critique, people would say that this is more of a merger than it is anything else, having that center frame choice. But I think here it really works well.
Thank you, Cliff. Again, congratulations to the creator of this image, making the finals. That's a hell of an achievement, and good luck with the final judgment. We'll have the next print, please. And I see a big smile on Andrew Yort's face. So I'm going to ask him, what's the first thing that hit him and what made him smile?
Just the harmony of colors and how it just leads me right into this fun story in my head of, you know, them just running away to get away from it all. You know, there's so many quick narratives that just make me smile and warms my heart.
So the narrative is what hit you. Yeah, beautiful, thank you. Sarah, can you tell us a bit more about this image in terms of its...
Yeah, I particularly appreciate the use of the motion blur to capture movement and energy on the wedding day. This is so much fun, and very often now we see something that is trending, such as motion blur, and it's used with no real purpose other than just to look cool. And in this case, it's actually really telling the story, and I really applaud the author for that. Absolutely love the sense of movement and energy, and it just brings a big smile to my face.
Could you just also maybe tell us a little bit more about that colour palette that's been used, or that subdued colour?
Yeah, there's a very, very nice... So this could very easily have been turned black and white. And I really appreciate the courage of the author to allow us to enjoy these blooms. There's this really soft, warm, creamy feel. And I think that the colour is part of the story. This is such an important part that instead of going for that graphic, easy choice, we've stayed with this beautiful, soft, muted colour palette, which really works.
Thank you, Sarah. Sanjay, maybe your lasting thoughts on this one.
Yeah, Sarah keeps stealing my ideas. I was thinking about the movement as well, but it's that word again, balance. So I'm going to say interplay because my vocabulary is bigger than that. It is the interplay between that composition. You know, again, thought's been put into the composition, the camera placement, the framing, the symmetry, and it's the interplay of that structure of the image and this natural, light-hearted, flowing movement that kind of breaks it down and gives it that playfulness, which is, that's the charm of this image, and I think that's basically, I'm just reinforcing what Sarah's saying, basically, and again, the tonality as well. So yeah, really beautifully done, actually. It does put a smile on my face when I look at this.
And it goes to show too that often one of the frustrations as a judge, and I can share this with you, is that each judge might see something. Some of them all see the same thing. They all want to be the one to say it, and they all want to be the one to share it, because there's so many good elements, so many things you can talk about, particularly as you get towards the level of excellence that you see when images make this level of the competition. Thank you, judges. Next, print, please. Sarah, I'm going to ask you for your initial thoughts on this one.
My initial thoughts is just how exquisitely beautiful this print is, the beautiful choice of paper to elevate. I mean, this looks like it's one of those very detailed charcoal, photorealistic charcoal or pencil drawings. That's what it looks like. There's a danger that the architecture can overtake the portrait, and in this case it hasn't. Our eye is led beautifully to this gorgeous bride and the incredible display of the dress. And then we see reflected her, we presume, future spouse or new spouse. And it's just exquisite. I'm going to enjoy looking at it more while everybody else comments. It's very, very beautifully done.
Sometimes beauty just hits you, doesn't it?
Really, really does, yeah.
Let's go to Cliff and find out how that beauty was put together.
So if we all hear the words these days, cinematic photography, cinematic wedding photography. This has got a very noir feel to it. The choices made here with regard to the lighting, the story being told with the groom's shadow, it's very easy when you're shooting with this wide a lens to really distort things, and it was handled beautifully here. The way the dress is flowing, again, choice after choice after choice on a wedding day. I think this is an outstanding image.
Thank you, Cliff. JBS, what's your lasting thoughts on this image?
Yeah, I'm generally like sweating so bad on a timeline that was playing so poorly that I don't know how these pictures happen. So like kudos to whoever created this on a wedding day, because I'm like, I'm not doing it. I might have the idea, but I'm like 3.5 hours behind. But like, I like the fact, again, that it's simple and it's clean, and to get a little deeper, I like that her leg shows with the heel, and she's the pillar, and it mimics the concrete of the structure. And, you know, I do like the shadow up there, and I like the fact that it's not in my face. It's not a dark black shadow. So the focus is still on the bride, and he happens to be an accent in the background. Overall, it's just a beautiful print.
Thank you, JVS. Thank you, judges. That's the end of that category. We've had a chance to see those images that made the finals. So in a moment, I'm going to hand back to Melissa. Judges, you're going to get a chance to rank these, but Melissa will explain that. But thank you, that was great. Over to you, Melissa.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you to our panel of judges. Those were our finalists for the Wedding Coupled Together Wedding Day category, sponsored by Imagen. Those were some amazing conversations, yes. Thank you so much to our judges for that amazing conversation. What we're gonna do now is we're just gonna take a break for a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's really literally just a couple of minutes. We're gonna get all of our judges logged into their judging consoles, and then we're gonna bring them over to the print gallery where the judges are gonna get a chance to take a look at the images one last time before they decide who they feel best represents the category and select their winners. So sit tight, we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
The Z8 is a camera that can do literally everything.
Accuracy, precision, speed. I had the power of my Z9 in a smaller body.
The new Z8 makes no compromises.
Powerful.
Magical.
Perfect. Cinematic.
If I had to sum up this camera in one word, what would it be? Effortless.
The Z8 is absolutely essential for me as a wildlife photographer. It was easier to hold for long periods of time. It was easier to get to locations with.
I love everything about how it renders skin tones. You can see every single eyelash.
With filmmaking, it's fantastic. You can use it on a small gimbal, handheld. I can actually film 8K RAW internally.
This camera is packed with the technology of the Z9 and more.
The Z8 totally revolutionized the way that I make my images.
It's everything any filmmaker could ask for.
The Nikon Z8 is the most phenomenal camera that Nikon has ever launched, and I think it's going to be a huge moment in Nikon's history.
I don't know.
How amazing would it be to get image critiques on demand? What about the chance of learning from industry leaders in a genre that you're most interested in? And learning from someone, say, like Kelly Brown, Susan Stripling, Roberto Valenzuela, Peter Hurley, or maybe even your favorite Australian. Hi, my name is Jerry Ghionis, Nikon Ambassador, Portrait, Fashion and Wedding Photographer, and co-founder of the Icon International Photography Awards. When I look back at my career so far, I can clearly see that the most valuable education I've received has come from feedback on my images. Well, now there's an even easier way for you to receive such priceless video feedback from industry experts reviewing and critiquing your work. Now, check this out. Here's how it works. When you submit your photo for a critique, your mentor will record a video where you can watch as they zoom into your photo using annotation tools, pointers, cropping tools to provide detailed insights. All the while, you can see their face and listen to their passion and feedback in their own words. You can get your own image critique on demand at critique.com. That's critique without the U and the E. Or when you enter the Icon Awards, make sure to add a critique for the best learning experience you've ever had.
This is a real B&H birthday story. We've been known for our customer service since 1973. Looking good, fellas. And today we're 50. In 5 decades, we've watched creativity transform from 8mm to 8K, from darkrooms to digital, from VHS to YouTube, from 34th Street to bhphoto.com. From now to the future, we're here for you. B&H, your creative partner since 1973.
I'm ready when you're ready. So now that we've discussed each image, judges, it's time for you to take a moment, take a breath, and decide who you'd like to win and rank all the images. Although we'll only announce first, second, and third place winners at the awards ceremony, we need to select a placing for all 10 images. There'll be no discussion at this point. We've done enough of that. You guys did an incredible job. Take your time. You can walk up to the prints. Please proceed. You're part of this industry. You love what you're seeing. What should represent this category? What would you be proud of to see that represents a couple together wedding day category? So those of you who are new to this process, whether you're in room or watching online right now, this is usually done behind closed doors. We want to lift the veil. We want to get you guys to see what actually happens. What you won't see is who won first, second, and third. You'll actually do that on the awards night. But this process is fun, it's challenging, it's very conflicting. Hence you see the judges staring at these images. They take this responsibility very seriously. Each of these photographers are experts in their field. They photograph in these genres, and they want to be proud of the one that wins. So what they're doing on their device is they're basically ranking the images, who wants to be first, and then they'll keep on going through that process. Certainly all of them deserve to be finalists and all are here, but we have to rank them. And then we'll have a definitive winner at the end, and they'll be ranked. So judges, when you're ready, soak it in certainly. If you need more time, go for it. But if you're ready, trust your gut. So judges, we asked you, if you finish your ranking and you've locked it in and you basically can't get back into that category, if you can take a seat again so I clearly know that you guys have finished. I'm going to verify the winners here to make sure that we have a clear understanding of where we're at. Okay. All right, we have our scores. Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall right here, right now? All right, so now that the images have been chosen by our incredible judges, this concludes the Couple Together Wedding Day category. Thank you to Imagen for sponsoring this category and Canson for sponsoring the wedding division. We're going to transition now to the next category, which will be the Bride or Groom Alone Wedding Day category. Now, we'll need a few minutes to prepare for that, so make yourselves comfortable, and we'll be ready to go in just a few minutes. Thank you.
I'm Sarah Edmonds, and I'm so proud to be ambassador for Canson Infinity, a brand with a heritage spanning over 500 years. Taking the leap from digital photographer to printed artist is quite a scary one, but when you print, that's what you are. I've spent 10 years dedicated to learning how to produce the very best print of my work, and let me tell you, not all papers are created equal. For this piece, I chose Arch 88. It's a fine art paper with a very smooth finish, deep rich tones, and naturally white whites. And it's from the same mill that produced paper for Henri Matisse, Pablo Picasso, and Salvador Dali. Canson produces a huge range of papers, so the real question is, what will you choose for your next masterpiece?
I'm Lindsay Adler.
My name is Johnson Wee.
My name is Luna Hao.
I'm Malva Solea.
My name is Joseph.
My name is Sean Rock.
My name is Ruth. I am Kelly Deezer, and I'm a kid.
Hello, I'm Loris Romano. And as you may hear from my terrible accent, I'm French.
I used to run away from Flash. It was confusing, it was just extra stuff to carry around, and I never really got the results that I wanted.
Off-camera Flash can seem intimidating, but with ProPhoto, there's just 3 buttons on the back.
Time is precious, especially on a wedding day. ProPhoto's intuitive design and user-friendly interface allow me to focus more on creativity and less on my equipment.
I have never had an easier system for controlling my flash than this beautiful dial.
And whether I'm using 8 lights on set or 2, I can change all of the settings right from my camera.
When I decided to turn professional, I wanted to get some gear which would follow me for long.
On set, I need to be able to rely on lights that are going to fire at the exact same color, temperature, and power every single time.
And this is where reliability is so important. This is where ProPhoto doesn't let me down.
So they're lights that work when you need them to work, that trigger when you need them to work.
It's just so fast, so accurate. I just can totally rely on it.
I shoot quickly, I shoot often, I shoot high frame rates, and ProPhoto always keeps up.
As a light shaper myself, I love having gear available to shape light exactly how I want.
I also work on a lot of commercial sets,
So it's really important that the lights that I use have lots of different options when it comes to modifiers.
And even the system as a whole is so well thought out. There's no like weird adapters and clunky things. Like, no, everything fits.
Whether you're on an A series light or a B series light, all the controls are going to be all the same, and they're really easy to use. There's virtually no learning curve whatsoever.
Also, I like the extras to the A10. You have gels, diffuser, and the click softbox. It's magnetic, simple, and awesome.
To be able to work with the speed at which I move, the only light I trust is Profoto.
And it's an equipment that we cannot leave home without.
And they're the only brand that I trust.
I know our clients expect a lot out of us, and in turn, we expect a lot out of the companies that make our jobs possible. That's why we use Profoto.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to ask everyone to take a quick seat. We are back to the first Icon International Photography Awards, and we want to get right into our next category. And if you're watching us live, by the way, that's all thanks to Nikon. We want to say big thanks to them because this is the very first time we've ever been able to do it. We're broadcasting live, and it's been a request for so many years, and we're so excited to finally be able to bring that to you. So as a reminder, we are still in the wedding division, which is being sponsored by Canson Infinity. And the next category in this division is the bride or groom alone wedding day category. All of the images that you'll see in this category feature a bride or a groom by themselves, and it must have been taken on the actual wedding day. When it comes to post-production, the photographers were allowed to beautify, correct, or finesse the original capture, but no composites are allowed in this category either. This category, the Bride or Groom Alone Wedding Day category, is sponsored by Studio Ninja. And Studio Ninja, if you've not heard of them before, is an app that photographers all over the world are using to manage their shoots, leads, invoices, contracts, workflows, and so much more. It's a really powerful system that photographers everywhere are using. So huge thank you to Studio Ninja for sponsoring this category. So now we're going to turn it over to our esteemed panel of judges, led by our chairperson, Tony Hewitt. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Melissa. Hope you all had a good break. We've got a lot to get through today, so we're going to give you time to grab that, for those online, the coffee or the wine. For those in the room, you can also grab a coffee when you're ready. We are now joined by two more of our incredible pool of judges. Danny Dong from San Francisco has just flown in to join us, and Natalie Lassini from the East Coast. A New Yorker, although New Jersey, New York, we'll call it New York. And we're now moving into our second category of the day. So, judges, are you all ready to tell us why these images made the finals? Congratulations again to all the creators of these images, and as I said in the first, before the first category, it is an incredible achievement just to make the finals. Remembering that all the scoring's been done, these judges aren't interested in scores. They're here to impart their knowledge and explain to you all just why these images are at the top level of the competition. And of course, then we'll move on and allow our judges to decide who the winners are. But judges, we're going to go straight to our first print. This is Bride and Groom Wedding Day Alone, or Alone Wedding Day. JVS, when you're ready, I'm going to ask you for your first thoughts.
This is a really badass portrait of the groom.
Badass.
You know, this guy looks great. You know, I think the grooms often get overlooked, so it immediately has impact. But as far as the details, the way the shadows are traveling and stuff, it does create a couple crosses on the right wall, and there's lots of symbolism, whether that was intended or not. But I do like the fact that we talked about, you know, center bullseye. I feel like this is a very effective use of creating a forced point of entry straight into the print right away due to the photographer's excellent use of lighting.
It's a forced point of entry, grabbed you and pulled you straight into the image, straight to his face.
And great posing as well.
Yeah, great impact. All right. Let's go to Sarah, who's going to break that down a little bit, talk to us a bit more about the technical and the craft.
Yeah, there's some beautiful control of lighting here, where the groom has been lit very, very carefully, keeping that just on his face and allowing the shadow play to carry on behind him and have those patterns be projected along the wall. And I really commend the way that the shadows have been handled, because we can see everything in the room, but it's muted to the point that it's a setting for a beautiful pose of a man. It's just it's like I'm trying to think of the word in English, a sort of a plate on which that the portrait is being set. It's been beautifully painted. It's almost like two images in one, and it's been really, really well done.
Thanks, Sarah. I think what's important to point out for both the people in the audience who are looking at the big screen and those online who are looking on their TVs or their phones or whatever you happen to be on, an iPad, the print gives you so much more, doesn't it? And when we're looking at it, it's, as you said, it's probably got a lot to do with those very subtle details that have been so exquisitely handled. Andrew, what's some final thoughts on this image? Thanks.
This is so masterfully done. The control, like, as Sarah said, between the highlights and the shadows. The lasting impression here is that this could be like such an ad for something, and it's so powerful. But the mastery here is what's going to last for me.
And hence why we're seeing it in the finals of the Icon Awards.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Andrew. We'll have the next print, please, ladies. Natalie, would you like to tell us what's the first thing that sort of came to you when you looked at this image?
I'm sort of in this state of wonder, like this groom, is that his father, grandfather? I was looking for a title because I'm just so curious about this image. I love this story. So I'm sitting here wondering, I have a lot of narratives floating around in my head, and I don't know, I'm intrigued.
Wonder, hey? That's the first thing that hit you. Yeah, well, let's have a comment from Sarah as maybe break that down a little bit more for us.
Yeah, this is hugely impactful, and the storytelling here is just masterful. The line, the deliberate choice to include what looks like a staircase going up, creating that diagonal line, which is mirrored by the diagonal of the two hats being placed one next to the other, and the fact that there's a masterpiece on the wall, but the subject has a masterpiece on her skin, and the storytelling it's original and it's so impactful and very, very skillfully done.
Sarah, can you tell me a bit more about that story, what you're reading?
I haven't had enough time to look too much into what is into it, but what I'm seeing is just that there's just a mirroring of the artistry on her back and the frame that is on the wall. So there's a painting hanging on the wall and there's a painting hanging on her back, and I haven't been able to look further than that yet.
Okay. JBS, can you give us some lasting thoughts?
It's just, it's like art repeating life.
Okay.
It's beautiful. And I love how the tones in the existing artwork was mimicked through how the file was handled in the print. So all the contrast levels, were a little flat on the left, and it comes across, it gets a little brighter, a little more contrast. I just think it's a really good scene first and foremost. I think our job as photographers is to show the world what they cannot see. So you might have walked past this a million times, but for the photographer to think, okay, this is where I'm going to place my subject, and this is how I'm going to execute it that quickly, it was beautifully done.
There's a lot of clever things, isn't there? Like you'd mentioned the slope. And for me, as you come across this image, because of the brightness increase, you drift to the right, but that diagonal at the top takes you back into the middle of the image. So it's, very clever. Well done. Congratulations. Next print, please. And Danny, I'm going to ask you, what's the first thing that hits you with this image?
It's the movement, it's the mystery, the composition that the image gives us, and the strong visual impact. The white veil, flying veil with the motion in the super dark, deep printed matte, make it very just stand out with a strong impact.
Yeah, no, even from here, I agree with you. I can see that miles away. Andrew, can you break the image down a little bit more and tell us a bit more about the craft?
Yeah, the composition I'll speak to is with that golden ratio just right there in our faces, just leading us through the entire image so elegantly, and then technically to be able to execute this motion blur, with a slower shutter while maintaining the detail in the highlights is extremely well done from a technical perspective.
Natalie, what's some of the lasting thoughts on this image, or closing thoughts?
I mean, I love it because if this was my image, I would love a portrait of me that looked like a piece of art. And I love when you can't see the subject's face. I thought this was just so beautifully done, and I would like to hang it in my home.
That's interesting you said if it was you would love it to be you.
Yeah.
specifically?
I love that it's almost anonymous. I love that there's motion blur. I love that you can't see the subject. And if you hang it on your wall, to me, I love when something is subtle, artful, and it's not in your face.
But it's you.
Yes, that's what I love.
Got it. Beautiful. Well done to the creator of that image. Great comments. Thanks, judges. Next print, please. We'll get an opening comment from Sarah, if we can, please.
Yeah, this image is incredibly impactful, and it's possibly the most dramatic and original shot of a bride and the dress that I've ever seen. It looks like her dress is disappearing out into a starry night, and it's extraordinary. It's hugely original. So, yeah, hats off to the author.
JVS, can you talk to us about the construction of this image, the lighting and things like that?
Yeah, I think the lighting was handled very well, in the sense that the photographer knew where to place the source so that it wouldn't contaminate the rest of the frame. It's obviously a white dress, so it took a lot of planning and skill, and I don't know what modifier he used, but I get this really cool, like, starfish vibe. Like she's getting ready to go out and swim into who knows where, to the dark waters. And I just like the way that the light was handled, because the highlights still are all maintained on those little points that are leading out of the frame. But at the end of it, if I were to turn my head away and come back to it quickly, I still go right to the bride. So great job with the lighting.
I think the other thing about the lighting too, how you got cross light across the dress to give us all that beautiful detail and structure, but it's still beautifully lit for the face to sort of be flattering on the face. So yeah, very clever. Danny, what's your last thoughts on this one? What sort of
I think it's
thoughts?
the smart choice of which detail the author wants the viewer to see, and which detail the author wants to hide, because not much going on here for the environment, but people's eyes' attention can just pay attention to the detail of the face and the dress detail. And the author is so smart in just hiding so much of the dress detail, so make it look like a scarry light. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. Great comments, guys. And yeah, we'll have the next print, please, and well done to the creator. Good luck for the final judgment, which will happen shortly. When you're ready, Andrew, I might get your first thoughts on this one.
Wow, this is just really cool. It just gives you such a feeling for this groom. You know, the power and the intensity in the eyes, and then just how it leads into the detail and the flow of the sword or the object that he's holding. It's just, if you just seeing the print, it just comes to life off the page.
Thanks, Andrew. Natalie, can you maybe break this down a little bit? Tell us a bit more about the craft and the technicalities of it.
Yeah, the lighting is executed beautifully. You can see like the highlights and the shadows on his knuckles. The background light is subtle. It's drawing you in. I also really commend the maker on retouching. You know, and that outfit is very difficult to make it black and white, to control the highlights. I love the center composition. I think the maker did an incredible job in every technical aspect. I think it's very well done.
Thank you, Natalie. JVS, maybe some final comments on this image?
So what I saw first is that his hands are gripped so tightly on that sword or staff or whatever it might be. So that's what gave off the instant power for me. Again, since spoken to before, but the lighting was handled really well, in the sense that while there is a ton of detail everywhere, there's just enough highlight on his face to remind us that this is who the subject is, this is where our eye should go back to, like the vignette on the edges, but I really like the power in his hands and his eyes.
Thank you, JVS. Thanks, judges. And look, I hope, like myself, you're learning a lot here, because for me, as I hear the judges talk about what's making this image work so well, you start to understand why it's made the finals. We'll have the next print, please. Danny, I'm going to ask you for your first thoughts on this one. What's the first thing that hits you with this image?
It's very impressive, the strong visual impact created by the composition and the lighting. I think the photographer is a genius in positioning a subject in a huge, massive background, but still can make it clean, make the subject stand out. I feel challenged as a photographer myself, how to photograph a portrait in a complex background, how to make it simple and clean. And the photographer did a great, amazing work in using the lighting to make him stand out, to make him feels more powerful than those giant background behind him. When I see it, I feel, wow, this guy feels determined.
Thanks, Danny. Sarah, maybe a little bit more about that craft work that's gone into making this image?
Yeah, the compositional skill here is impressive. The way the groom is framed by the wall behind it, by the lighter wall. So we've got the dark section at the bottom on the lower third, the lower corner, and then the light frame behind him to frame him that helps to bring in our eyes, not just with the lighting and the contrast on the subject, but the actual framing is doing that as well. And the very neat choice to keep the statue on the left, which could draw our eye away from the frame, but the fact that the statue is looking back at him is drawing us back in again. The sky is interesting, but it's not overpowering. So everything is balancing, and it's just a beautiful setting for the star of the show, who is the groom, looking incredibly cool, and it's technically beautifully printed as well.
Thank you, Sarah. Andrew, last comments?
Yeah, I can't get away from the dance that my eyes are doing in all of the leading lines to the architecture, and then with the highlight just bringing me right into the subject. It's such a beautiful just portrayal of leading lines, and that's going to last for me. That's going to be something I remember for a long time.
Thank you, Andrew. Great comments. Congratulations to the creator making the finals, and we'll have the next print, please. And what's so wonderful about this experience, I hope that you'll start to understand, is this is the sort of commentary that's happening often when we're doing the finals in the past, but behind closed doors, as Jerry said. So by opening up this process, we hope that there's an education aspect to it, but also you can get to see just how a wonderful opportunity for judges to celebrate excellence in photography when they're looking at the best of category, and that's what we're looking at here. Natalie, yes, you look like you've got a big smile on your face. Something grabbed you with this image. What was it?
Yeah, this is fantastic. The composition, I am a sucker for composition, and this was beautifully done. I love the triangle with the subject. I love the triangles in the background. I love the left cushion leading you to his head, down to the other cushion. I mean, there's just a play of triangles, and I don't know, I love the center composition. I think it's very, very well done.
Danny, tell us a bit more about the construction of this image.
Yeah, this is about composition. All this is about using shapes and using colors to make a composition. The shapes of the background texture is all triangle, but the photographer chooses to using a circular to cover the groom's face to make a contrast, to stand out from all the triangle shapes in the background. And also the center seating of the subjects make it another triangle in the middle of the frame. It's just a a lot of details.
And what about the lighting aspect?
Great, fantastic lighting. Yeah, I want to say...
What makes it fantastic? I'm going to really drill down here. I want to...
a lot of times when we think about either lighting too soft, lack of contrast, or lighting too harsh, creates too much intensity. And this is just a fine control of contrast and intensity of the lighting, just to make it, if we make it too much contrast, it's going to create strong shadows. It's going to ruin the composition here. If it's over too flat, then we will think, okay, this is the groom, how can they stand out from such a complex background?
Beautiful, thank you. And Andrew, did you want to do a closing comment on it?
Absolutely. I think I'd just like to touch on the story aspect behind this, the intention that the maker had in mind. You know, we have objects and things at our disposal in the room, and to intentionally kind of put this together. I mean, it could be comical, but I'd like to sense that maybe it was just about, you know, on the wedding day, the spotlight is on you, the heat is on, you know, and it's not really about the groom, it's typically about the bride, you know, so it just kind of emulates that story a little bit further, and I really enjoy that they've taken the thought to bring us into a little bit more of the story and the why behind what they've captured.
Okay, we'll break protocol a bit here. JVS has got something he wants to say, so just quickly, JVS.
Just real quick, this photographer was a thinker. Not all of us could have walked into that same room and not have seen the wall, not have seen the lamp, so be a constant observer when you're working with your bride and groom.
Yeah, good comments. Great comments, guys. It really well put. Next print, please. And good luck to the creator of that image. Quick comment to open us up from Andrew.
This makes me think. You know, I typically see these in a night photography type of style, but I don't think that necessarily is the case here. It just might be a really creative way to use that natural sunlight. And I think what the impact for me is that I'm guessing. I'm not quite sure, and that's where I find the intrigue is for me.
Sarah, can you explain, maybe just break out the technical content and the craft?
Yeah, this is the lighting is absolutely beautiful. Getting that backlight coming through the dress that's highlighting what a bride would have spent months, if not years, planning on the dress that she would be wearing on this day. Technically, what strikes me the most about this is the composition. The vertical crop is fantastic, giving all of this room to breathe above. The placement of the thirds, where she's facing actually very close to the frame rather than the traditional leaving the negative space in front of the face. What I love about this is that, to me, that signifies that what is lying ahead of her is unknown. We can't see. It's the end of the frame, and what is beyond that is left to our imagination. So I think that that crop was a genius move on the part of the author.
Thank you, Sarah. Natalie, last thoughts?
I don't know, I just think this is another gorgeous portrait that I love that it's a little bit anonymous. I really appreciate an image where they're not classically looking in camera. It's artistic, and again, another portrait I would love to hang on my wall.
And it has got exquisite posing, hasn't it? Yeah. Next print, please. Andrew, I see you nodding there as soon as that came around. Can you tell us what you were nodding at?
I just have this kind of thing in my head through you know, pose, technique, lighting, expression, detail, and I smile when it kind of just comes harmoniously to me, and I see it all at once. It's really striking.
Okay, JVS, would you like to expand on why it makes this an image a striking image? What's gone into it in a technical sense?
I think it's just an effortless use of the light, whether it's found or created. It's not overly complicated. It accents exactly what it's supposed to. It brings us in from the top left corner down to the center. We pass by the groom. It's always good to see people treating the groom right. You know, I think this guy is going to love this picture. Handled really, really well.
Just talk to me a bit more about the composition aspects, because a lot of negative space. It was similar to the one before.
Yeah, the composition works. You know, it works even more because of how that light beam is kind of taking us from the top to the bottom, and then it's leaving the rest up to our imagination as it kind of veers off into the dark. I like the fact that he is looking off frame, you know, to camera left, and it just has a nice feel. I think if we were crop tighter, it wouldn't be as effective. So that negative space really balances out the height.
Yeah, it has a lot of power, doesn't it? Danny, would you like to give us some closing comments?
I just also want to add a quick comment about the color treatment of this image. The color is so subtle, but the split tone treatment make the background a little bit green, a little bit moody, and the warm tone spotlight on the groom's face just make the subject stand out and creating more mystery for this image.
So for a simple image, it's actually had a lot of thought going into it. Yeah, well done. Next print, please. Thanks, judges. Great comments. Reminder, we're looking at bride or groom alone on the wedding day. And I'll get an initial impact or first thoughts from Sarah, thanks.
Yeah, the use of, very smart choice to use black and white, and the shadows to tell a story that have been wonderfully placed so that we can feel like we can't see the groom's face, but it feels like we can. We can almost see an expression in that silhouette. So the storytelling of the groom in a way that's, it's almost like the jacket is taking center stage, but yet the shadow is done so well that we actually believe that that this is a portrait of the groom. So it's really an original and impactful composition.
Thank you, Sarah. Danny, do you want to break this image down a little bit more in terms of craft and lighting?
Yeah, I think this image is about, first is a concept. I think the concept is very original. It just has a unique idea. We don't see this very often in the bride or groom alone category. The second is execution. Once we have the concept, how we execute to fulfill the concept, to make people to see the story. So here, the use of the lighting is pretty amazing to be able to incorporate the shadow, incorporate the human being's shadow to give the picture a sense of life instead of this is a jacket or this is a suit. No, this is about the groom. Those are complementary elements of the wedding day.
And the fact that they've used a mirror, or what looks like a mirror, and included the shadow, there's a lot of stuff going on, isn't there? Andrew, closing comments?
I'm going to commend the maker on in situations like this where you're using off-camera flash, you tend to eliminate some of the ambient lighting in the room. I really appreciate how they have kept the ambient lighting on to help it illuminate and backlight the jacket, and I think that kind of adds to the depth and the dimension of what they're trying to do, especially in balance with the reflections.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, judges. That's the end of bride or groom alone on the wedding day. And again, what an opportunity for us to celebrate excellence when we get a chance to look at those top 10 finalists. And you guys get the hard decision in a moment to sort of work out who's going to win and who's going to be on the podium on Tuesday night. But for the moment, I'm going to hand back to the beautiful Melissa.
Well, that does it, guys. That's the end of the bride or groom alone wedding day category, sponsored by Studio Ninja. I hope you guys enjoyed that discussion. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much to our panel of judges and to Tony Hewitt for chairing that whole discussion, which was absolutely amazing. So don't go anywhere. We are just going to get our judges logged into their judging console. That's just going to take us a couple of minutes, and then we're going to direct them over to our print gallery where they'll take some time and decide who they would like to see as the winners in this category. So sit tight. We'll be right back.
Bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
When you photograph someone, you can make someone realize how beautiful they are, inside and out. You see something that no one else had seen before. So you want to be a wedding photographer and take your work to the next level? I want to teach you what I wish I learned when I started. I'm looking for light. I'm looking for a direction of light, iridescence, something that glows in the environment, something that looks and feels good. If I'm photographing a groom, I say, if I was him, how would I photograph him right now? So we turn the shoulders towards the camera. Here's what happens. We have a narrowing point. He slightly bent his leg and put his shoulders back into the camera, therefore forming a V. Now, we're going to point the toe towards the camera, slide the heel back in whilst keeping your toe pointed, and then bend the knee, shift your weight back. You might be surprised when you watch me photograph how slow and methodical I am. There is something to be said about crafting a photograph. Bride and groom full length, close up, bride on her own, groom on his own, girls on their own, guys on their own, full bridal party. My encouragement to you is that when you're photographing with the end product in mind. You are photographing to sell. I want to share with you right now the 5 steps to a well-crafted photograph. So you walk into a room and you see all the blinds closed. So what do? Let's turn those overhead lights off and let's open this up. So now we have this beautiful light coming through. We have these little mini reflectors giving us some beautiful light. Technique, great. But now I prove to you that number 5, emotion is the most important thing. I believe wedding photography is the best genre to learn the art and craft of photography, because after all, on a wedding day, you photograph portraits of individuals, groups, families, fashion, still life, streetscapes, architecture, you name it, you photograph it on a wedding day. And of course, with real people, challenging situations, and only one chance to get it right. If you master the art of wedding photography, you'll be able to photograph almost anything. I'll be guiding you on how to be a commercially successful wedding photographer, not only being more creative and a better storyteller, but doing what you love. Even if you don't photograph weddings or desire to, this will help you become a better photographer of people, be more creative in how to wow your clients. I'm going to teach you about lighting, posing, composition, your technique, and evoking emotion. I'm also going to give you a roadmap on branding, marketing, and selling. Hi, I'm Nikon Ambassador, photographer, filmmaker, and your favorite Australian, Jerry Ghionis, and I will be your mentor. So judges, now we've discussed each image in detail. It's time for you to take a moment, take a breath, and decide who you'd like to see win and rank all the images. Although we'll only announce first, second, and third place winners on the awards night, we need you to select a placing for all 10 images. So at this point, there'll be no discussion for this portion of the judging. Take your time and please proceed. If you've just joined us in the room, this process is usually done behind closed doors. Melissa and I thought it'd be fun to just lift the veil and get you guys to see what's happening. This is fantastic. These guys will get to see what's going on. They've already discussed it. The way the ranking system is done is it's definitive. There's no way that this could be a deadlock. There's a slight advantage in terms of points that goes to first place, and second place gets a little bit further progressive. So there is a weight on first, second, fourth, and fifth. That way, we never have a tie, and the winners are absolutely definitive. It's a pretty important decision because once these images are ranked and there's a first, second, and third place winner, they're evergreen on the website. So this represents this genre at this time. And that's what I remind the judges to do, is ask yourself, in this genre, what would you be proud of to represent this category? Yep, so judges, if you've actually ranked them all, just so we know that you're done, if you can take a seat again, that'd be amazing. This is no time to play Wordle. Why there's 3 of us here? For full transparency, we make sure that we all know who the winner is. We do a screen grab, so we've got double assurance, and we have the winners locked and loaded. All right, very exciting, guys. So now that the judges have chosen the winners, this concludes the Bride or Groom Alone Wedding Day category. Thank you again to Studio Ninja for sponsoring this category, and to Canson for sponsoring the wedding division. We're going to transition now to the next category, which will be the Wedding, Party, Family and Friends category. We'll need a few minutes to prepare for that, so make yourselves comfortable, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, lovely.
Welcome to the future. On the blast off, yeah, you can call me Super. Man, I'm an icon. Elon's tutor. Tips in the game like my middle name is Luna. In my cruiser, we be taking off. Now you heard the rumors. Yes, I got the sauce. A true needle mover. I never took a loss in this game. I'm the ruler. Yes, I am the boss. Nothing's gonna be the same. No, nothing's gonna be the same. Nothing's gonna be the same. Everything's about to change. Everything's about to change.
All right, everybody, welcome back into our judging room. For all of you watching us and all of you watching us live online, thanks to Nikon. Just as a reminder for those of you that just walked in, we are currently in the middle of discussing images finalists that are in the wedding division, which is sponsored by Canson Infinity. And our next category that we're about to discuss is the wedding party, family, and friends category. So all of the images that you're going to see in this category will feature wedding party, families, friends of the couple, all groups that had to be captured on the actual wedding day. When it came to post-production, the photographers were only allowed to beautify, correct, and finesse the original capture, and just like in the last few categories, there were no composites that were allowed in this category either. Now, the wedding party, family, and friends category is sponsored by ASET. ASET stands for Album Sales Experience Team. And they're the team that you hire when you hate to do sales on your own. They provide a dedicated sales team for you, and they're absolutely amazing. They oversee the entire sales process so that you can focus on doing what you love to do even better, which is absolutely amazing. So thank you to ASET for sponsoring this category. And without further ado, we're going to turn it over to Tony and our panel of judges to get started with the conversations in this category.
Thank you, Melissa. Welcome back, everybody. The panel for this category is going to be Cliff Mountainer, Andrew Yort, Sandra Edmonds, Natalie Lassini, and Sanjay Jogia from the UK. As Melissa just told us, wedding party, family and friends. And again, we're looking at the cream of the crop, the top of the tree, the top of the mountain, the best prints in the category. Let's have a look at the first one. Thank you. Natalie takes a big breath before she's about to tell us the first thing that hit her mind when she looked at it.
Oh, I love all the stories. I mean, there's 3 stories here. The excitement of the parents celebrating their son. I imagine he's reading a letter from his bride. And just above is a beautiful portrait of his parents. So I really just love the stories here.
Story. What's the story you take?
The story is like family. It's you know, a new chapter, but then the history. You know, it's all the generations. It's incredibly powerful. Well done.
Okay. Cliff, can you sort of pull this image apart a little bit and tell us what makes it such a strong image and a worthy finalist?
Well, I mean, this, you know, wedding day, okay, so they had to compose this image in their minds before it was created. We have to keep in mind too that this isn't the photojournalism category, because so they can set the stage for these moments to take place without necessarily staging the moments, and you know, tearing it apart. Well, you know, the light pouring in, we don't know where mom and dad are actually heading. You know, it's all about future, and you know, from a technical standpoint, it's composed beautifully. They did a lovely job with, as Natalie said, with the storytelling here, and that's kind of what we're all about.
And the use of the light there.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, again, the decision to open that door kind of let everything pour in.
Yeah, cool. Sanjay, lasting comments.
Yeah, I want to talk about the story as well. I'm just imagining on the piece of paper that he has, it says #marriage goals, right? Because there's this layering, like in the depth of the image, he's in the foreground, he has this milestone above him that he's about to meet, and then there's the other milestone happening behind him, and they're walking into this light. And it's so powerful, and you know, just the rays of light kind of pulling back toward the groom and also framing in the frame on the wall. It's really clever, actually. It's just beautifully put together. This is one of these images, the longer you look at it, the more depth you see in the story, the history, the future, the past. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Worthy finalist. A worthy finalist.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Next print, please. Thanks, judges. Good comments. I see Sarah's got a little smile happening across her face as this image came up, so we're going to ask Sarah just what brought that smile onto her face as she looked at this image. What's the first thing that hit you, Sarah?
What a wonderful use of the venue to showcase the bridal party. This is, you're kind of not killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but you're you're managing to capture two of the most important, three of the most important things. You've got the portrait of the bride and groom looking so happy. You've got this magnificent building, and then you've got everybody placed. It's a fantastic idea. I wish I'd thought of this. It's, this is the kind of group photo that you could have absolutely huge on your wall above your mantelpiece, above your fireplace, and it would cause comments by visitors for generations to come. It's really, really a great idea and very well executed.
Thank you, Sarah. Andrew, can you tell us a little bit about what makes this image, puts it together?
I think I want to call to the maker's patience, the ability. I mean, we've all been there to take a group of 10, 15, 20 people, and the patience that it takes to have them, give us that, 5 or 10 minutes to put this together, to be able to take a concept in our mind and a vision and have that many people follow through with you in the execution is astounding. And I'd like to commend the maker on their ability to direct, to direct their subjects.
Can you see any obvious, use of craft or light? There's 26 people in this image. How do you work that?
I think, just using the best softbox in the world, the sun, just to let that do half of the work for us and, pose everybody strategically enough so that we don't have, the raccoon eyes and they're looking in the wrong direction. I think they've taken the time to, be very technical with how they've positioned everybody in a sense in making sure that the direction of light is effective for everybody.
Including the bride and groom who are just out of that shadow
Especially,
from the air.
yeah.
Well said. Cliff, some lasting comments on that one?
There's not much that I can add here except for the patience, the symmetry here, and I find it serendipitous that there just happens to be the precise number in the bridal party to produce an image like this.
Yeah. As mentioned, I think it's great use of a venue and the fact that it is a little bit different. It's got that little quirky aspect which I think will sit with you. Next print, please. Natalie, we'll get your first thoughts on this if we could, please.
Oh, I love the level of difficulty to place this many people in a portrait, embrace the couple. The connection is wonderfully done. To me, it's just beautiful placement of all the subjects.
Sanjay, talk to us a bit more about how this sort of image gets put together in terms of craft and so on.
This is not an easy task.
Yeah, I thought so.
On a wedding day, under pressure, which generally they always run late, you have a group this big. There are many clues in how this is crafted. The direction of the light and the shadows, and in particular the softness of shadows. So the clue to me is that this is a composite, and that takes even longer. It takes longer to shoot. It takes longer to craft. You've got to think about where the light's coming from so that when you're doing the post-production, you're not conflicting the process afterwards, and you're not then having to fix things you didn't think of on the day. So a lot of thought has gone into how to craft this image, which needs to be congratulated. And it's been really successful. It's been beautifully handled. And when I talk about the soft shadows, it means the light's very close to each group of, each cluster of 3 or whatever it is, which means whoever's holding the light in the shot that's why it's a composite. You have to brush people in or remove the assistant, whoever's handling the light on the day. And to have that vision of what the final image will look like once you've done all this work under pressure on the day, that needs to be commended as well. That cannot be understated, or overstated, more to the point.
And if it wasn't a composite?
If it wasn't, then genius. To light like this with that level of softness, it needs a light close-up or a huge light source. High power, very soft, from left and right corners because the light's coming from both directions, and then on the couple, and there's no destructive interference of the light. So if this was done in a single shot, I want to go to this person's lecture because this is incredible.
Last comments from Cliff. Thanks, Cliff.
Really quick, you know, as judges, I guess we're looking at the image in front of us, really regardless of, you know, the process itself. But one of the things I wanted to mention, it's easy to get caught up in making an image like this, thinking, wow, this is going to be really cool. But this photographer did not forget about the connection between the bride and the groom. And, you know, just the pose, the subtle bend in the arms, and just this is believable to me. So that's the thing that I like best about the image.
Yeah, that's a great point, Cliff. That, you know, we can get caught up in putting images together that look great and forget the most important thing of all. Thank you, judges. Great comments. Next print, please. Andrew, your first thoughts on this one?
I think this is a really cool use of the space and the location. I think the use of the light here is impactful enough to give each individual person their own space within the frame, but then to just have that bride just ever so slightly pop a little bit more. It's got a nice impact of grunge, and from darkness to light, I think it's just a really nicely put composition.
Thank you, Andrew. Sarah, tell us a little bit more about putting an image like this together.
Yeah, there's been a lot of patience and skill in directing and posing this many women and making them all look fantastic, not least the bride. Very, very difficult to do that and get everybody looking so majestic and powerful as well. And a nice choice to let the light fall off those dresses. Otherwise, it could have been a little bit overpowering of too many white columns. So I really appreciate that focusing of the light on the top half of their bodies and their beautiful shoulders and the gorgeous, rich skin tones. Very nicely done.
Thank you, Sarah. Natalie, last comments?
What I love about this, as a bride, you know, it's your day, but if you look at each individual woman, they almost have their each individual power portrait. And so this is a bridal party portrait that each woman would want a print of. And I love how beautifully done all the posing is, the lighting, the expression. So I feel like there's 14 individual photos in this one photo, and it's beautifully done.
Thank you. Next print, please. Great comments. Thanks, judges. This image has a title, Cleared for Departure. Sarah, first thoughts on this one?
I absolutely love the concept and the originality and thinking outside of the box. What can we do on the wedding day that is really going to mean something? Now, I would hazard a guess that airplanes and departures mean something to this particular couple, and to take the time and to craft something like this, and it's the beautiful symmetry, the leading lines, and a wonderful sense of humor that I really appreciate.
Sanjay, tell us a bit more about how you would put an image like this together.
I would wager that the groom's a pilot or something. How would you put something like this together? To get access to a runway, number one, and then just tell them that there's going to be just a bunch of guys lying down on the ground while they photograph it with a drone at an airport. So just on the organization, this deserves to be here. But yeah, I think that's where this whole thing is. That's where the magic comes from in this image. They've had fun in creating it. And I think so long as there's fun in creation, whatever the creation is, it'll show. It'll reap rewards. And I think the sense of humor, the narrative, the meaning behind the image, whatever that intrinsic value is to the groom here, it's such a simple concept, and it's achieving so much. It's beautifully done.
The use of the lines and the shape of the guys or the subjects lying down.
An arrow, an aircraft, ready to take off, ready for departure. Yeah, it's great.
Beautiful. Closing comments, Andrew.
I really appreciate that they've left all the imperfections in the runway in there. I think that adds to the storytelling element. I think a lot of us would have been, considering taking all those out to make this a little bit more picture perfect. I like the narrative behind it. You know, the runway, you're cleared for takeoff, but there's a lot of bumps in the roads ahead. And I like to think that was left in on purpose to help drive that story.
That narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Well done, judges. Next print, please. Natalie, would you like to share with us your first thoughts when you saw this image come around?
When you think about your wedding day and everyone here to celebrate you, and you see all these expressions and they're thrilled and their mouths are open and they're here for you, that's the memory that you want. You're with someone that you love and everyone is there rooting for you. So I love the feeling of this image and the love.
Cliff, can you break this down a little bit for us? Tell us how you put something like this together and what makes it work so well.
Well, again, it comes down to balance, the balance of the light, the control of the ambient light here, along with whatever fill is being placed on the subject. It's a great lesson in control. We have and when you go to the trade show, you'll see that there's so many amazing choices for light modification. And being able to control and modify the light that, whether it's on your camera or off camera, being able to isolate your subject with that light is critical. And I think we saw that with a couple images so far, and there's no different here. So lovely balance, lovely control, and really a sign of our times, for sure, with this image.
Sarah, some closing comments and maybe even address the energy in the image?
Yeah, that's exactly the lasting impression for me, that we have a picture of the bridal family and friends in action, really enjoying the party and the moment and the energy, which is really what you remember from a wedding. It's posed images are wonderful and they absolutely have their place, but this is capturing something that we're not talking about wedding documentary, but it's capturing the energy and the happiness and the joy and the fun in the celebration in a really creative way with a star filter. And yeah, exactly, the sign of as Cliff said, the sign of the times, which is there's a phone in everybody's hand at every wedding.
It's a great symbology of a wedding is not just about the bride and groom, but about the family and friends too, isn't it?
Yeah, and the joy of it,
and the joy, yeah. Fantastic. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Reminder to everybody in the room and those online that these are the finalists for this category of wedding party, family and friends in the wedding division. This image has a title, Eternal Love in Their Eyes. Sanjay, first thoughts, thanks.
This is just a really happy image, isn't it? It's a classic kind of first reveal of the bride to the parents, but it's the father's expression that really makes this. It's a classic image. It's a classic concept. They've used the environment and the composition of the environment to lead into the image beautifully. So that just works. But what really ignites the image is the father's expression. You just pulled back to the whole thing. It's just such a wonderful image. I really love that. It's the energy in the image that makes it.
Thanks, Sanjay. Natalie, maybe a little bit about the construction of this image and the technique.
Well, you think about you're planning the first look with the parents. You have to position yourself perfectly, and it's that moment where she's stepping down. You see her one foot. It's great placement of her hand holding the dress. I think that, you're not really posing it, you're timing this. And to capture the dad's expression at that exact moment, and as Sanjay said with the leading lines of the staircase, the overall placement, the lighting on both parents' expression, was retouched really, really well. I thought the maker did an excellent job.
Just before you do, so the lighting, you mentioned it, because the lighting seems to be really well controlled, and it looks like it's coming
from
left,
above.
Yeah. Which is doing two things, lighting the parent's face.
And the dress.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was beautifully done.
Yeah. Final comments from you, Cliff? No? Andrew, what about you? Closing comments, please.
I can't tell if this is contrived or well timed, but the expression in the father's face is what leads me to believe that this is something that's well timed, and that's going to last for me. And the control of the light, as previously mentioned, just to call it the fact that her face is still well defined. It's not hidden in shadow with such a bright light source, and the control of the highlights and the detail of the dress. I think it's all put together so well. The composition and everything is just, it's got a lasting effect, and that's something that moment can reside on someone's wall for forever.
It's interesting you question whether it's contrived or not contrived, but I think that's part of the skill of a wedding photographer, to create that space, that ambience for a wedding couple or a family around the wedding couple, to allow them to be able to just be themselves, and of course then to time it, knowing that they've set up the location and the lighting exactly as they want.
Yeah,
so
brilliant.
We can almost call that contrived, but we're creating that space for natural emotion to show itself. Setting the stage. Well said, Cliff. Next print, please. Thanks, judges. Great comments. We'll get Andrew. You look like you've seen something in this straight up. What was that?
Oh, just the story right off the bat. Just the hustle and bustle of life, and just where, when you're together with the person that you want to be with for the rest of your life, just time freezes and you're frozen in time together. I just love that narrative that's been put together here.
Cliff, this is the sort of thing I know you're sort of into. Can you tell us a bit more about the construction, or not even construction? How do you make this image work?
Well, I like the choice of placement for the bride and groom, not just in the right third of the frame, but also choosing to have a kind of a clean black background, as opposed to them getting caught up in the more textured stone wall behind. This takes time to make on a wedding day, where you're basically telling the bridal party to, all right, everyone's going to circle them, and you're sitting there at an eighth of a second trying to hold it really, really steady. And this probably took several attempts, and again, he persevered, or she persevered. They did a really lovely job with an image that might otherwise be ordinary.
I'm sure the bride and groom didn't mind how many attempts it took. They look like they're enjoying it. Natalie, got some comments to finish with, thanks.
Yeah, what I love about this is I'm thinking about how lucky this couple is that this photographer captured this moment. You get 500, 1,000 or more images, but I bet you this is one of their favorites. There's so many opportunities throughout the day to document everything, but the creativity they put into this, they went the extra mile, and what a lucky couple.
Yeah, and well worthy of a finalist again. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Natalie, first thoughts.
You think I'm a mother of 3, and I think about my daughters getting married someday and the journey. We just want them to be happy, healthy, and to see them get married. It's a day they dreamed of, and she dreamed of. To see the picture and the beautiful expression and how much they love their daughter and the journey of raising her to bring her to today. I love the story here.
Thank you, Natalie. Sanjay, what's gone into this image?
There's a duality in the narrative with the parents right there. There's a mixture of kind of pride and sorrow, and you can see it. You can see it in expressions and the fact that they're holding these, baby photos, and she's grown into this, majestic woman that's leaving the home, physically leaving the home here. So, it's a powerful narrative, but it's that duality that catches me. It just keeps pulling me back to it, and you just wonder what they're feeling actually. What's happening in the pit of their stomach. at this in this moment.
Tell us a bit more about the lighting, because it looks like it's been well controlled here.
Yeah, it's clearly focused on the parents here. Whether it's sunlight or there's been some sort of artificial light kind of augmenting that to shape it in the right direction. It's soft enough to draw attention to the couple, to the parents, but shaped. It's been shaped in some form. And then the intensity of that light as the bride's walking into it just adds to that kind of majestic exit that she's making. It doesn't matter that you've got this kind of soft flare around the dress. It just adds to that majesty.
And gives us a little bit of detail in the dress without letting the dress become dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. And the shadows have been controlled really well. So there's been a lot of technical thought in terms of the background, the foreground, and actually the main stage of the image there as well. So yeah, beautifully balanced.
Cool. Sarah, last comments.
Yeah, I feel that what's going to stick with me is, aside from the beautiful storytelling, the storytelling is, we're allowed to indulge in it because of how well crafted the image is. And so what I'm left with is really a wonder in the use of the door in the framing and the square shapes reflected in the door that's behind the parents. But then there's a triangle being formed by the line of the heads of the parents and the veil of the bride as well. All of this works subconsciously on our minds to allow us to go into and focus on the story. So what I'm left with is really just this sense of wonder in the story, thanks to those elements.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, quickly, Cliff.
So what comes to me with this image are the choices that were made, frame within a frame, and then also the decision and the choice to not show the bride and to have the bride within the door jamb and not be able to see her at all. Only giving us, the understanding that this is a bride because we see a veil and a gown. So otherwise, it could be anything.
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. Next print, please. Andrew, your first thoughts, thanks.
I like the center, the focus on our bride and groom and how we've got everybody looking into, from the bridal party looking into our subjects. I'm really focused on the expression that's happening here, and I can see the look of love, that LOL on the groom's face, and I just, that endearing moment where he's just holding her. I really like that feeling, that emotion. Everyone else in the frame just seems, content to be there and well positioned.
Sarah, putting an image like this together looks like it's not that easy. How would you do it?
Yeah, in a group shot like this, lit as it is, we've got a very warm tungsten light in the background, and I applaud the author's decision to keep that warmth in the lighting of the subjects, because it lends to a believability. We're not immediately drawn to the fact that this is flashed, but it has been lit artificially very, very well, very skillfully, so that they all look fantastic. And it lends to a very sumptuous, luxurious look. They all look very, very, they all look $1 million, and yeah, very, very elegant. And that's been done skillfully with lighting and with posing that is extremely difficult on the wedding day.
I was going to ask you, with the posing, putting together a group like this, what are some of the things you've got to consider?
The problem is keeping the expression while you're posing one person. You set up that one person and you pose them, and then you pose the next person. Meanwhile, the other person is stiffened up, tension has gone into the hands, so that it's a constant dance, and it takes time to make sure that all of the things are aligned before you actually take that capture.
Another reason we have to applaud the excellence and the craftsmanship and being able to manage people, put them in place, and then get that moment
Exactly.
When you press the trigger and they're all looking the way you want them.
It takes great direction skills and also that decision of the decisive moment of which frame to choose and when to take it.
And something we see here, which is why it's in the finals.
Exactly.
A quick closing comment, Natalie?
I guess everything has been said except, I love the hand placement on all the individuals, in the pockets, on the knee, the elbows, the break at the wrist, the break at the elbows. I just think that each person was posed so beautifully, and hands to me are really important, and I think they just did a great job. It's beautifully done.
Thanks, Natalie. Next print, please. And that means there's no next print. Thank you, judges. Over to you, Melissa.
It's our wedding party, family and friends category. How did you guys enjoy that? Thank you so much to Tony and our panel of judges as well, and thank you to ASET for sponsoring that category. We're just going to take a quick little break. We are going to get our judges logged into their judging console, and then we're going to bring them over to the print gallery so they can take a look at all of the prints one more time all together and decide who they would like to have win the category. So don't go anywhere. It's just going to take us a couple minutes to do that, and we'll be right back.
I know this is the time to chat with your neighbors, but give me 2 seconds here. I promise it's important. We are all here at this print competition award ceremony to celebrate the print. Printing makes us better photographers. Prints bring us together. Prints create a community. We are all here tonight because of the print. I know that printing can be hard. Which printer do I get? Color management. You send your file off to a lab and get back this dark, disappointing print. I know it's frustrating, but don't give up. And I will tell you a secret. Ultimately, it all comes down to this. It's the paper. It's all about the paper. The paper is the single most transformative part of the printing process. It's the paper that will change the look and feel of your image. So what is the best paper? I'm sorry, I can't decide that for you. That is up to you as the artist. For me, I put so much time and effort into my underwater photography, and I know you work hard too. I've chosen to use the very best paper. I earned that, and you deserve that too. This paper company has been in the paper making business for over 400 years. This paper mill, the Arch Mill, has been crafting and producing paper for over 500 years. This has been perfected. This paper is 100% cotton, museum quality, archival. There are no optical brighteners. I've got luster paper, smooth, textured, heavily textured, matte papers. I mean, the weight feels amazing in my hand, and they all look beautiful. This paper has a history and legacy in the fine art world. It is historically significant, and that gives a layer of legitimacy and value, monetary value and emotional value to my work. On a screen, I like my work, but on this paper, I love this print. I am so proud of it. It makes me happy, and that is the point of all of this. So thank you for hearing me out. Please have a wonderful time tonight. Enjoy each other's company and enjoy being celebrated for being a photographer. What you do is important. Bye.
Thank you so much, judges. That was compelling. I love this process, and I'm really proud of everyone here for entering, for being in this room, learning the education. And this is the time, guys, where we decide who is going to win first, second, third place, and so on. So no discussion. Take your time. You're there to rank all the images, and we're going to find out certainly on awards night. But judges, please proceed. Take your time. Thank you. So for those of you in the room there, guys, just so you know, for full transparency, what the judges are doing right now, they are comparing images to images. When we're celebrating each image individually, it's all about what's in front of us. Now, the judges will look at everything and say which image they would like to represent this particular category. I still get butterflies and I haven't even entered. I can't enter. So we have two judges have ranked the images. Looks like a third. Cliff feels good about it. All right, we have a clear winner. There's three of us here. For full transparency that we're verifying the winners, we're doing a screen grab on both of them. All right, that's very exciting. Thank you so much, judges. They've chosen their winners. This concludes the Wedding Party Family and Friends category. Thank you again to ASET for sponsoring this category and to Canson for sponsoring the wedding division. We're going to transition now to the next category, which will be the Wedding Photojournalism category. We'll need a few minutes to prepare for that, so make yourselves comfortable, and we'll be back very shortly. Thank you.
So the cool thing about the Plena is that for us, it allows us to replace one of the heavier lenses in our kit.
At first glance, looking at the 135 1.8, I definitely thought it was going to be heavy. But when I put it on the Z8, it actually felt light to me.
The 135 coupled with the high-res zoom and the DX crop function on the Z8 and the Z9 allows us to turn the 135 essentially into a 200 millimeter.
For me as a cinematographer, I feel like it hits the exact sweet spot that I need, so I don't have to be right up on the action. It allows me to be far enough away, but I'm still very close to the action.
By having this lens in our kit, it really gives us the power to harness these intimate moments. Nobody knows I'm there. It really gets people to become more authentic, more genuine, more natural in their expressions, in their emotions. And that's really what you want as a filmmaker.
It brings a different element into our films when we're able to have access to different emotions that I traditionally would not have.
I was super, super impressed. Fast, the Plena could focus using the amazing autofocus systems.
This bouquet on the 135 is just dreamy, and it looks absolutely amazing.
If you're already familiar with the Nikkor lenses, then I'll tell you that having the Plena, that 135, it really adds something extra special to your kit. this is always going to be my go-to lens. It just gives something extra that I can add to the film to give that magical look that people fall in love with. That's the power of the 135 1.8. That's the power of the blender.
Plena.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get right into our next category. So everyone who's in the room, we'll encourage you to find your seats again. And to everyone who's watching us online, thank you, Nikon. We're ready to get going. I want to say a huge thank you, just super quickly before we begin, to all of the volunteers that are making this happen. They are literally the backbone of this competition this week. There's a team of over 40 people who have volunteered their time to make this run. You've seen some of them here running around the room, making things happen. There's an entire army of people that you don't see right now behind the scenes, building things, making things happen so that the entire week goes smoothly. So when you see anyone that has an Icon volunteer, please give them a big hug. They have spent hours and hours of their own time when they could be doing something else just to make sure you guys have an amazing experience. So please say thank you to all of our volunteers that are helping us out. I know I'm forever grateful. Like, these guys have gone to war for me, and I cannot thank you guys enough, honestly. We are now in the wedding division. We are still in the wedding division. This is our last category in the wedding division that is being sponsored by Canson Infinity. Just one more category, and it is the wedding photojournalism category. So this category is a little bit different. It features images that are candid, also still taken on the actual wedding day, but the amount of post-production that's allowed in this category is even more limited than the other categories that are in this division. So certain techniques are not allowed in this one category, like liquefying or cloning and things like that. So the photographers really needed to focus on getting it right in camera. There are no composites, of course, allowed in this category either. The wedding photojournalism category is sponsored by Pic-Time, which is an awesome online gallery solution for photographers. You can edit and share and sell your images all to your clients all in one easy solution. So it's really awesome, and thank you to Pic-Time for sponsoring this category. So now we will hand it over to Tony and to our panel of judges so we can start the conversation in this category.
Melissa, you can come and head over here if you want to. You can come anywhere you like over here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And here we are with a similar set of judges. We have a pool of 7 that we've used for the wedding category or wedding division, and each category we just mix that up a little bit. But as I said at the beginning of the day, we have a nice mixture of representation in terms of countries and backgrounds and things like that. This particular category will be judged by Joseph Victor Stefanjek, Cliff Mautner, Sanjay Jogia, Natalie Lassini and Danny Dong. So we've got a few countries represented in there. And with that, in wedding photojournalism, and Cliff, I know you love this category, let's go to the first print. Thank you. Natalie?
I have this thing when there's a lot of emotion, I just start to
looking
cry.
at your face, we have to have you tell us what was hitting you.
It's one of those moments that I feel her emotion and I got teary and then I was embarrassed and I was like, well, I'm allowed to be emotional. How beautiful. I could only imagine the incredible things that she's toasting her friend, this couple, on such an incredible day. I feel moved by this. I love this moment and the maker is incredible. Well done.
Well, obviously had impact on you. Cliff, a photojournalistic moment. Tell us what went into this image.
Sure. You know, I think all of us as wedding photographers see moments of, emotion being displayed in this realm, especially during toasts. But I have found that when our couple is placed against a background like that, a wall, there's no space behind them, I find that really difficult. A, it's difficult to light. B, it's difficult to compose. C, this photographer had the vision to place what I'm imagining as a maid of honor in just the perfect spot for this particular photograph. And I just think they deserve a lot of credit for the execution of this photograph.
With an image like this, Cliff, how do you manage, like, we talk about lighting and things like that, but obviously with photojournalism, often you don't have as much control.
This looks to me like it's mostly available light, possibly even the assist of the wedding filmmaker putting a little light on the subject. And then in a split second, when that photographer, sees a shadow, maybe they position themselves in the right spot. So I'm just imagining what went on there. I really don't know. Maybe they thought about this beforehand, maybe not, but it's also advisable. When I go to a wedding and I see a reception setup, I have to think about how am I going to approach these toasts. And that's something that this photographer did really well.
Yeah, and hence why it's in the finals. Danny, would you like to give us some closing comment, please?
This is the photojournalism comments. When we are judging a photojournalism moment, a lot of times we are thinking, wow, this is a great moment. But second thought is, oh, I'm so jealous. The photographer is so lucky to be in that lucky moment. But what's the skill level? What's the photographer's craft play the role in the capturing this moment? And this image demonstrates it's not only luck of the photographer, but also the craft, the skill level to be able to capture this moment, to make it a meaningful moment, unusual, meaningful, unique.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. Thank you, judges. Those great comments. And well done to the creator. Next print, please. And a reminder to everybody that these are the finalists. These are the top 10 or so of the images in the category. Every image had to receive an 80 or above, which means they're already award-winning images. They've already received a silver or perhaps a gold. That now becomes irrelevant because once you're in the finals, like a race, doesn't matter whether you qualified first, fastest or 8th, you are in the finals and you've got a chance of winning. First comments. Let's have a comment from Sanjay. What's the first thing that hit you?
I photograph a lot of these weddings, and at this time of the day, everyone is very, very emotional and very, very tired, and therefore more emotional, including the production team. And we speak about photography and photojournalism as capturing the moment, feeling the emotion, all that sort of thing. We still have to be technical, we still have to be creative, we still have to frame the image, we still have to anticipate the moment and get that decisive moment. What a lot of people forget is that photographers are also human and emotional. And at these times, it's so easy to become overcome and overwhelmed by this emotion that you have to remain composed enough to respond to the emotion to capture the moment. and handle all the technical stuff and manage your own emotions and then move on to the next moment. So there are a lot of challenges involved in this, apart from the fact that there's hundreds of people and it's a melee and kind of fighting for this position, getting the angle, and even just the technical balance of the daylight coming in from the outside with a very underexposed interior of the car. You know, so overall, this image achieves so much, but just that expression and the connection with the hands is just, it's just beautiful. It just draws you in. And this sort of moment's given to you over and over again at weddings. The challenge is to make it the one that stands out.
Thank you, Sanjay. JVS, can you add something to the construction of this image, please?
Yeah, so it's all about being a master of your craft. It's all about knowing, as I'm walking toward the car, am I choosing the correct ISO, the correct shutter speed, the correct aperture, so that when you lean into the window, you're not fumbling. So kudos to the photographer for going into the situation and knowing this is the best exposure for the situation. And then to be able to take a couple breaths and compose and wait for the moment. You know, I cry at like father-daughter dances at every wedding, you know? So I'd probably be bawling during this. But I think it's really nice that the tones feel very real, in the sense that that's probably what it looked like if you were to peer in there and squint just a little bit. So I appreciate the raw nature of it. I think the highlights are all handled very well because there's a drastic difference, as Sanjay was saying, between indoor and outdoor. But overall, it just feels nice. And because of the proximity, I feel like I was actually in the car. I was part of that moment.
You both mentioned it, and in a previous image, Natalie responded to the first sight of the image with emotion in her face. How important, Danny, as a closing comment, is it for the photographer to be able to emotionally connect, and as was commented by one of the judges previously, emotionally connect, but also be able to do their job?
I have to comment on this photographer's choose of lens and choose to be aggressively getting close to that position to be able to capture that moment. To be connected, first is be prepared, anticipation, and then be patient to be able to snap that shot, which has all the hand connections right in the moment, and also kick off the videographers all over from this position.
Control the space. Thank you, Danny. Well done to the photographer there. Congratulations and good luck. Let's have the next image, please. Okay, Sanjay, I saw a smile come on your face the minute this hit the desk. So what's your first thoughts on this one? What hit you first?
It's the energy. It's the expression. It's the most authentic and sincere expression. You can't stage that. You can't coach that into somebody. And that just brings so much energy to it. It doesn't matter what's going on in the background. It doesn't matter how messy or fussy it is. You're just drawn to that expression, and it says it all. You know, you are led around the image, which is beautiful. The dress kind of flares open, but they're just happy, and that's really what this is about.
Natalie, tell us a bit more about putting an image like this together.
You know, you think about your wedding day and you count down the days until your wedding. And when you plan a first look, you're like walking to the person you love most in the world. And that thrill, that excitement in her expression. But I really also commend the maker on choosing to make this black and white. There are some, you know, you're capturing a moment. So, you know, the composition, you could see the chairs, and I love how they handled making this black and white so that the chairs are less of a crash point. So I love how the motion comes through with the black and white. I love the composition, even the bride's, you know, hand on her hip. You know, I think that she looks beautiful, and it was just absolutely well done. Beautiful job.
Yeah, that selective use of contrast on the couple against the flatness of the background really helps separate them, doesn't it? JVS, maybe a closing, or actually before we do that, can I ask your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, moment triumphs all.
Say that again?
Moment triumphs all.
Well said. Well said. Okay. We'll have the next print, please. Cliff, I saw a smile drift across your face as this one came around. What's your thoughts?
Well, I can't stop focusing on the officiant, frankly, and I think It's clearly the subject here. We have our couple embracing, and at the end of the ceremony, you may kiss your partner, and I think this is, again, this is all about the officiant. It's different. It is unique. I love the simplicity of the background, even though that wasn't chosen by the maker. It was well handled. So, I mean, this is timing. This is expression. When we judged this category in the past, we would say exactly what JVS just said, which is moment triumphs all. And this is all about decisive moments, and this is decisively a beautiful moment.
Sanjay, as a reminder to the audience and the people watching us back at home, when you see the print and the detail that's in the background, and it's a complicated background made simple, as versus what we see on a screen, can you explain a little bit more about the craftsmanship in putting this together?
This was a bold choice of paper, I think.
Okay.
For an image that has so many dark tones, because a matte fine art paper normally doesn't hold that level of black and that depth. But it works so well, and it works well because there's a lovely offset between the white of the paper and the off-white of the mount. So you actually perceive that tonality of the texture of the background, which is very complicated and very detailed, the outfits, but it draws your eyes to the expressions, which is what it's all about. Yeah, and it's interesting because the efficient should be subservient to what's going on, but it's the other way around. And there's this constant switching in the image. The whole thing is pulled together beautifully with the presentation as well, for sure.
It's almost like the official has the chance to take the limelight, which gives a quiet moment for the couple to enjoy their own space. Yeah. Natalie, a final comment on this one?
Well, I always think how difficult that kiss is at the end, because you always have the officiant in the background, behind the head. So, I love the position that the maker was in to be able to give some space, but also, it's almost too much space in the middle, but I almost love the tension. It's too much space, so you're going back and forth. Just beautifully done, and I love when I see something different. I feel like as a photographer, when I leave here, I feel like images like this and some of the others we've seen just make me think differently, and it makes me a better photographer.
Thank you, Natalie. Next print, please. And as we can all see, judges have different reasons for liking an image. There's going to be different things that they respond to. But essentially, everything we see here has made it into the finals because of its excellence. Danny, what's your first thoughts on this one?
Unique angle, unique camera angle, unique camera position. We photograph the groom trying to make a bow tie and try to look at YouTube, make a bow tie, or using a mirror, using the cell phone as a mirror, try to adjusting the bow tie or whatever. But this moment, smart choice of camera position to be able to incorporate the story into it. So, and also deliberately get rid of the groom's expression or face, which actually leave the image has more space for imagination. I mean, it's all about choices, smart choice. I just want to say it's a unique angle. We don't see this very often.
This one does have a title. It's called The Struggle is Real. Cliff, you've had some struggles. Tell me what makes this one work.
Whenever we're photographing grooms getting ready, they're usually watching YouTube. And, the struggle to do a bow tie. I have deliberately, by the way, not learned to tie a bow tie so that I don't have to get stuck doing this for a groom, just like I haven't. I don't pin boutonnieres either.
You just point them to YouTube.
Well, exactly. I just say it's on YouTube. But again, I'll repeat what Danny said. There's nothing more that I can say in that. It's just a nice choice by the photographer to choose this angle and, the juxtaposition of the way it's cropped from the neck down to the fact that the YouTube projection is cropped from the neck down. So it's a nice juxtaposition here, photojournalistically speaking.
Thank you. Natalie, what's your final thoughts on it? You're nodding away.
You know, well, you were noticing before, Danny, about possibly being a mirror. It almost looks like a mirror. So then I was analyzing it, and I'm like, okay, it is YouTube. But what Cliff said, cutting off the neck, I mean, it's brilliantly done. I love that the photographer captured the unique angle. I'm repeating what everyone else said, but I love that it's a black and white. There's a lot of great symmetry. I love the triangles. So the triangles are sort of moving me through the image. There's nothing more that I love than something unique that I haven't seen before, and this was really well done.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. First thoughts, JVS?
So I think the author did a really great job of realizing that they were chosen because of their work and they were supposed to be there. I think a lot of photographers get scared and get afraid to get too close. But this image doesn't work with a 135 or a 7200. It just doesn't have that impact. I feel like I can almost hear him doing that. You know, that breath to keep the tears back. Yeah, it's a beautiful moment. It's clean, it's raw, and in my book, that's as good as it gets.
Danny, can you tell us a bit more about what makes an image like this work and how you'd put it together?
As JVS said, the choice of camera lens, make a strong impact on the emotional moment. A lot of times we get used to the 7200 during the ceremony, stay away from the subject, but this is you get close. You're not afraid of getting close to the subject, to be able to make the viewer to feel the close distance in that moment, to closely see the expression of the father. Yeah, that is brave.
And that takes talent, doesn't it? As a photographer, it takes sensitivity and the ability to move in close without impacting your subject so that they feel your presence. You want them to not almost feel your presence or feel so comfortable that they can express themselves freely, which is what we see here. Yeah? Yeah, thanks, Danny. Cliff, you got any final comments on this one?
Sure. I think the kind of piggybacking on lens selection here, you know, Robert Capa did say if your pictures aren't good enough, you're not close enough. It's sort of a rule of thumb for some of photojournalism. In terms of wedding photojournalism, I think there is an unobtrusiveness that we go in and we're sort of bound by. And, you know, listen, this is the reason that I'll shoot with a 35 and I'll shoot with an 85 or, you know, 105. There are times to get close. There are times to not get close. Being unobtrusive is one thing, but capturing the moment is another. And it's just a decision made by the photographer to get close enough to have the emotion, have the impact that this image has.
Which takes skill, and that's what we're seeing
Sure,
here, which
absolutely.
is why it's a finalist.
Yep. And also, when you get closer, you're filling the frame with the subject more, allowing the background, even with a wide angle, you're allowing the background to blur. And if they were to move back further, you're increasing the depth of field, which is not isolating the subject.
Yeah, thank you, Cliff. They're great comments, everybody. Next print, please. JVS, I'm going to ask for your first thoughts on this image, please.
Yeah, the first thoughts are I love the whole like Alice in Wonderland, the twirling, the mystique, the dark. You know, Natalie said it quite a bit, but there's something curious and exciting about the anonymous factor in this image. You know, you don't always need to see exactly what it looks like. I think oftentimes we don't pay homage to the venue or the location. Sometimes you get back from a wedding, you're like, I actually have no idea where this took place. You know, I shot everything too tight. So this has a really nice dark and moody feel. She feels solo and she's wisping off to God knows where. But the little checkered pattern at the bottom too is kind of like nice, because I think if that was just, it was too dark, we would lose the fact that our eyes locked on her. So she leads into the more contrast at the bottom. So I just find my brain going in circles and circles and circles.
Sanjay, can you maybe pull this apart a little bit and tell us about what you've got to think about when you're putting an image like this together?
This is compelling and it's different. PJ photography has an interesting challenge in that it needs to tell a story without interruption, without guidance, without coaching, without affecting the energy of what's happening, and still draw the viewer into identifying with what's going on. And then the audience, whoever's looking at the image, is going to identify different things depending on who it is. If they know the person, they'll identify. If you don't know the person and you can't identify the person, then you have to take the next best thing and understand what's going on. Here, there's a blurred motion of a figure, and we're all assuming it's a bride walking down. We can't see the bride. There's no detail, there's no identity as such of the individual. We just know it's a bride, and she's rushing down some stairs. And it forces us to reveal something about ourselves with how we read what's going on, how we feel about the space, the light, the motion. And this is why, for me, this is such a different take on PJ. Compared to other images we've seen, like the previous image, for example, which has its own challenges as well. But it fits within the same genre, and it's so different. So for this to happen would have taken some degree of working quickly, but then thinking quickly about the settings to get that motion blur, but holding it still enough to get the detail in the stairs and everything else. And then just creating that lovely exposure balance so that the light is, you identify the subject, the character, and draw your attention away from everything else.
Thanks, Sanjay. Cliff?
I'm actually going to rebut slightly in that I don't think it's different. I just think it's a different take, and I think the effort put in and the skill level is really outstanding in the decisions made to have everything dark. There's no question to me whatsoever. This is a bride. This is a flowing gown. Just think about the shutter speed that was chosen here to have that gown flow perfectly the way it is right now, to even make out that it's a bride. So this is a wonderful take on an image that we see at so many different old venues, and the anticipation that she was going to walk down the stairs qualifies it as a photojournalistic image. So I just think it's really well done, and good decisions were made here.
Danny, a final comment?
I just want to add one thing. A lot of times when brides interview us, what's your style? Are you PJ style or are you fine art style? So this is a good example to demonstrate you don't have to define a photographer into a certain style. A PJ moment can be captured in a fine art way, in a fine art approach. Yeah, this is very unique.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, PJ's narrative, and this is about time, and it's about the rush of a wedding and things. It's so simply done. We're going to move on to the next print. Well done again to the photographer. Natalie, what's the first thing that came to your mind when you saw this image?
I love the beautiful location, but all the people, you can see a lot of their expression. So I'm moving around the image, looking at everyone celebrating the couple. So I'm just enjoying the location, the family, the friends, the connection, the love. I don't know. It's beautiful. Love it.
Cliff, in these situations, which happen a lot at weddings, what do we have to consider when we're capturing an image like this? Technically and lighting.
Well, this image was most likely, and this is available light here. With the cameras that we have today and the mirrorless cameras and the electronic viewfinders, it's made it. I don't want to say easy, but it's made it much easier for us to go in and make a picture like this. And with the ability to go in with these ridiculous ISOs, where 8,000 is the new 400. We should all be looking for moments like this and the ability to capture these types of moments as naturally as this photographer did. This is, the anticipation of this and the readiness is all made possible by the equipment that we have today. And I think that's something that we should all take advantage of the way this photographer did, and they did it.
Thanks, Cliff. JVS, one of the things that hits me is the split second you take that shot when you're looking at something with impact like this in terms of the kiss. What's the challenge of getting all the other people to have good expressions at the same time?
I think the challenge is that the photographer is ridiculously prepared. I'm pretty sure there's an assistant back there holding the light that's firing and eliminating that. So the communication between the photographer and the assistant and the moment and the exposure was all done really, really well, very, very quickly. You just hope and pray that the people around them are going to react the way you want them to. You know, you want to carry a little pin, like laugh, giggle, giggle, giggle. There's a great moment, but you were doing something weird. So I like the fact that the photographer was just really, really prepared, and that's why we're judging this category. This is photojournalism. This is real. This is fast. There's no planning, no posing, no nothing. This is all back to the skill of the person who's holding that tool. So I think this may have been a split second. It could have been half that, but whoever this was captured it perfectly.
Yeah, and a good photographer has that ability, awareness to sense that peak moment of expression and emotion of what's happening in the moment, correct? Yeah. Well done, judges. Next print, please. Again, all finalists, all in our top. So all images have varying degrees of impact, and going by the laughter, of which our judges are enjoying as well. Sanjay, a quiet smile on your face, reserved, holding back, getting bigger. What's going through your mind, the first image, the first thoughts?
Thanks, Tony.
You're welcome.
Okay. This image could have gone wrong in so many ways. His finger could have been pointing somewhere else. And there's an interesting I can't think of a better word than luck, but I don't think there's such a thing, because like everything is in the right place to cover up everything correctly. And they look so nonchalant about the whole thing, you know, with this going on. I know if I was there, my expressions would be very different. So somehow this photographer's managed to capture this image as though this was normal. And that's what I'm just sitting there absorbing it, because, you know, that's something to behold.
Yeah. Natalie, obviously this is not a normal situation. What would you be thinking, or what do you have to consider when you're putting an image like this together?
I mean, you have to sort of just jump in front of them. They're taking a selfie. I mean, I don't know how many angles were taken, but I think it was really well captured. The composition, his jacket is not off the edge of the frame, which I like. I mean, you know, it's a little bit PG-ish, so I think that was well done. But, you know, just jumping in front and moving quickly, you know, you have to really make sure that the cell phone's not blocking her face. Like, I think it was well thought out, and, you know, he put himself in the right angle, right position.
Compositionally, it's just nailed it. Yeah, thank you.
Complicated.
Cliff, final thoughts on this one?
Well, if you happen to photograph a wedding in Philadelphia in the summer, you can come to the Naked Bike Ride and make a picture like this, because this happens every summer. And I have photographed weddings with this, and this is a willing bride and groom more than anything else, to be honest, because there have been couples that I've mentioned it to, and they just kind of rolled their eyes and said no. But so, you know, good job to the photographer for either suggesting it, or maybe the couple suggested it, but it's a fun picture. It is a fun photograph.
And of course, part of the skill is opportunities do provide themselves, but you've got to be able to take that moment when it's in front. As you said, moment trumps everything. Judges, well done. That brings us to the end of the photojournalism category in the wedding division. In fact, it brings us to the end of the wedding division, so well done to our judges. And I'm now going to throw back to the wonderfully talented Melissa to tell us what happens next. Thanks, Melissa.
Yay! Well, that does it for not only the wedding photojournalism category sponsored by Pic-Time, but the entire wedding division sponsored by Canson Infinity. So we have one more category for the judges to look at in the print gallery. So give us just a couple minutes. We're going to get them all logged into their judging console. Should take us just a couple minutes. We'll bring them over to the print gallery and we'll take it on to the next step. So we'll be right back.
I'm Sarah Edmonds, and I'm so proud to be ambassador for Canson Infinity, a brand with a heritage spanning over 500 years. Taking the leap from digital photographer to printed artist is quite a scary one, but when you print, that's what you are. I've spent 10 years dedicated to learning how to produce the very best print of my work, and let me tell you, not all papers are created equal. For this piece, I chose Arch 88. It's a fine art paper with a very smooth finish, deep rich tones, and naturally white whites. And it's from the same mill that produced paper for Henri Matisse, Pablo Picasso, and Salvador Dali. Canson produces a huge range of papers, so the real question is, what will you choose for your next masterpiece?
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. How exciting is this? We're on our fourth and last category for the wedding division. And now that the judges have had a compelling conversation, it's time now to choose the winners. So what I'd like you to do, guys, is obviously you're logged in. You're there to rank the images from 1 to 9. Take a deep breath, take your time, and please proceed. Just to remind people in the audience of this process, traditionally you would walk into previous year's competitions like this and actually you'll hear scores, you'll hear challenges, the score will be read out, and then we'll finally determine that, the winners and so on. What we've done it this year, we've flipped it on its head. So the scores have already been done. We've already got the accreditation points. Then we've critiqued the images. There's also critiques on the trade show floor. That's a different department, if you call it that. Right now, we're here to celebrate the winners. What made them get here? Why are they finalists? So we've had great comments from all the judges. Now they're determining the ranking from 1 to 9 as to what they'd like to see win. Those winners will be announced on the awards night. That is Tuesday at 8 o'clock. So judges, as before, if you've locked in your score, you can take a seat so we know that you're done. Good. All right. Looks like we have a clear winner. Wouldn't you like to know what I can see right now? We're just verifying that with 3 of us for full transparency. We're screen grabbing it. Ultimately, the cream always rises to the top. All right, guys, beautiful. That concludes our wedding photojournalism category. Thank you so much, judges. Thank you again to Pic-Time for sponsoring this category. And we'd like to say a big thank you to Canson for really supporting the power of print and just being a pioneer in the print space for over 500 years. We're going to empty the room right now. Hashtag goodbye. And we're going to take a 45-minute break, is that right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to start judging exactly at 12. We'll probably open the doors about 10 minutes before that, so you guys can get settled. So thank you so much for being here. A round of applause for Tony Hewitt and our judges. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. See you at 12. Thank you.
Sometimes things just click. And sometimes they don't. We all have those moments. When you're spinning your wheels, need to pump the brakes, need to get back in the saddle. When you need more height. When you need an extra set of hands. Need it to float, roll, fly. Okay, man, maybe that's too high. But hey, you're gonna be fine. We get it, and we got you. It's the beauty of creating, the moment when it all clicks. And when you need the right pieces of equipment to make it work, or need someone to just show you how it works. There's Lenny, or Leslie, or David on video chat, here to make sure you have the right parts and partner for the task at hand. B&H, where creativity clicks. Ian, you nailed it.
How amazing would it be to get image critiques on demand? What about the chance of learning from industry leaders in a genre that you're most interested in? And learning from someone, say, like Kelly Brown, Susan Stripling, Roberto Valenzuela, Peter Hurley, or maybe even your favorite Australian. Hi, my name is Jerry Ghionis, Nikon Ambassador, Portrait, Fashion and Wedding Photographer, and co-founder of the Icon International Photography Awards. When I look back at my career so far, I can clearly see that the most valuable education I've received has come from feedback on my images. Well, now there's an even easier way for you to receive such priceless video feedback from industry experts reviewing and critiquing your work. Now, check this out. Here's how it works. When you submit your photo for a critique, your mentor will record a video where you can watch as they zoom into your photo using annotation tools, pointers, cropping tools to provide detailed insights. All the while, you can see their face and listen to their passion and feedback in their own words. You can get your own image critique on demand at critique.com. That's critique without the U and the E. Or when you enter the Icon Awards, make sure to add a critique for the best learning experience you've ever had. Welcome to the Icon International Photography Awards competition, everyone. Welcome back. We are so thrilled to have you here with us in person, and certainly everyone joining us online for the very first time. Now, what you're going to see over the next couple of days, and certainly we've had a great half day already, is the result of our online competition that happened several months ago. Thousands of entries were reviewed by our judging team, and the images that you'll see today and tomorrow represent the top 10 and equal scoring 10th images in each category. The scores they received back then are simply now irrelevant. They got them here, but they don't affect what we're doing today. The judges will not know what the score each print received during the online competition. Certainly the additional level of difficulty that has been introduced now by printing and presenting your work means that each judge is now asked to review the images fresh and consider each one on its own merit. So rather than focus on what could have been done better with these images, we want to celebrate what makes an award-winning image and why these images deserve to be in the finals. We will ultimately determine first, second, and third place winners of each category, including eventually the grand award winners for each division. We will then announce the winners at the awards ceremony. So if you're here with us in person, dress to impress. It's Tuesday evening at 8 p.m. or you can dress at home online and get excited. Totally fine. We have an incredible night planned for you. So please remember to join us, and it's going to be an incredible, exciting night. And speaking of a true icon, welcome my wife, Melissa. Go for it.
Hey, everybody. So just want to say thank you to a couple of people because this is a big week for us, and it wouldn't have happened without so much support, both from everyone who entered the competition, the digital competition and the print competition, because you trusted us with your work, and also to the judges that are here, and to a lot of our sponsors, which you're going to hear a lot about today and tomorrow. We're going to thank them publicly and just let you know how much they helped us out. For example, you guys walked in and you probably saw those beautiful prints from Graphistudio. They're our in-room sponsor for the next couple of days. They're known for creating absolutely beautiful fine art prints and wall art and beautiful albums, and you can just take a look at some of those up close back there, which is pretty awesome. They're also the printer for the stunning hardcover Icon Awards book. So if you scored an 80 or above in the digital competition, you are in that book. Your image is in that book, and Graphistudio printed it. It's available for purchase. It's such an amazing legacy piece. We also want to give a huge shout out to Nikon because we are broadcasting live for the very first time. It's been something that's been asked for so many years, and we just have never been able to bring it to you because it's been so cost prohibitive. But Nikon incredibly generously offered to sponsor that part of it. So we are able to live broadcast today, tomorrow, and the awards ceremony. So massive thank you to Nikon for actually making that happen and letting everyone all over the world see it, even if you can't be here in Vegas. So now that this morning we looked at images in the wedding division, right now we are going to start looking at images in the pre-wedding division. This is a division that has images that are wedding-styled images, but they were not taken on the wedding day. That includes engagement sessions, destination wedding sessions, styled shoots. It can be images that were taken with models for that particular category. The pre-wedding division is sponsored by Pro Branding Store, and that's brought to you by the team at Photo Flash Drive, which is a very familiar name to all of us. They are there, Pro Branding Store is there to help you create promotional products and merchandise for your own business and your own studio. You probably have seen a lot of us running around with the I Am Iconic t-shirts and hoodies. They printed all of that for us. They have so many different options between apparel, like clothing, and other items, mugs and everything. So definitely go check them out. It's great to have all that merch for your company, and they do such an amazing job with it. So the first category that we're going to look at is the couple together non-wedding day category. This is going to feature images of engaged or married couples that are they could be wearing their wedding clothes or they could be in casual attire. The requirement is that it has to have been taken before their wedding day or within 1 month afterwards. So that's the time frame that we're looking at when we see all these images. There's one category that is for models, and then that's a whole that could be any time. In post-production, there's a limitation to what the photographers can do. They're allowed to correct, finesse, and beautify the image, the original capture, but they can't have any composites. So you're not going to see any composites in this category. So now I'm going to turn it over to Tony, our chairperson, Tony Hewitt, who is an Icon Grandmaster, and to our panel of judges. Tony is also, in addition to being an Icon Grandmaster, a core part of the Icon Awards team. He has been working with us for the last year, brainstorming ideas and helping to implement all of these ideas, helping to get everything organized for today. So we are super grateful for Tony and the hard work that he's doing all together up there with our panel of judges. So we'll turn it over to you now, Tony.
Thank you, Melissa, and welcome back, everybody, after our lunch break. It was a great session this morning. Who was in here this morning? Did you all enjoy it? So much information flowing, and as was alluded to by Jerry and Melissa, the opportunity to sort of break down the competition space and spend some time looking at what makes a great award-winning image. The judges today and tomorrow will be looking at these images and explaining how they made it to the finals. And that's the exciting part. Even whether, you know, you end up on the podium or you just end up in the top 10, you're a finalist. You made it into this room, whereas in the past, as was mentioned, you would come into this room and you'd be hoping to get a high score, never knowing whether you're going to make it to the finals. And when the finals happened, it was all behind closed doors and out of sight. And that's such a beautiful thing that we get the chance to watch the sort of commentary the judges will go through as they discuss the excellent level or the highest level of each category. We've got almost a new panel. We've got Sanjay Jogia from the UK, who's joined us from this morning. But we now have Alison Carlino from Texas. Thanks for joining us, Alison. We have Gary Hughes, who's from Orlando, Florida, I think it is. We have Candace Korhagen. Close, Korshagen. There was 3 chances, I got it, third one. Also from Florida, and all the way from Malaysia, Johnson Wee. We share the same country of birth, don't we, Johnson? Good to see you here. And again, just an example of the fact that with the Icon Awards, we look to bring together judges from all over the world, a separation and a diversity of expertise and background and experience, which means we get a more all-rounded opinion in terms of our winners. So with that, a reminder, we're looking at Couple Together Non-Wedding Day. We're going to get the judges to explain. We'll get 2 or 3 comments from the judges just to give you an idea of why the image made it, what's so good about it. So if you're out there, you're looking to enter awards, this will give you some of the indication of how do I get images that get in the top 10 or even better, get a chance of winning and getting in the top 3 perhaps. Over the following Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we got some opportunities for you to pop into a room and see some judges talk about images that didn't make awards final or didn't get an award at all. Come and see them, break down the image and explain what could have been done better to lift it up into an award status. But having said that, let's get on with it. Couple Together Non-Wedding Day, first print, and judges, have a look, and then I'm going to ask someone for your first thoughts. I'm going to kick off with you, Sanjay, as the experienced member of the panel, at least today. What's your first thoughts on this one?
It draws you in. Wow, that's loud. It draws you in. It takes a moment just to kind of look at this and absorb it because the layering is compelling. And I love that interplay between the image of the bride and that rendition of the groom. And, you look at it to realize, you try to comprehend the image. Which one is the groom? Which one's a reflection? Which one, or how is this image created? Is it a double image in camera? Is it a double exposure in camera? Is it a reflection? Is it shot through, a window or something like that? And I think an image that challenges the viewer to try and understand how it's created, and how it's created creates the narrative, the metaphorical narrative of the image. I think that's always a beautiful thing in any work of art. So that challenge is great.
So intrigue and complexity is what's grabbed you first up.
Yeah, totally.
Let's go to Gary Hughes. Maybe, Gary, can you break this down and tell us a bit more technically what you've got to think about to put an image like this together?
Well, the difference, I think, between award-winning images and just pretty good images or even great images is intent. And I think that this shows so much intent on the part of the maker. They wanted to tell the story of this image, and they found a really creative way to do it that is also really technically beautiful. You have a really great management of all your highlights and shadows. The composition is really strong. And not only that, the author of the image uses light and shadow to tell you where to look and in what order. And it's a really phenomenal way to move around the image and just get the story one piece at a time.
Thanks, mate. That's awesome. Candace, can you give us a closing comment? Like, what's the lasting thoughts on this one?
Sure. I think what really brings this up into an award-winning image is how beautifully handled the skin is and the texture of her skin. It's pretty difficult to do in these types of layers. She's just got that kind of like perfect profile. And then the emotion throughout is consistent, and everybody kind of, all the layers flow together really well with emotion.
So in other words, this is a complex image that's been handled really well and put together in a way that we can understand it quite simply. Yeah, congratulations to the creator of that image, and good luck for the finals. Let's have the next print, please. Alison, I'll ask you for your initial thoughts on this. What's the first thing that sort of grabbed you?
Well, I enjoy how the maker brought our eyes straight to the couple by using an off-camera flash in the back to separate them from the background and to really kind of spotlight their bodies and give us a point of interest to look at. Compositionally, I enjoy where they're placed. I love that they gave us a sense of place. We want to make sure and show where we are, not just tight shots. So they're storytelling by giving a sense of place.
Okay, thank you. Johnson, tell us a little bit about the technical aspects of this image. What would have to be done to make this image work in terms of craft?
Well, in terms of technical, I think the maker really did a superbly amazing job here in terms of the distortion control. And you can see that everything is so equal and so well balanced. And on top of that, the subject placement is immaculate because with a super ultra wide angle, it's so easily that the subject, they get distorted and they look not comfortable. And but here it's so well placed, and your eye gets drawn right into the subjects, which is just great.
Thank you, Johnson. Sanjay, maybe a closing comment for us?
Yeah, I mean, just touching on what Johnson's saying, the architecture, the vaulting on the ceiling, the arches, the columns, the mural on the floor, everything draws you back to the couple. Everything points in toward them. So that handling of that focal length is actually really delicate but masterful. And as Johnson said, it kind of leads you into this area where the background doesn't compete with the couple and leads you into this kind of a heart shape, with the way the couple have been posed and the posing of the hands, the placement of the head, and just that little bit of separation with atmosphere behind them, which just looks beautiful. So yeah, this definitely deserves to be here.
Thank you, judges. Great comments. And again, we can see why these images are making it to this level of the competition. Next print, please. And I might go to you, Gary, to tell us what's the first thing that sort of grabs you with this image.
Well, I think compositionally, this is obviously just bonkers good. It is to be able to see this. And what I really like about, this type of portraiture is that sometimes the best thing you can do is find a good spot with good light and zoom in on it. But it takes a totally different type of mind to take a breath, step back, and go, what can I do with this entire space? And to take a place this opulent and to pose your subjects that size in it and still have them stand out. It's great light control. And it's very unusual to see the main light source be bullseye center of the image, yet not be the thing that you keep focusing on. So it's a really strong subdominant element that adds a lot of depth to the image. This image just goes for miles. The leading lines are brilliant. And as an aside, this is a perfect example of great paper choice for printing. And it just makes all the details just fantastic. So it's just finished beautifully, great image at heart, great finished product.
Sanjay?
Yeah, that was a nice segue into what I wanted to say, actually.
Say that part again?
That was a nice segue into what I wanted to say. And I was going to talk about the presentation and the paper, that this, even though it's a print competition entry, and it's cherished in such a way. This is a great little test print for how this could be presented for the client. Now, as judges, we're told never to look at the screens, but guys, look at the screens. It could be printed that big, and it would look that good. So what we're looking at here would be, we would say to the client, imagine this, that big, and we would project it on the walls and say, it can be that big. And there's so much detail and beauty and dynamic range and texture and all that thought to be represented, you know, at that size for a client. So, yeah, the fact that actually they have the mind to take a step back and look at the image in that kind of macroscopic view says to me that in their mind this needs to be printed large and celebrated.
Yeah. And of course this is a print competition, so that's why we are taking count of what's happening with the print, and often the print gives you far more quality and depth and detail than you'll ever get off a screen. Candice, have you got a final word for us on this one?
I just wanted to add that what makes this really great is that they used that space rather than as a challenge. They used it to tell the story by then working the pose into the space. So we've got the bride and the groom kind of reaching for each other with that big chasm between them, which just adds to the whole thing. They could have just stood there. They could have just looked nice. They could have looked pretty, but instead the photographer just chose to add a little bit more to that.
There's a lot of thought gone into it, not just two people on a set of stairs. Yeah.
That'll be the theme for the day, won't it? Intent, thought.
Yeah, great comments. Next print, please, and good luck to the creator of that piece. Johnson, maybe a comment from you on what's the first thing that hits you with? It's just a brief comment around the impact.
I absolutely love the perspective on the bird's eye view, how you can actually see, and the use of shape here, and you can see the shape of the boat, and also the line from the veil that actually breaks it is simply amazing.
Thank you. Alison, can you tell us a bit more about the craft that has to go into, you know, the lighting and the construction of an image like this?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, paper choice, yummy. Just want to say that. This is the right type for this. When you're thinking about placement and putting the boat and the person coupled in the bottom third and using a leading line with the veil, you're purposely thinking about where the veil should be in order to kind of draw our eyes straight down into it. And it had the posing, and I need to comment on the posing just with the hands and how you've used a circle with her elbow and her arm, and you've come back around. You've really drawn us right into their faces in that moment that you've given us.
Thank you, Alison. Sanjay, do you want to do a closing comment?
Yeah, just a really quick one. This is the fun thing about this is this image can work in any orientation, and that's the cool thing about it. It just reminds me of the word tenet. You could rotate it 90 degrees and it works in every position because that veil just leads them back in. And that subject, the symmetry, the balance just works beautifully. It's very cool.
Thank you, Sanjay. Isn't it good to be able to just look at an image that you know's already made it to the finals and you can just, okay, guys, here's why it's here. That's what's good about this. Okay, next print, please. Okay, Alison, I see a big smile on your face. You get to sort of tell us what's the first thing.
I mean, impact, emotion, right? It's elicited emotion out of us. It's got color, shape, form, balance. It's got story. It's got laughter. It's got impact to it. I just want to be excited about it. Look at the bullseye. I mean, you can't help but not looking like this is exciting.
What I love about sitting at this side of the panel is I get to see their expressions as the image comes around, and that's part of the fun of judging is... This morning we had one of the judges I was watching and she had tears in her eyes from an image, so I made her speak first because you could see the passion. And as photographers, if we don't have passion about what we do, then we miss out on being able to be the best photographers we can be. So thank you, Alison, that was great. Gary, can you break down some of the technical construction of this?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of an image like this, first of all, the color choices here are a beautiful use of the color wheel in order to create more depth and visual interest. So there is a symmetry to it. When I look at it, someone once told me that every element in an image has a weight to it. And so when you design an image, you want the image to have balance. And so these subdominant elements of the beach ball, the donut, the champagne bottle, they just give you more to look at, but you don't go there first. So it's a beautifully designed image. And I also like sort of the graphic nature of it, because no matter whether you are in a country or a culture or a family that you don't want to have a big picture of your own dumb face on the wall of your house, you would absolutely, I would put this on my wall. I would put this on my wall if it wasn't me and my wife. And so this has a, guys,
Do you want to
guys,
rephrase that the right?
It's also got a very commercial feel to it. And so it really stands out in a sea of dramatic, tearful images. You've just got this little bit of joy and cheekiness, and I think that's why we're all kind of smiling looking at it. Enjoy it very much.
Yeah, I see a lot of nodding, smiling heads. Johnson, do you want to give us any closing comments on this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I think on top of that, the quirkiness of the image and also the planning that the maker has done. When you look at the fine details, especially like on top of the champagne bottle, the glasses, one of the hue that's below them, and the collar, the sleeve and the dress, which is also red, it proves that how much pre-planning and how meticulous the maker has proved to make this great image.
I just wanted to add that for me, when I look at this, I'm drawn to the bottom right, which starts the spiral, and you go from the bottom right up the right, across the top to the left, and lead by that red floaty, up following the bottle, up through the stiletto, up through the legs, and you end up at the bullseye of the umbrella, and it's what's happening under the bullseye that matters. And for me, there's all those subtleties that you've all pointed out that are drawing us into what is an incredibly good image, and obviously well worthy of a finalist. And the euphemisms, yes, there is a few. Next print, please. This is going to be a hard one. They've all been hard because we're looking at, when we see that final group of images on the wall, the judges have to look at a bunch of images. They're all good. How do they pick winners? Yeah, sure. Have a look. And then I'm going to invite Johnson to pick up a microphone and tell us what's the first thing that's sort of going through your mind as you look at this image in terms of impact.
I think the author here really made use of the existing element in the location, especially the oval, to actually frame the subject, and also the use of the highlight that's coming in. He really did a good job with the exposure. Tremendous job here by the maker.
Alison, let's expand on that and tell us a bit more about the craftsmanship.
Yeah, the craftsman. I picked the wrong one. I don't know, this one's not nice to me. Craftsmanship on this, and knowing the high enough angle, knowing to make sure to leave enough of the oval shape in so that we're understanding where our eyes need to go, and then the precise moment of having them walk and use their hands. You see, the different feet. You see two different hands. They're walking into the light. It's working with the couple and coaching them on what to do when. They're not going to do that alone.
How do you handle exposure on an image like this?
Exposure on an image like this. Expose for the highlights to make sure you don't blow out the gown, to make sure that's done, but you also want to make sure that your shadows are in check around the edges. So it's a good fine balance between both of them.
Okay, Candice, can you give us some further comments as we close this one out?
Sure. I think this has excellent control of light. These kind of situations don't always lend themselves to being able to control where it's coming from, and this has been done really well here. I think that the center composition works, especially the way they've positioned her face kind of looking towards him. This is what pre-wedding is kind of all about, that ability to really think through everything and not rush.
Thanks, judges. Next print, please. Well, the ladies have both got big smiles on their faces. Candice, what was the first thing that hit you with this image?
I think this is just a really fun couple. They look like, it's sometimes hard to convince people to have a good time. And again, pre-wedding is a great, or this could be post-wedding technically, a great time and opportunity to convince them to go outside of the box, be a little more adventurous, be playful, get dirty. And I feel like the photographer really probably helped them along in this.
Gary, tell us a bit more about how you put an image like this together, both in terms of moment and craft.
I don't know. I think that, portraits that have a really candid feel to them, I think mean a lot to the subjects. And so as a photographer, you feel like people will fall in love with an image for a certain reason when it's of someone else. But when it's of them, a lot of people want an image that has a little action to it. And as we learn going into our craft, it's like just because something's a portrait, it doesn't mean it can't feel alive or joyful and that you can direct. And so this was probably very difficult. I don't know if you ever tried to do a canoe picture of a couple, but canoes don't like go in a straight line. They like, it's like the hands on a clock. And so this is something that I like to believe that is really well planned, but it also kind of went sideways. It's sort of like the rustic version of a cake smash. Instead of feeding each other, they're having a water fight. And so, just being in the right spot, being patient, working with your couple, coaching them, facilitating a really incredible experience for them that's going to give them something that they'll always be proud to look at. And not to mention incredible control of the camera settings in order to get these water droplets just perfectly placed while still keeping the background out of focus enough to be distracted, working with a long lens. And this is not an easy shot to create this well and capturing that incredible expression. There's a lot that went into making this happen, and probably a lot of patience as well. So I think there's a reason why this one's here for sure.
Would you say it demonstrates a good connection between the photographer and the couple to give them permission almost?
Yeah, I like to think so. Like, if nothing's happening, especially with weddings, you're the photographer. You don't come back from a wedding and you can't go, well, they just weren't that interesting.
No.
That's failure.
It's on you.
It's on you. That's on the photographer. Like, it's your job to sometimes make stuff happen, to break the ice, to allow them to unfurl like this in front of you, and then your job is to grab it. So this is just excellent all the way around.
Sanjay, closing comment?
We take ourselves very seriously as artists, don't we?
Yeah.
And it's so easy to kind of just get sucked into creating the big, grand,
complicated,
high-impact, complex images. And sometimes we just have to remember to peel it back to the real, just natural, fun moments. As Gary was saying, like these guys will remember this for the little bit of energy between them and that trust. And it's just the light-hearted fun. It's just as, it's whimsical, you're right. It's just as valid as the images at the other extreme of the scale. And this is the thing that we have to remember, just because it's not a big, complex, fine art kind of, as I say, grand, what some might call a hero image. For them, this would be a hero image because it's just as valid. That validity is important.
Sometimes the simple images are the best.
And we as photographers and artists and wedding photographers, we need to remember this.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Get your first thoughts, Gary.
I love the warmth of this. I think that the photographer's done an incredible job. Obviously, composition. I love the odd number of pillars used. I always like odd numbers in design. So I think that the angle on this has a lot to really say for it. But the thing that just strikes me beyond the emotion is that there's a warmth in the color grade and in the choice the photographer made to keep that warmth going. The paper choice here is still keeping contrast into it because of that. So everything to bring this from camera to this piece of paper is a really clever, tactical, thoughtful decision to give it an overall feeling. It just feels warm and it feels right, and everything is congruent with the emotion of the bride in this photo. And it's just really small moves all the way to the end to be thoughtful. Just bring the whole thing together in a really simple and beautiful package.
Thanks, Gary. Johnson, tell us a bit more about putting these type of images together.
Absolutely. On top of the technical that you see here, where the composition is like spot on. Everything's well balanced between the left and the right. You could also see that the proportion of the subjects, they're really well controlled. And on top of that, you can see the expression, their connection is so natural. Because when you go too technical, you might just lose the natural and the connection of the couple. They might get too stiff, they might lose it. But here, everything is so well balanced, it's almost perfect here.
Candice, a closing comment, and maybe if you could just reference to the fact that having the overhead light and lifting the face into the light has helped this image.
Yeah, it has helped this image. The one thing that sticks out to me the most, that leaves the biggest impression, is the combination of what's obviously a very modern bride. She's wearing a very modern gown. She's placed in a very ancient scene. So I think it's really cool to see that. We see a lot of traditional brides in traditional locations. So this just throws it to be a little different.
Perfect. Thank you. Next print, please. Let's have a first comment, Alison.
I enjoy so much the black and white nature of this. First of all, that's the right way to do it because of all the trees and the busyness of everything. You really made the couple be the primary thing that I look at here. I like that you kept space between their heads, that you didn't block their bodies up together, so that I can tell that there are two people there with two legs on her. I enjoyed that you did not connect any branches to their heads or put, any of those statues or pieces of the city or whatever that is to the right of them connected to their bodies. Everything's got equal space and balance. And the whole middle shape right there makes a nice oval, and you just keep looking back and around, and you come right back to them. So, nice work.
Thanks, Alison. Sanjay, when we're putting together silhouettes and things like that, how do we think about light when it comes to this?
So we do need to think about the composition, what's around it, and what's competing with it, because what we're doing is we're focusing on the absence of light, and we're focusing on the definition of form. So we have to make sure there's space between the couples. If they're too close, it becomes a blob, and you don't want that. There's no detail or definition in their form. And if you look at the way they're standing together, there's enough space between them that allows you to read the connection between the couple. And then it's complemented by the two peers, two people, two peers, two trees, and then a reflection to double the whole thing up again. So as a kind of a narrative, it works really well because the first thing they've done is got the silhouette of the couples right.
Closing comment, Johnson, just quickly. What's the lasting impression of this image?
Yeah, absolutely. Stunning use of light and shadow. From left on the bridge, it starts on the left. It's like white, bright, dark, bright, dark, bright, dark, bright, dark. So this is really well thought of, really exceptional skill, really masterful. And I love the stunning use of post-production. The darkening technique is just absolutely exceptional. And kudos to the maker.
Yep, well done. Next print, please. Alison, tell us what the first thing that grabs you with this image.
Well, your eye goes bright, your eye goes straight to the brightest thing in the picture first, right? We want to guide our viewers using using light quality. You've got beautiful shadows of the couple in that cone shape of light, so you can't help but not look there. That's the first thing I looked at, yeah.
Thanks, Alison. Gary, tell us a bit more about the technical aspects of this image and what's required to put it together.
Yeah, I mean, when you're new in photography, you run away from hard light, don't you? It's open shade. It's like you're trying to soften it up as much as possible. And as you get on, you look for it and how to use it because you can control it because you don't have to be scared of it. So this creator is obviously a master of that. So you're taking really harsh light. You can tell by the contrast level of the shadows and still managing it, whether it's through post-production or bracketing exposures, has still managed to do what is probably a 10-stop difference between the shadows on the inside and outside, and then taking that again all the way through to a paper choice that kind of shows off their skill as well in the finishing while still retaining the contrast, and the composition that leads you right in that top third line and then gives you the shadows actually created by the doors, give you a triangle that shoots you right up to the couple. And all the pillars are leaning that way. Everything in the image is bending to them. So you've got this incredible architectural structure as well as just these two tiny people in it, but everything is serving the couple ultimately. So rather than being an architectural image for the sake of it, they've used lens choice, they've used camera position, they've used the angle to which they let the doors open in order to create that triangle. Everything, every little piece of this is thought out, and it's showing off, and it kind of pisses me off, honestly, Tony. I'm kind of mad at how good this person is. But no, I love it. Technically, you just can't do a whole lot better than that.
Bringing together a complicated situation to create such a simple to look at type of image with so much longevity
It'd be
to
very
it.
easy for it to get lost in something that grand, but it's just chef's kiss. Well done.
Well done to the author. Next print, please. Alison, first thoughts?
Story. First thoughts are story. I'm so intrigued by the mystery of the shadow of the groom. Lovely job on the controlling the exposure of her dress. I love that you've bent her elbow and her wrist, and that you got her head up, and she's just looks so proud, looking straight into the light. Nice job on the posing there to show off her gown. I think the expressions match on each of the couple of people too. And I love that you gave us a beautiful composition with the arches and a middle point to separate the two bodies.
Thank you. Candace, maybe expand a bit more on the use of light.
Yeah, so in this case, the bride being, brighter, or equally as bright, I should say, as the background to the groom kind of gives a really nice balance. So, you could have easily ended up with an issue with that exposure, but it's well controlled, she's well placed, and then the proportions are really nice. Somehow they just really work well together.
Gary, just a closing comment on this one?
Yeah, sure. I think using the venue here is really skillful, and the mastery of that depth of field in order to create all of this. This is a very difficult shooting situation, and not only to be able to technically get this picture, but to come up with a story and execute it in this way is really fantastic. And again, when you're new, you go wide open as much as you can, and you get that sexy bokeh, but like in this case, we're like, we want everything to be in focus, and it's still just, everything's just right. And I think it's a really, really technically beautiful image.
And they've both been placed perfectly in terms of their backgrounds, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
Next image, please. Well done. Again, congratulations on making the finals, and good luck with the final judgments. Sanjay, what's the first thoughts for you?
Impact. For so many reasons. The V, the red dress, him placed in the top of the V, the separation in the back, the contrast of the highlights and the shadows. I mean, it draws you in. It makes you read the image, and then it makes you search for the different stories, the interactions between the couple. But the balance of the color harmony is beautiful. You've got the hint of the red that she's wearing in his, on his, is it pocket square he's wearing, or is it a flower? Oh, his tie and the pocket square and the flower. The thought has gone into making this image cohesive.
Johnson, tell us a bit more about the lighting, because it's quite an exciting lighting setup.
Yeah. The lighting actually draws you in. I think this is a main element that actually shows how masterful this maker is. Especially it shows that there's a backlight from the groom, but it's not overly exposed, it's well executed. And then you have the lighting that sort of creates the V, the reverse V, which is on the bottom part of the image. I think that is the one that actually brings everything together, and everything is lined up so perfectly. And I think this way, it actually gives you that strong and stunning visual impact here.
Alison, maybe a final comment?
I keep going back and forth between the male and the female, or the two people, trying to figure out whose story I want to know more about. So you've done that with lighting, you've done that with shape, form, symmetry. I'm just very impressed. Nice
Well
job.
put together image. Next print, please. Gary, first thoughts, please.
I don't know about you, but this this actually has some really cool, clever stuff in it. I like the idea of the staircase almost being an extension of the dress. It makes the bride look like the absolute hero of this image. And then, you know, right at the bottom of the stairs going down, and like as I'm enjoying my way around the image, I'm more and more of the shadows are kind of revealed as a staircase leading up to it. And there's just beautiful symmetry and balance and really, really great storytelling. You know, I love the use of profile on the bride, and you've just got a lot of personality between the two people. And so, again, this is a great architectural image, and yet you've made this about the people in it, and I think that's really, really clever. And again, the dynamic range, the paper choice, the control of the varying levels of contrast throughout this image are really impressive, and that none of it is distracting. And it's exactly telling you where to look all the time, so it's beautiful.
Thanks, Gary. Alison, a little bit more about
Bubbling at the seams with the poses. They are thought out so well, so styled. Complete profile with the bride, the way you've taken time to make sure the groom's knee has space between it, and there's arm space between the arm and the hip on that side, and he's using his hand on the hat. Like, master posing class.
Closing comment, Candace?
I really love that this almost has a feel like it's in motion. The distortion of the bottom of the staircase is coming towards us. You almost can feel like you're zooming in and out on it. So there's an extra element there of motion that really kind of sticks out for me in this one.
Thanks, Candace. Great comments, judges, and a good set of pictures, well worthy of finalists. With that, we've finished that category. So that's pre-wedding. It's gone. Whatever it's gone. I'm going to hand back to Melissa, who's now going to take us to the next stage where you guys will get to make your decisions on the actual winners.
Well, that does it, guys. That concludes the couple together non-wedding day category, is what it was, Tony. So how did you guys enjoy that conversation? Was that good for you guys? Yay! Thank you to our judges. Please say thank you to our judges. That was an amazing conversation, and we are super appreciative of Tony and our judges for taking us through every single image that way. By the way, if you guys are we heard a lot of comments in this last group of images about lighting and making really good use of light. If you're really enjoying that as well, don't forget that one of these images that you're going to see today or tomorrow is going to win the Pro Photo Luminance Award, which is an award that's going to go to an image that the judges felt made the best use of light. We're going to announce that on Tuesday night at the award ceremony, and the person who gets that is going to take home $10,000 in Pro Photo gear. So it's kind of a big deal. So keep in mind who your pick might be, and then you'll see if you're right on Tuesday. Okay, so now we're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're just going to get all the judges logged into their judging consoles, and we're going to take them over to the print gallery so they can take a look at all the prints one more time and then decide who they would like to see as the winners of this category. So don't move. We'll be back in just 2 seconds.
Do you want to touch my Nikon?
I want to touch whatever you want to touch my Nikon. Ooh, that sounds so much fun. Wow, this is beautiful.
Do you want to touch my Nikon?
Oh my gosh,
wow,
that screen is
in our contract that there's no candles in it. I feel bad.
Then you don't do it. We need at least 2,000 candles.
Or further back.
The eye tracking is sick. Like, that is awesome. Sick.
Wow, this looks so pretty. Okay. Yeah. let's go. Let's put the bride and groom there.
You can change white balance while I'm recording. You can even change the shift.
The light is on him right now. Low light and there's a shadow and it's still catching her eye. See this arrow? If I decide that I wanted to focus on him.
It would rack focus to him.
It would rack focus to him, but I want to keep it on her for now. I know, it's so pretty, doesn't it? Yes, perfect, that's it. I get it for like 5 minutes. Like where she's supposed to be, he's walking down the aisle and then he'll like get out of it. No, we don't do it. Guys, quiet in the pool area. Thank you.
A dolly shot.
A dolly shot. Can you put your arm touch his face? A little where the water is kind of like in the lens, and you see the candles just as an establishing kind of thing.
Ready, action.
All right, compelling conversation. I really enjoyed that myself. Beautiful bunch of images that we have in front of us right now. So judges, no discussion. I want you to soak these images in, take your time, and when you're ready, you're going to rank these images. And when you're ready, proceed. And of course, feel free to go nice and close to the images, enjoy them. Go for it. So for those of you who've just joined us for the very first time today in this particular section, if you've been to previous conventions and realize that the judging is a little bit different, there's certainly some changes that have been happening, but we really feel it's for the better. And let me explain the process. Traditionally, we would do everything in one go. An image would come up, we would score it, we would evaluate it, there'd be challenges, there'll be critiques, and then we'd score it, and there'd be another process to actually decide the winners. What we've done is we've actually separated these in segments, so it's all digestible, and we have a really cool learning experience right now. So the images were already scored months ago. You've got your silver distinction, gold distinction, platinum awards. You've got your accreditation points. That's already been predetermined. And then if you are in the top 10 of each particular category or equal scoring 10th, you make the finals. It's not mandatory to enter, but basically you're able to enter a print. It makes it digestible. It means that we're able to actually judge this in one room over 2 days. So it's a really cool way of doing it. And right now the judges are not playing on their phones or texting or on Instagram or anything like that. I have all thumbnails of all the images in front of them, and they're ranking in the order in which they want to win. And it's actually a mathematical science the way this is actually done. So just so you know, what happens is that the scores are definitive. There's no deadlock. There's a slight priority on first place, second, third, and so on and so on and so on by decimal point. So it's impossible to get a deadlock. So once these guys are locked in, we're good to go, and we know who came first, second, and third. And certainly we determine the other placings as well, just in case for any reason we need to move them up.
It's on here. He was only showing 12 images.
So guys, when you're ready, if you've already judged, just take a seat so I know that you guys are done. So you'll find out who the winners are on Tuesday night, and if you're physically here, which you of course you are, please dress to impress. The doors open at 7:30, the show starts at 8, and we have an after party at 10 o'clock till 12. And that's me dancing. Okay, let's refresh here, let's see. All right, all good? So why there's 3 of us here? For full transparency, we're looking at it, making sure that everything's fine. Certainly our console is rock solid, but we screen grab everything, so we can just double check all that process right in front of you. All right. Amazing. Thank you so much for your patience. So now that the judges have chosen the winners, this concludes the Couple Together non-wedding day category. Thank you so much again to the Pro Branding store for sponsoring the pre-wedding division. Now we're going to transition to the next category, which is the Bride or Groom Alone non-wedding day category. So we need just a few minutes. So be patient with us. Thank you so much. Make yourselves comfortable. And we're back very, very shortly. Thank you so much. How amazing would it be to get image critiques on demand? What about the chance of learning from industry leaders in a genre that you're most interested in? And learning from someone, say, like Kelly Brown, Susan Stripling, Roberto Valenzuela, Peter Hurley, or maybe even your favorite Australian. Hi, my name is Jerry Ghionis, Nikon Ambassador, Portrait, Fashion and Wedding Photographer, and co-founder of the Icon International Photography Awards. When I look back at my career so far, I can clearly see that the most valuable education I've received has come from feedback on my images. Well, now there's an even easier way for you to receive such priceless video feedback from industry experts reviewing and critiquing your work. Now, check this out. Here's how it works. When you submit your photo for a critique, your mentor will record a video where you can watch as they zoom into your photo using annotation tools, pointers, cropping tools to provide detailed insights. All the while, you can see their face and listen to their passion and feedback in their own words. You can get your own image critique on demand at critique.com. That's critique without the U and the E. Or when you enter the Icon Awards, make sure to add a critique for the best learning experience you've ever had.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are all set to jump into our very next category. So welcome here to everybody that's in the room, and welcome to everybody that's watching us online. Super exciting for us, super exciting for me. I've been dying for this. So thank you to Nikon for letting everybody who's watching online see us. We are still in the pre-wedding division, which is sponsored by Pro Branding Stores. And our next category in this division is the Bride or Groom Alone non-wedding day. So we just did couples, now we're gonna do bride or groom on their own. So, as the name suggests, all the images you're about to see are either of a bride or a groom on their own, but it was not taken on the actual wedding day. It can be from an engagement session, a destination wedding session, something like that. The requirement is that the image must have been taken before the wedding or at least 1 month after the wedding. So that's the time frame of the images that we're about to see. So I will send it on over to Tony Hewitt, who is our chairperson for today, along with his panel of judges that he's chosen for this next category. So over to you, Tony.
Lisa. Okay, joining us on the panel for this next category, we have Andre Brown from the USA, Atlanta, USA, and all the way from Greece, we have Nick Bakridis. Thank you for joining us, guys. And of course, we have Candice, Alison, and Gary, who were here with us on the previous category. Guys, you ready to do this? Well, let's get into the first print and explain to people just why these images have made the finals. Alison, when you're ready, I'm going to ask you for your first thoughts on this image.
First thoughts, color, shape, form, beautiful thought out posing.
Okay, well, that's the first thing that hit your mind. Let's find out a bit more. Gary, can you just expand on that? What are the strengths of those areas and what's needed to put this together?
Yeah, I think that it is beguilingly simple here, and there's a terrific control of light. You can see that the light source is hitting the subject and not the wall, the triangles leading into the circle, inside the circle, and then just the color harmony throughout the image where the subject is all warm tones and the sky is warm and everything else has like a cool cast to it, which leads you right to exactly, everything tells you where to go, and it just, that, and once you get there, there's a lot of emotion and a beautiful pose and delicacy. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Gary. Candice, maybe some final comments on this one?
Yeah, so initially when I see this, I almost think, wow, is that real? You know, the sky through that window. To see that and then to put together how to actually pull that off, I almost, want to lean to that's really there. Well, it's really there because you can see the reflections of it on the inside. So really great use of color and pulling that out.
Yeah, amazing how simplicity can be so beautiful. Next print, please. Andre, what's the first impact that you get out of this image?
For this image, the thing that stands out immediately is just how bold the colors are, and the paper choice that they used is fantastic. It's kind of like a reflective paper, so it just makes all of the color and everything stand out really well.
Nick, give us a bit more explanation on what's been done to put this image together in terms of craft.
I really enjoy the creativity of the maker, how he can think.
Or she, or them.
Oh, yeah, or them, yeah, true. To add all these elements together and create on this place that kind of image. I mean, using the ladder and create this totally unusual pose. How creative could be the maker?
Alison, maybe just expand on that a little bit more in your final thoughts.
Absolutely. The play on shapes of the triangle of the red dress and the triangle of the ladder and played on with the double circle behind her and having her slightly off left center. Somebody understands composition and shapes so well.
Thank you, judges. Yes, a lot to be said for this one. Next print, please. Gary, I'll go to you for your first thoughts, please.
Yeah, my first thoughts is I'm enjoying the barrier between myself, the viewer, and the subject, whereas we can become obsessed with sharpness and contrast, but that sort of impressionistic kind of softness can just give a lot of relief to the image. And so I'm just really enjoying the mood, I think, overall. I think all the technical aspects work together to just create a really fantastic mood in this photo.
Candice, maybe expand a bit more on what's done into this image.
One thing I want to point out in the full presentation is the matte is a slightly warm matte, which works really well with the tones. There's a lot of brown tones in the image itself. The blacks have a soft brown to them, and I really think that the warmer matte complements that nicely.
And how would you like this image, just looking at it, because it's got that separation?
How would I?
The lighting, I'm just looking at the lighting in terms of the flower and things like that. How do you, what's
Yeah,
what's
I
the
mean,
challenges?
it looks beautifully naturally lit from above. Maybe there's a skylight in the room or something. The way it hits the tops of her fingertips and the tops of the rose really looks like they found a great spot to do this in.
Okay. Andre, what's your final thoughts on this image?
Mainly the light control. You talked about the light briefly a second ago, but just that kiss of light on her hip there, right? That little kiss of light on her nose, the highlight on the shoulder, like it's just fantastic control.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, judges. Next print, please. Nick, pick up a microphone while you're there and tell us what's the first impact that comes to you with this image.
Such a beautiful composition and a great way of present of the bride. The maker used the leading lines by the staircase to place on the middle the bride, and I really enjoy the way that he's present this picture.
Alison, a little bit more about how you'd put this together.
So, being that I have shot there, I understand that if you don't get up higher on a ladder, you will have distortion issues big time. So I understand and appreciate that the maker got up on something to make sure that this person was more level with the top of the bride there. And I like the profile completely. So this is a tough area to shoot, and they did a great job.
And the lighting and composition?
The lighting composition with her in the bottom third of the frame is really nicely done. And as far as the lighting, they've got camera off lighting coming in from the side, and they've made sure to keep her face in complete profile.
Thanks, Alan. Gary, maybe a couple of closing comments?
Yeah, just to talk about the tiny details here, everything in this gives the subject strength, including the straight back, the upright pose, the warm doors in a very cool scene with counterpoint to the warm flowers there. They balance each other out, and everything is so beautifully done architecturally. And the last little bit of flourish, you could have easily skipped over this, is to put motion in that veil as a juxtaposition to everything else going on in the image that's so severe and solid. And so there's just these beautiful little flourishes that show just a real master artist behind it.
Another level of excellence.
Yeah, it was just something that maybe somebody else wouldn't have done that just made the whole thing, like a rug that ties the whole room together. Just good stuff.
Good. And another reminder to the audience, both in the room and online, that we're looking at a print, and the print has so much more depth and so much more value than what we're seeing on a screen. So while you're seeing the screen, often you hear from the judges, they're talking about things that are actually in the print. So when the gallery's up, make sure you get the chance to go and have a look at these images that have been spoken about and get a chance to see what they meant. Next print, please. I'll get your first thoughts, Andre.
First thing for me is composition. Like, there's so many great compositional elements. You have the leading lines, right? The veil is coming out, sweeping out of the frame, taking you back into her, making not necessarily a triangle, a kind of triangle situation, and then she's positioned on that right third perfectly. It's just fantastic.
Candace, tell us a bit more about what's required to put this sort of image together.
Well, it takes a really good eye, because I'm assuming that this location doesn't really look that appealing when you're standing there. You're probably kind of panicking, like, okay, what are we going to make out of this? So, you really have to be very skilled in order to see it. And then execute it and add the extra little details that are involved. And I actually really appreciate the towers that are left in on the right side. They add something to this compositionally that I might not have thought of before.
They certainly give it balance, don't they? Nick, have you got a final comment for us?
Yeah. I really appreciate the maker who used a very bad timing for light by using his external light to create this beautiful portrait of the bride, since add-ons on the place also that he was, so everything was against him, but he make an amazing image.
Or they?
They did an amazing image. under these difficult circumstances and situation.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Well done. Next print, please. I'll get your first thoughts on this one, Candice.
I love the modernity of this. This groom is young and he's fresh and he's cool, and the maker has found a way to put him in a position, in a pose, in a place that speaks to who he is in this moment of his life.
Thank you. Alison, maybe tell us a bit more about what's going on.
Yeah, I'll compliment the posing here. If you're ever going to shoot straight into the crotch, man, this is the time to do it right here. Look, I'm the Southern girl. I'm just going to say it. So, I mean, this is where you break the rules and go right into it. But what this maker did was you put the knees on 2 different levels, the elbows on, the arms or the hands are 2 different levels. He's got his head slightly turned, so it's not just sitting there like a military shoulder. He's got variance in his poses on different angles. And, man, break the rules, shoot into the crotch.
Gary, final comment?
Yeah, I also want to point out, to just piggyback on what Alison said, that the angles of all of his joints, ankles, toes, hips, knees, elbows, wrists, shoulders, and head, it mimics all the triangular shapes in all of those squares in that sculpture. So it looks like he's very casual and it's in opposition to this geometric force around him, but all of the corners of every joint on this subject is just perfectly in line with what's around him. And I just think that there's just so much thought and cleverness. And also, the blue shoes tie the whole thing together.
Color palette
They really
works.
do, because there's a soft blueness into all the shadows. It's just really beautifully thought out.
As you said before, it's those final little... Well done to the creator. Good luck. Next print, please. Alison, your first thoughts, please.
I'd like to compliment the posing and the lighting. I like the direction that the lighting creates, and you've kept the face over where the nose does not break over to the profile into the existence. It stays in the bridge of the nose, bridge of the cheek rather. You've got triangular space between the arms and a beautiful hip adjustment to her hips, and she looks so glamorously posed right there.
Candice, can you tell us a bit more about what makes this image work?
I probably appreciate that higher angle of the lighting the most. It's hitting her really nicely. It's not casting any serious shadows under her dress, but it still has depth. So I really think that was well thought out. And the placement of her bouquet was well thought out as well. It could have come out from a lot of places that it might not have worked as well with the background, but it lands right in that darker spot, so good job.
Yep. Nick, what's your final thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I'd like to mention also the editing, the retouching for the image. It's sharp as much as needs to be on the main subject, and soft all the background, plus the chromatic palette is amazing.
Thank you, judges. Good comments. Next print, please. And again, another worthy finalist. Gary, your first thoughts, mate?
Third time's a charm. There is a really beguiling sense of orderliness in this. Isn't that just wild? Like, I don't know what your bathroom countertop looks like, but wedding days, for those of us who've shot so many of them, it's chaos, chaos, chaos. And this is so tranquil. And it creates a really interesting place for my mind to go. So my first thought was like the absolute tranquility and orderliness of this is just something that's just a little different. And that charms me very much.
Andre, tell us a bit more about what's required to put this sort of image and make it work.
The balance, right? So we obviously have a reflection, right? But we have her balanced on both sides of the thirds, right? Which is fantastic. But also with how vertical the image is, with all of the leading lines coming down, her pose itself is still very soft and elegant.
How important is that extra space at the top?
I think it's important because it leads you down into the subject, right? And although the countertop is nice and clean compared to how we usually see them, right? There's still a lot more going on down at the bottom of the frame. It just those clean lines at the top, bringing you down into to the bottom. It's just a great use of space.
Thank you. Nick, have you got a final comment on this one?
Yeah, I would like to mention about the posing. Look at the small details like the fingers on the bench, and also the hold of the lipstick before the lips. And also I really like the expression of her, which is totally minimalistic and like a doll.
Thank you, judges. Great comments. Let's have the next print, please. And Candace, with such a good hard look, I want to hear what your first thoughts are.
So my first thoughts are, there's detail from the very foreground to the very background. Very challenging. You can see all of the texture and the ceiling, and then all the way back into the trees, and then whatever is behind the trees. In addition to her veil, her fingertips, there's just detail on detail.
Alison, can you expand on what's going on here?
I enjoy where the placement is of the bride in the lower third of the composition, and I enjoy the fact that her veil is moving in such a straight, formal environment. It does break it up by giving us a little bit more of a movement.
And Gary, maybe a final comment.
Yeah, just as an aside, this mat is cool. Like, that's a really cool mat. You don't see that a lot. Great warmth in that to pick up the warmth in the image. I think that with everything else that's done right, though, there's still that perfect, lovely light on the subject. And so you have real high contrast, telling you where to look, letting you enjoy the person, even in this thrilling kind of architectural environment. Just beautifully handled front to back. Really nice.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, judges. And that brings us to the end of the pre-wedding division, bride and groom alone, or bride or groom alone on the non-wedding day. Great comments, and good luck to all of those creators' work, because you guys now get the hard decision of popping over there in a moment. And before you do, I'm going to hand over to Melissa, who will explain what happens next.
Well, that does it, ladies and gentlemen. That's the conclusion to the bride or groom alone non-wedding day category. Did you guys enjoy that conversation with the judges? Say a big thank you to them for that beautiful, fantastic discussion. We're just going to take a really quick break. We are going to get the judges all set up on the judging console, and then we're going to bring them back over to the gallery so they can take another peek at all of the images all together and decide who they'd like to see as winners in this category, which we'll then reveal on Tuesday night. So don't go anywhere. It's just going to take us a couple minutes, and then we'll reset over here, and we'll get started for the final section of this category. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience, everybody. This is the exciting time that we all look forward to. I can't tell you how proud Melissa and I are now to see you all in the room supporting this community. And if we can have silence, please, guys. Thank you so much in the room. If you can take your seats and just be nice and quiet. This is an important decision. All right, judges, you've had a great conversation about this particular category. It's now time to rank them. Now, take your time, soak these in, ask yourself, what do you want to represent this particular category? Take your time, go up nice and close if you want to, go for it. So for those of you who are dying to look at the images up close, you'll get the opportunity at the trade show floor. All of these finalists will be represented on the trade show floor, and that will be on Tuesday morning. Yep. Another thing that's really exciting, guys, when you get up to the trade show floor, you'll see a banner. Interactive images are actually supporting that gallery, and this is the exciting bit. You download an app, and you'll have a QR code to get there. You'll download the Icon app, and then you're able to actually place that scanner that's within the app over an image, and if a gallery card has a teal dot on it, it means that the artist is actually sending you a video. They're giving you a message about how that image was created. And I'm telling you, we've seen them all. They're incredible. You guys are done? If you're done, take a seat so we know that you're good. Happy? All right, very good. And again, in case you just joined us, there's 3 of us here, so we're verifying, making sure that everything's above board and we've got clear winners, which we do. We're screen grabbing it for an extra level of an integrity check, as we call it. Okay, so thank you so much. So now that the judges have chosen the winner of the bride or groom alone non-wedding day category, we're good to go. We're now going to transition to the next category, and that is models non-wedding. So we'll need a couple of minutes to get prepared for that. So make yourself comfortable. Be back in a moment.
My name is Deanne Bowl, and I'm a portrait photographer based out of Boulder, Colorado. For the photo shoots with the ZF, I wanted to create some painterly portraits with a lot of texture and depth and some moody light. The ZF has all the technical aspects you'd expect from a full-frame Nikon camera, but the physical beauty of the camera body itself brings back the style of those classic vintage film cameras. It's in this heritage kind of heirloom body, and when I can have the tool that I use be a source of inspiration for me, it's pretty incredible. A fun new feature is a black and white dial on top of the camera body, which creates deep tonal range and contrast and creates amazingly beautiful black and white images straight out of camera. It also has a skin smoothing setting, which gives your straight out of camera shots just that extra polished edge. Physical beauty of the camera body itself brings back the style of those classic vintage film cameras with dials that make the camera interactive and inspiring to use. It really brings you more into the moment of the craft of photography.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to dive into our next category. Before I do that, though, I just want to take a pause and just say a really big thank you to our panel of judges. We have this panel of judges that's right in front of us, but it's actually rotating. It's already rotated so far today, and it's going to keep doing that over the next 2 days. And these judges that we have, that you're going to see in this room for the next 2 days, are leaders in our photography community. They're super busy. They have successful businesses on their own, and they came from all over the country and all over the world at their own expense to be here. To be here to give you guys feedback on your images, and we just want to say thank you so much to these wonderful judges. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Also, I want to say how incredibly special it is that we're still here at WPPI. As you know, this has been a new endeavor, the Icon Awards, and it didn't have to be here at WPPI. In fact, we didn't know if it would be here at WPPI because it's a whole separate entity now. But the team at WPPI has been so incredibly welcoming to the Icon Awards. They've been supportive, but they've gone above and beyond the supportive role of it. They have been amazing, especially to George, Manir, Arlene, Adam, and Kellen, who have spent hours and hours and hours with us on the phone, brainstorming ideas out to try to figure out how we can keep the competition here at WPPI so that you guys can all see it. So we just want to say thank you so much to WPPI for keeping this our home and for making us feel at home and having the competition here as well. Okay, so just a reminder, we are still in the pre-wedding division, which is being sponsored by Pro Branding Store. And if you guys have seen our hoodies and our t-shirts, that all comes from Pro Branding Store. If you've seen all around the convention, the Portrait Masters and WPPI, they print all of it. And it is the most comfortable hoodies and t-shirts and apparel. But it's great for your own studio. And they have all kinds of things even beyond apparel. So definitely go check them out. We're super grateful that they decided to sponsor the pre-wedding division. And the next category that we have in this division is Models Non-Wedding Day. So what you're about to see are images of an individual on their own, or it can be multiple people in an image. They could be wearing wedding attire or other formal attire or fashion, and it could be from a fashion shoot, an editorial shoot, or a promotional shoot. It's just models were used in the making of that image. The photographer, just like in the other categories in this division, they're allowed to beautify, correct, and finesse the original capture, but they can't use composites in this category. So keep that in mind as you're looking at these images. Now we're going to turn this over back to Tony Hewitt and to our panel of judges so they can start the conversation on this category.
Thank you, Melissa. Oh man, I don't know about you guys, but I'm having fun, and what's really cool is to sit down and look at images and just talk about what makes a great award-winning image. I want to welcome back to the panel Sanjay Jogia, Johnson Wee from Malaysia, Candice from Florida, Andre Brown from Atlanta, USA, and of course Nick all the way from Greece. Let's get into it. First print, please, ladies. First thoughts, Andre?
I love the pose on this image. Like it's really elegant, right? And I think that it has the pose itself just has great use alongside of how it's positioned on the rule of thirds.
Okay, Johnson, tell us a bit, like constructing an image like this, the light, the composition, etc.
Yeah, the light, the use of light here is absolutely breathtaking. You can see here how it lights up and creating the split light on the subject, and also the light that creates the long triangular shape next to the hand on the right. It actually creates the space, which mimics the shape of the dress as well. So absolutely amazing.
And what about the composition in terms of the fact that she's so far to the left?
Yeah, the composition actually is really well done because it's really not easy to shoot, especially when she's sitting this way. But the use of the composition method to mix with the placement of the dress actually makes this work.
Sanjay, closing comments.
I just love how she's so delicate that the light's kind of pushing her away.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, it has that drama, that force to it. But just touching what Johnson said, you know, like the negative space on the right, one might say what's happening in that space, but she's looking into it and addressing the dress that's filling that space, because it's not just her that's the star of the image, it's her and her dress and how she is in her form and her elegance and her beauty. It's the entire thing with the kind of slightly brutal, concrete architecture, you know.
An urban environment with a shaft of light.
Absolutely.
Amazing what you can do.
Yeah.
All vision. Next print, please. Well said, judges. Thank you. And of course, we're looking at prints. To get to this place, as been mentioned a few times now, potential entrants had to enter digitally and online. They got scored. All that's been done. We're now looking at the top 10 or equal 10th, and our judges are getting to see them in print and make their decisions a little bit later as to which ones win. In the meantime, you get the privilege of coming into the room and looking over their shoulder and listening to their comments as they, in their mind, make assessments about why this one would deserve to win. And we're looking at what are the strong attributes. And on that, Candice, can you tell us what's the first thoughts and the first impact you get from this image?
So my first thoughts here are, I love the fact that I don't know how this was done. I really don't. It makes me question a lot of things. It's, you know, combining, it's making art with art. So the aspects of the, you know, the paint that's kind of going up the walls, it's really cool. And I have no idea how they did it. So thanks for surprising me.
Nick, tell us a little bit more about what was done to put this image together.
Yeah, I love the way that she posing, and this is like, looks like a part of the scenery. That she is the end of the draw on the wall. It's a part of the draw on the wall. And this is the way that the maker present a pose, a bride, a model so unusual. It makes me think how creative could be on the way of thinking.
Andre, closing comments from you?
Just kind of piggybacking a little bit on what Nick said, right? So the pose itself just has like this flowiness, but the flowiness actually matches the brushstrokes that are inside of the image as well. And the brushstrokes, they have the leading lines going right into the subject and then directly out of the frame, which is where her left arm is pointing outside of the frame as well.
Yeah, and I think the use of light to highlight the top half of the subject and the fact that having a neutral background allows the colours in her outfit to really take off and dominate the scene. Great print. Next print, please. Your first thoughts then, Sanjay?
One of the common mistakes I see when people use cityscapes is the mismatch of scales of people with the background or whatever the environment is, and the environment dominates. And here it's been handled beautifully because you've got all of these structures which are dominating. They're strong structures with strong lighting, dramatic lighting actually. And the subject over here has been placed in a way that isn't competing with them, but balances with that environment, but also balances the light beautifully with what's happening in the background. There's a slight crossing of lighting, but what it does is it just separates him from everything else.
Thank you, Candice. Maybe a little bit more?
So I always love to look for, you know, that little bit of a story, especially if it involves juxtaposition. We've got a cowboy in the city. And I think it's trying to tell us maybe something about his past, something about his present and his future. And, you know, his pose really leans into that as well.
And Andre, maybe a final comment?
Great color toning on this, right? So we have the blue suit, and, you know, obviously if this was maybe shot early in the morning, you might have those kind of rich blue skies, but I mean, this could have been done at sunset, and they didn't choose to make a warmer tone, but to match the tone that's inside of the suit.
Thank you. Great comments. Next print, please. First thoughts, Candice?
I love their outfits. Great styling. This is, a really unique setup here where we've got the one guy's kind of holding a drink and they're kind of casual, but it's got a vintage feel to it. Really great expressions. I love all the texture in their clothing. It kind of pops on the print.
Johnson, do you want to tell us a bit more about this construction of this image?
I would say that the pre-planning in terms of the outfit and the color matching is actually really well done. You can see the color differences, and it actually pops given the really strong prop that's used with the piano and the barrels at the back, but they are not actually overshadowed by all these props, but they're really striking and stand out from this strong background.
Can you tell me a bit more about the expressions and whether they're working?
Yeah, the expression, well, they're looking at the right at the camera. It's actually going into, and it's a slightly muted expression, but it has a really strong gaze and engaging with the maker, and it draws us in even more.
Jay, last comment?
Yeah, just on the express. Well, actually, the whole thing has this kind of commercial feel to it. It's like a whiskey advert.
Yeah.
And I think that just comes from the sort of the bi-directional lighting in there as well, and the tonality with the expressions as well. It kind of all sort of morphs together to give you that commercial feel to the whole thing, which isn't easy to achieve at the best of times. But I think even with the posing, the interaction, the subject on the right kind of turned in, but the color balance as well with what they're wearing and the environment, just I think that's what does it. It draws you to them and their expressions.
There's a lot of busyness in this image, in the floor, in the background, in the clothing, everything, but the lighting is just so exquisitely handled that lighting causes us to go straight to the expressions and the people, no matter how busy it all is. So it's really well handled, isn't it? Another great example of why it's in the finals. Next print, please. Your first thoughts, Nick?
I want to say so many things, but I will leave something for the remaining speakers, judges. So, soft light, such a soft light, such a beautiful presentation, such a great chromatic palette. Softness, that's what I'm thinking.
Johnson, a bit more?
I really love how the posing, it's not easy to get the subject to sit this way with the legs, bending this way, and with the fingers, you can see the fine details on how well controlled the fingers are, holding the teacup, and also the bend in the elbows and such. And the way the toes are actually forward and bent, it's really well done, and it actually complements the subject really, really well.
What about the mat? When we look at the mat, we've got
Yes.
an arch mat versus what we're seeing on the screen.
Yes.
So
The mat actually, it gives the presentation the plus point and the reward, because you have the shape of, I don't know what you call it, the stone or the prop that the subject is sitting on. It's like this way, but the mat is the reverse shape, which actually complements the overall visual impact of this specific image, this specific print, let's say.
Yeah. Sanjay?
There's an interesting tension in her pose, which looks like she's trying to balance the whole thing from rocking over to the right. Did you spot that? So you can see, like, because this whole thing's semicircular, it looks like it's sort of rocking. And it's working because you need some tension, particularly in the legs, in the toes, to kind of just exactly to point the feet and give that feminine form. So in a way, it's working really well. I don't know if it was intentional, but it's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's a great choice of paper too. Like, it just really complements.
Actually, and the paper and the mount, and we've said it before in another print, like dark mounts with dark images which have dark backgrounds just work really well because it draws your attention to the thing you're supposed to be seeing, or where the author wants to lead the eye, basically.
Yeah.
personally, I'm a fan of dark mounts, and I really like this.
Yeah. Next print, please. Candice, your first thoughts?
My first thoughts are this is an excellent use of a reflection. It really adds to the scene by duplicating all of those little lights that you see in the windows up top, reflected down on the bottom. It almost starts to feel like a starry night sky, even though there aren't any stars in the sky. So it's that's probably my favorite part is the reflection.
Andre, you got a big smile on your face. Tell us a bit more about how you put an image like this together.
Yeah, these are great. I'm a huge fan of environmental portraits myself, right? But I love the way that they did this. Like she mentioned, like the lights from the city, although there are no stars in the sky, we're getting that feel from the lights inside of the buildings. But a great use of, that backlight to be able to separate them and still keep it a silhouette, still make the city the focal point and create a fantastic image and mirror it inside of that reflection.
Nick, some final thoughts?
Yeah, I love also the way that the maker present the couple in the middle. I mean, it's like a bullseye composition, and the rim light is it is to be the main intention for the viewer to lead you and draws you direct to them.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Have an initial comment from Andre?
I love the pose in this image, right? And it just kind of goes with the composition so well. So the composition itself is really like on the edge of being a Fibonacci, right? And it's just giving us great flow from the right side of the image all the way into her face.
Sanjay, can you give us a bit more of a breakdown on how this was put together?
What I find interesting is the paper choice. It's a very glossy paper, which means that the detail that exists in the image is amplified. For an image that actually doesn't have a particularly long depth of field, the two counter each other, and it gives a really interesting effect from where we're sitting looking at the image. It makes the detail leap off the page. And I think that works with the tonality. You've got, again, a room that's actually quite dark and relatively muted against the beautiful warmth of her skin and the softness of her pose and the lightness of her dress. All of these things combined actually just really draws you to this image. It stands out and it has impact. And even if you look again, it still has impact. A lot of images, the impact shifts. Not necessarily diminishes, but shifts. But this image continues to have impact when you look away and you look back at it, and that's not an easy thing to achieve.
It's a great attribute for a print.
Yeah, absolutely.
Candice, final comments?
So my first thought when I see this is extremely challenging because you've taken what would be called a, quote, dark and moody scene and made it in a way light and airy, which is very, very difficult. There's a softness in her dress, there's a softness in the light, there's a softness in her pose, and yet that's a really dark and heavy room. So great job on combining the two.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. First thoughts, Johnson?
Very nice use of light against a very muted backdrop. And the use of light here actually illuminates the subject and makes the subject stand out.
Nick, can you expand on what's going on in this image and what's been put into it?
For me, the most important part for this is the idea behind the image. How the maker think about to create an image on an environment like this and use this outfit on a pose like this and present in front of us with such an impact way. So I really enjoy the image.
Andre?
I think one of the things that's really cool about this is, you know, in this scene, the maker could have easily just taken it and turning into a flying dress situation, right? But the dress is laid amongst the rocks, so it's almost like she's part of the scene itself, right? As opposed to the flying dress, the dress is laid out and she's just part of the overall environment.
Yeah, and the extended size of the dress actually helps it blend in scale-wise to those hills, doesn't it? Quite nicely. It almost looks like it could be a parachute or something. It's got that feel to it, but beautifully lit, beautifully lit. Okay, next print, please. Your first comment, Sanjay? Your first thoughts?
Okay, so my background is I'm an architect. I'm a qualified architect. There's a real architectural quality to this. Kind of a graphic design, but very cool futuristic architectural quality to this. And as I've said before, it's very easy for these things to dominate the picture and for it to become about the environment. But actually, this has been used so well just to frame the couple, lead the couple in with the directionality of the steps. And even though the steps are kind of going down, they're really just going kind of horizontally across the images like the Escher steps. It's really cool, but yeah, and just opposing the way the light draws to it, but I'd love to hear what the other guys have to say.
Candice?
I'm really enjoying the use of color in this, even though it's not an image that is super saturated in colors. It's pointed use of color. So you've got the maintenance of the blue in his suit that, you know, lends itself to the rest of the scene, and then the addition of the yellow. Some might be tempted to mute the yellow, try and get rid of it, blend it in, but in this case, the fact that it's actually it pops, it adds the little something extra that you need, the little X factor.
Andre?
I don't really have much else to add to this. I mean, it's incredibly sharp. There's a lot of great details. I mean, you can see everything going on in the subject's faces here. And again, it's just a really good overall image.
Obviously why it's in the finals. Next print, please. Candice, what's your first thoughts on this one?
I have to remind myself that this is a non-composite category, which then again makes me go, wow, how? There's a lot going on, but it all kind of leads back to the couple. We don't lose them in the amount of other things happening. So it really makes me sit and look at it a little bit longer and just try and kind of figure out like what elements are there and how they were used and their intention. And anything that kind of makes you sit and think and digest for longer is really excellently done.
Johnson, break that down a little bit for us in terms of the construction of an image like this and the lighting.
Yeah, the way the maker makes this is absolutely clever and use different types of light source, assume to actually create the various layers. So to give a lot more depth, and you can see that there's warmth on the right subject, assume the bride, and there's coldness on the left, on the groom. So it gives different kind of not only layers, but also kind of a color balance in order to separate between the left and the right.
And there's a clever use of hard lines and soft lines to lead us to where they need us to go, isn't there?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Sanjay?
I'm just going to touch on what Candice said. It's the same thing. There's like this. It's almost like an animated feel to this image. It's sort of like the introductory titles of a fantasy movie or something, a TV series. It's just so beautifully crafted, and the tonality with all of the elements coming in, the branches, the layering of those panels in front and behind. Yeah, I'm with Candice. It just makes you look at it more, and you want to just sort of try and unpack the image. And I think that's a great quality for, you know, a finalist image where it makes you think, and it makes you want to search more in the narrative.
Having vision as a photographer is one thing, and I think I think it could have been Gary earlier today, or somebody earlier today said having the vision is one thing, might have been you, but then being able to execute it and put it into place.
As Gary was talking about intent. Yeah,
and I think that is another good example of that. Okay, that brings us to the end of not only the category but the division. So with that, thank you, judges. Good luck to the finalists, and you guys have got a job to do in a moment. But in the meantime, over to you, Melissa.
And let's say thank you to our judging panel as we conclude this category. Thank you so much, judges, and to Tony. That is the end of the Models Non-Wedding Day category. If you're really curious to see how a lot of these images were created, we just heard some conversation about that. Don't forget, go down to the print gallery during the trade show. Any image that has a blue dot, and that is one of them, you will have instructions there on how to watch a video from the maker explaining their process behind the images. So it's a really cool feature that we added this year, and I think you're really gonna love it. We have over 50% of the entries of the photographers sent in videos so that they can explain to you their process in creating some of these beautiful works of art that you're seeing today and tomorrow. So we are now going to take a very quick break. We're going to get the judges logged into their judging console, and then we're going to reset over here to the print gallery. So don't move. We'll be back in just 2 seconds.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. I want to bring attention to just one thing, because it's only something that I would know. It's really, really funny. So when the judges are actually looking at the images and trying to work out how they created it, because this is a non-composite category, it means it was a single capture. And Melissa was over here, am I right?
You were, yeah.
There we go. So you're talking about how it was created in camera, and she's looking, it's like, I've actually, as in, I'm quoting Melissa in her brain, that she was comparing the images to what the final output was. So she's looking at every single raw image to make sure it complies with the rules of the category. So if you see something in camera and they said, this must be a composite, it's not. So just know that the integrity check is there. So judges, we've heard some incredible comments. Now it's time to be quiet, reflect, go in there, take your time. Let's choose a winner.
This next section, there's like a 10-minute break. They need to switch out some batteries and things. Okay. So unless you want to say like, I don't know if you want to say we're just taking like a longer break rather than just a few. It's like a full 10 minutes.
So what we should do is
Because we did need to call the judges early then.
they need a break.
They need to do some things, yeah. So 10 minutes and then.
Okay.
Switch it over.
You wish you had my eyes right now, wouldn't you? All right, we have all the placings. We're doing a screen grab of the winners, just for full transparency. That's why there's 3 of us here, to make sure that everything's all set, which it is. And wonderful. Okay, fantastic. So now that we've chosen the winners for the Models Non-Wedding Day category, we are going to find out who won first, second and third on the awards night, and that'll be on Tuesday at 8 o'clock, so please come for that. Dress to impress. We're going to have an after party as well. Make sure you eat before you get there, because we love you, but we can't feed you all. So that's all good. Thanks again to the Pro Branding Store for sponsoring the pre-wedding division. And Pro Branding Store is amazing because they've actually helped with all the promotional products. And if you see anyone with an I Am Iconic shirt, you know that, that they've provided that amongst many things. And if you go to the trade show floor where you see our booth, they're directly back to us. So we're now going to transition to the creative division. And we'll discuss what that means in a moment, but we're going to take a few minutes break. About 10 minutes this time. We just got a few little things to do and stuff like that, and make sure we refresh ourselves with batteries and all that kind of stuff. We're going to have some fun and be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you very soon. Thank you.
I'm Lindsay Adler.
My name is Johnson Wee.
My name is Luna Hang.
I'm Malva Soler.
My name is Joseph.
My name is Sean Rourke,
and
My
I'm
name
a
is
portrait
I am
and
Ellie
wedding
Beezer, and I'm a kid.
Hello, I'm Loris Romano. And as you may hear from my terrible accent, I'm French.
I used to run away from Flash. It was confusing, it was just extra stuff to carry around, and I never really got the results that I wanted.
Off-camera Flash can seem intimidating, but with ProPhoto, there's just 3 buttons on the back.
Time is precious, especially on a wedding day. ProPhoto's intuitive design and user-friendly interface allow me to focus more on creativity and less on my equipment.
I have never had an easier system for controlling my flash than this beautiful dial.
And whether I'm using 8 lights on set or 2, I can change all of the settings right from my camera.
When I decided to turn professional, I wanted to get some gear which would follow me for long.
On set, I need to be able to rely on lights that are going to fire at the exact same color, temperature, and power every single time.
And this is where reliability is so important. This is where ProPhoto doesn't let me down.
So they're lights that work when you need them to work, that trigger when you need them to work.
It's just so fast, so accurate. I just can totally rely on it.
I shoot quickly, I shoot often, I shoot high frame rates, and ProPhoto always keeps up.
As a light shaper myself, I love having gear available to shape light exactly how I want.
I also work on a lot of commercial sets, so it's really important that the lights that I use have lots of different options when it comes to modifiers.
And even the system as a whole is so well thought out. There's no like weird adapters and clunky things. Like, no, everything fits.
Whether you're on an A series light or a B series light, all the controls are going to be all the same, and they're really easy to use. There's virtually no learning curve whatsoever.
Also, I like the extras to the A10. You have gels, diffuser, and the click stop box. It's magnetic, simple, and awesome.
To be able to work with the speed at which I move, the only light I trust is ProPhoto.
And it's an equipment that we cannot leave home without.
And they're the only brand that I trust.
I know our clients expect a lot out of us, and in turn, we expect a lot out of the companies that make our jobs possible. That's why we use ProPhoto.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's grab our seats. We are ready to keep and continue on with our next category. Something a little exciting is that we are going to be starting a new division right now. The next couple categories are in the creative division, and the creative division's a little fun because photographers get a little bit more freedom, and they're allowed to use more tools and techniques than they might be able to use in other categories. So, for example, they can illustrate subjects and objects, they can use text, they can use patterns. It's also the only division where composites are allowed. So you've been hearing me say all day, composites are not allowed in this category. In these next couple of categories, composites are allowed. That does not mean, though, that every image is a composite. It just means that that is another tool that people are able to use in this division. As with all categories, by the way, although they do have more freedom, no stock images are ever allowed to be used, nor are any images that were created with AI. So those are the hard lines that we have for this category and every category. But the creative division is sponsored by Epson, which is a name you'll hear a lot because we have a few categories in this division. And it's also a name that we're all familiar with because Epson provides so many solutions that we all use every day, from printers to scanners to projectors and inks. So huge thank you to Epson for coming on board and sponsoring this entire creative division for us. It's really exciting. Now, the first category that we're going to dive into is the wedding creative category. All of the images that you're going to see in this category were taken on the actual wedding day. What classifies it to be in the wedding creative category is just that more freedom was given to the photographer when it came to post-production. So as we mentioned, they have a little bit more freedom. They can use more tools and techniques if they'd like to. And this category is sponsored by Aftershoot, which is an AI-based culling and editing software that many of us already use. But it takes care of all those tedious jobs that we don't really want to be doing when we want to be out shooting. So thank you so much to Aftershoot for sponsoring this category. So without further ado, we're going to throw it over to Tony Hewitt and to our panel of judges so that we can begin our conversation in this category.
Oh, sorry, I was just making sure my shirt was clear for the camera. You know, like, it's pretty cool, so you should get one. Thank you, Melissa. Free adverts. Welcome back. Can I ask, are you guys enjoying this? Let's hear it. Are we? Awesome, awesome. I know the judges are, and it's a fresh way for them to be able to come in and just focus on what makes an amazing award-winning image. And we're hoping, as you know, from the bottom of our hearts, that you guys get to take stuff away so you can go home and go, okay, I see the difference. This is what I need to do with my images. And don't forget, join us at the critique rooms Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, where we're going to take some of those images that didn't make an award level and get a chance to break them right down and explain to you what could have been done to lift these images even higher. So plenty of opportunity to get better. And if next year you're not here because you don't think you're good enough, no excuses, because we're giving you every piece of the secret sauce that you possibly need to be in it. So I want to see everybody entering next year. Now, our panel has now been expanded a little bit more from our broader pool of amazing judges. And joining us, when she's ready, is, no, you're fine. We've now got Susan Stripling from New York in the room. Thank you. And Michael Novo from that amazing city up north where they say it's the Windy City, but hey, this is a pretty windy city at times from what I saw. Michael Novo, thanks for joining us. And of course, we've also got Nick from Greece back, Alison from Texas, and Andre all the way from Atlanta, although that's not that far because I come from Perth. We're about to move into the creative division. That's a long way. What are you laughing at? It was a 38-hour flight, and that's with very short breaks. Yeah. Let's go into the creative division, wedding creative. We're going to get our judges to talk about why these are amazing images, what makes them worthy of being in the finals, and then they get the hard job after that of going and ranking those images. Thank you, ladies. Let's start off. These are the top 10 or equal top 10th. So we might end up with 10. We may end up with less than 10 sometimes, and that's due to the fact that if it doesn't get an 80, it's not even considered for the finalists. So it's got to be in the top 10 and get over 80. And I'm going to ask Alison for her first thoughts of this image.
I applaud the maker on the use of color and the harmonious color wheel that you've taken the time to use gels and understand and notice what's going on there. I'm just so impressed with the color.
Okay, Michael, can you maybe jump into that image and give us a breakdown? What's put into this image and what makes it work?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those images where the contrast is absolutely beautifully used. It doesn't just have to be in terms of light and dark, but the color itself. You've got sort of the warm purplish tones going around the outside, and then the cool tones around the subject, which is actually inversed often from, I think, what we're often used to seeing in movies and TV. And so that's brilliantly done, along with, of course, the symmetrical work. So
there's a lot of architecture. How does the architecture add to this image?
Yeah, every leading line is just, there's not a line that isn't pointing you right into the subject. I'm looking for something that's pulling me out, and no matter how hard I try and go to the edge of the frame, you just keep getting pulled back into the subject. Not only that, but the fact that the reflection itself is also slightly more dim is also pulling your eye back up and playing along with the leading lines and the contrast.
Thanks, Michael. Susan, what can you add to that to finish us off?
To continue talking about the color, I hope you get up and go look at this when it's hanging in the gallery. There's so much color going on in here with the blues and the magentas that it would be really easy to have it spoil the skin tones. And it is handled so incredibly well, both in capture and in post-production, that the skin tones are still flawless, even with all of these, bright other colors flying around.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, judges. Great comments and another well-worthy finalist. Let's have the next print, please. Andre, I'll get you to tell us what's that first feeling you get out of this picture.
One of the hallmarks of a great image is impact, and as soon as it came up, just all of the geometric shapes leading directly into the subject is just fantastic.
Okay, well, let's maybe break that down a little bit more. Michael, can you pull that apart a bit and tell us a bit more about this image?
Yeah, it almost takes it to the level of just being a fine art piece. This could be just hanging somewhere. I know that it would probably be extremely special to the couple or the client, of course, but just you get this amazing sense of dimension from the circular pattern that's coming around the outside, and that is so beautifully played off as well with the paper choice. I have not seen this image as a digital, but I can say that as a print, it likely will look a little bit different, and that is an extremely important choice for a maker to make.
Nick, maybe a final comment?
Yeah, on top of all of them that our fellow judges mentioned, I would like to say also that the posing is stunning, and is all the leading lines get you there, and the posing is outstanding.
I'm just going to add that this is unique in a way because we're being drawn to the subject, as in the bride, and she has no detail. She's got the least amount of detail in her face of the whole image. So incredible use of tones across the image, and yet there we are being drawn not to a brighter part, but to this darkness and silhouette of her face. So very different, very clever, and as you said, Andre, wonderful use of graphics and design. Next print, please. Susan, your first thoughts on this one?
It is so clean as to be hypnotic. When you get right up on it and you look at it, just everything from the curves in the face to the curves of the shoulder, down through the bust, down through the arms, down through the dress. It's like looking at a wave. Like, it's very soothing and peaceful. And the maker's also done a really brilliant job with the expression on the face to just really drive home that softness and gentleness. I could look at this for hours. It's lovely.
Thank you, Susan. Alison, tell us a bit more about why this is an amazing image.
Yeah, I keep squinting my eyes a little bit, and I get lost in it. It becomes dreamy, and you keep following the diagonal lines down of her dress, and then the empty space at the top really does just gives it space to breathe. It's there for a reason, and her hands are posed so beautifully.
Andre, do you want to give us some final comments?
Yeah, the use of the negative space is just a great choice because now it draws us directly into the subject, the leading lines from the dress all the way back up into her face. And again, just with how soft it is, all of the detail that you can see, great job.
Yeah, and also that lower perspective or camera view is sort of giving a power and a strength to this beautiful woman, but at the same time without taking away from her femininity. I think it's a great combination. Next print, please. Michael, your first thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I love that this is a vintage, almost dated style of a portrait or photo that I would see somewhere or almost in an antique shop, but with a wonderful modern twist to it. And I think that that part was just beautifully balanced between the two.
Susan, do you want to take this image apart a little bit and tell us what makes it so strong and how it's been put together, maybe?
It's fascinating because it's quiet, and I love images that just sort of whisper gently at you. I can't tell, you know, obviously we're trying not to make any assumptions. Is it a multiple exposure? Was it shot into the reflection of something? But no matter how it was created, the maker did a brilliant job of giving the face proper placement so that everything down in the bottom, the water and the buildings and the trees, all push up into those hands that push up into the face that bring you around in the circle. So the layering is really masterfully done. And I also want to commend the maker on this gorgeous gold leafing around the mat. This is absolutely something I've never seen before. And it just elevates it up to continue to be even more of an art piece. So it's just truly beautiful.
Alison, would you like to close us out and maybe just mention the expression?
Yeah, expression soft, matches the beautiful soft lighting. The off-camera light is in the right position, nice and high, and you've kept the fingers showing the earring, and it's beautiful hand posing, so the whole soft, feminine look works.
So it's not always easy to take a whole bunch of technique and almost mixed media a little bit and bring them all together in a way that's still soft and elegant, as you said, and gets the message across. Yeah, well done. Next print, please. Again, we're looking at the finalists. We're looking at those images that were already award winners, but they were in the top 10, and we get a chance to watch our judges as they're deliberating in their mind which are going to be the strongest images, and then after this they'll move over there and actually have to make that decision while we're watching. Although we won't get to know the finalists, the final choices or winners until Tuesday night at the awards night. Okay, Nick, what's your first impressions of this one? Yeah, good.
My first impression is symmetry. It's totally symmetrical. If you take a look of the edges all around the circle, it's totally symmetrical. And on top of all of them, it's like everything leads you to the main subject, which is the couple. And the choice of color tonality gives you even more power to be there.
Alison, can you break that down a little bit more or take this image apart and tell us a bit more about how it's been put together?
You know, I keep looking at it and I think if this was a reflection that was in a water or something below it, they would be darker, right? So the image on top is the same brightness with the couple as it is on the bottom. So it takes my mind away from this as water. I'm enjoying the fact that the center line across the composition has nothing to do with the couple, and I like that they're right above that and right below that, so I think they expertly put that in the right position.
And how well the light, obviously, where's the light coming from in this image and how they constructed that, the basic lighting element?
Yeah, I mean, one would assume that it's coming from the window bank right there, and that's backlighting the veil, which is very soft, and you've used her hands in a beautiful pose position, showcasing the flowers.
Andre, what's your final thoughts on this one?
It's incredibly clean. Granted, there's a lot of detail and like the ornate, just details all around, right? But it's a very clean and crisp image, and the maker just did a fantastic job.
Thank you, judges. Good comments. Next print, please. I'm going to get you to tell us your first thoughts, Nick, because I saw your eyes go up and a smile on your face. So it obviously had some impact for you. Tell us what that was about.
Such a graphical and such a beautiful image. Great impact and creativity. That's what I want to say about it.
Michael, a bit more information. When we use such bold colour, what's important? What do we have to consider?
Yeah, your background, first off, is a single solid color that's not too distracting, which really allows everything else to pop off of it. So then the eye goes towards those umbrellas, which certainly take the next focal point. And then the red coming straight through the center of the image, which is wonderful use of that bullseye sort of centered composition, because we often think in rule of thirds, and it's so easy to take it left or right and leave it at that, but it's just beautiful with the stripe coming straight through it, almost like a little ribbon hanging through.
Thanks, Michael. Susan, what's your final thoughts on that one?
It really makes me want to buy a drone. It's just so clever, and it's really hard when you're looking at something from top down to think, how am I supposed to show movement and gesture when I'm not looking into the body, I'm looking down on the body. And the way the arms are positioned, the way the subjects are leading each other through, just tells a really beautiful story. And I really like the little peeks of people that are peeking out from under the umbrellas. It just gives a little like hidden secret moment. It's just clever and lovely.
Thank you, Susan. Next print, please. Alison, your first thoughts on that? You knew I'd ask you.
It came around, I said, what the heck? Y'all need to look at this one on the trade show floor. This is cool. Double exposure in camera, whether it's a beveled mirror that you've found the side of and shot, I'm not sure how it's done, and it makes me wonder, and it's got story. Never mind the impact of the diagonal lines and all the shapes and that are repeating. So I'm going to let someone else take more.
It's a reminder, this isn't in camera, this is creative category.
Yes, correct. So it could have been.
Could have been, but it's
Right,
got
it's
a little
not
bit
necessarily.
little bit more scope.
Yes, correct.
In camera, yeah. Andre, tell us a bit more about what you're seeing in this image.
Yeah, as soon as I saw this, it stood out to me. The images like this are my jam. It's super clean, right? It's simple, but it's very elegant. And whereas typically we see leading lines like leading directly to our subject, which we could say that for the diamond shapes moving into the subject, but the lines themselves are moving away, so it's almost like she's kind of radiating from front to back. I really like how they did this.
I'm going to put you on the spot because you said this is right in your jam. How do you envisage or how do you imagine they put this
I have
together?
absolutely no idea.
But if you did know, what would you do?
I don't know. Like I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about the fact that it's creative category, so they could have done anything to get to this result, right? I just need a Photoshop best friend to help me get there, right? but just the fact that again that it's so simple, and it's very elegant. Like images like that really resonate with me.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Final comment.
Yeah, we all have been photographed a silhouette like this. I mean, like silhouette. But how someone has an idea to create such a simple thing and make it so extraordinary and different than anything that we are doing every weekend. This is the originality and the creativity that we need to applaud and celebrate for the maker.
Yeah, I think that's a good example how sometimes judges may not know exactly how something was done, but they can certainly appreciate the excellence that's required. I love that you used the word resonance, and I love that shape that's giving this feeling of energy coming in and out of. So yeah, great image. Next print, please. So grab a microphone, Andre, because before you even got up, the first thing you said was, whoa. So I'm going to get you to tell us, what was the whoa about?
I mean, there is a lot going on here, right? And it's fun because it looks like they took multiple pieces of the actual wedding day and just stitched it together, right? With these little glow bubble things, right? So it's very creative, you know, how they ended up doing it. And it's great that they just incorporated different parts of the day to help tell the overall story about what's going on in this image.
Michael, maybe expand a bit on the use of colour and shape and composition in this.
Yeah, the color, just all of these things come together. They shouldn't work, but they do. The color, the heavy color, the darker color in the bottom then lightens up as you go up top and gradiates beautifully. And in terms of the shapes, it almost feels like this could also be the ring shot, where maybe it's like folks' rings that they've taken and put those portraits in. This is really an image that I would need to look at for some period of time and really get in there. There's so much to it. And also the subtle black border that goes as sort of the keystroke on the outside, I think really adds to it. So just an amazing original shot.
Susan, do you want to finish us off on this one?
Wow. I mean, we make images every week, right? And it is not always easy to think of a new way to show a scene. And the second this image rolled around, you feel the party. Like before I even get up, before I even look at anything, it's dance floor lights and color and chaos. And then you get up and each little bubble is a treat. And the maker even managed to work in a leading line in that main big bubble leading straight into the people on the chairs. This took forethought, this took color theory understanding, this took a crazy, crazy brain. And I think the maker should just be applauded on multiple different levels for this one.
Imagination without execution is just an idea. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome to it. I'll just let me patent it first. Next print, please. Now I'm going to go a different way this way. 4 of you had this sudden look on your face of, oh, and Michael hasn't shifted. So Michael, what's going, now he's smiling. Michael, what's your first thoughts when this came around?
Yeah, so my first thought is that, oh man, like I personally just, ring shots for me are so tough, especially to stand them up. It could be like a 20-minute ordeal, and then you get the little glue things, and then so I give it to my second shooter to do. So this is just the simple. It's simple. It's not complicated, but it's complex in the shot, and I think that's what has me really frozen on it.
Alison, maybe tell us a little bit more about how you think this was pulled off.
I appreciate the use of the reflection and understanding that gave depth to the image, and I like that it's darker so that the top image pops out more. I like that it's a little off-center to the left, too. It's not perfectly in the center. So you've given this great visual impact, and it totally makes my cats look extremely lazy. Those animals are crazy.
And yet that central wing is right in the middle. Andre, what do you think?
Another great image. And images like this, even in this category in general, makes me excited for the new feature that we have that we can scan and figure out, hear from the maker, hear how they came up with their ideas for it. Because in the past, we look at images and we be like, man, how did they do that? But now with the ability to be able to scan and be able to see that information, can just help us expand on our own creativity to, enhance whatever we're doing week to week at weddings.
Yeah. So just a reminder for everyone, what Andre's saying is when you go to the gallery, remember, look for those dots, scan the image, and you'll hear, for some of them, you'll hear how the maker put it together. And it's interesting to see that even the judges can't wait to get in that room and maybe get a little bit more insight into how they managed to create these images. Next print, please. First thoughts, Nick?
Great tonality and great presentation. It gives you the feeling that is like three-dimensional, even that when you get closer, you realize what is going on, but from a distance, you feel like you are going to touch the bevels of the glass. So it's great presentation.
Susan, tell us a bit more about this image.
It's hypnotic to look at, and almost in kind of a voyeuristic sort of film noir peek behind the curtain sort of moment, and that comes together with everything, the vertical lines, the very deliberately thought out lighting, the expression on the face. Just, I can't tell what they're thinking. It just makes me feel like I've been given a peek into a private moment, and that is extraordinarily difficult to do, and this is done on a very high level.
Alison, maybe some final comment?
Yeah, I want to commend the maker on keeping the lighting so controlled and giving us a peek onto the shoulder down there too, so it just didn't fall off into darkness. Just beautifully done.
Well, we've seen some pretty good images again in this category. Hard job for you guys, but guess what? That's what you've got to do next. So, Melissa, over to you. Let's see what they come up with.
Thank you, guys. How guys, did you enjoy that category that we just saw? I'm gonna throw it over to the gallery in just a second, but I'm just gonna ask that you guys indulge me for just 1 second, because the Icon Awards, the print competition at WPPI has always been a community affair. It has been, everyone has been very involved in the process, and we see the judges year after year giving their time to be here for 2 days, and it's a big time commitment, the volunteers, but then especially this year. This is our inaugural year as the Icon Awards, and it required a lot more help, if I'm being completely frank. And it's, gotta get emotional. It's amazing to see how many people and companies have come together because they truly believe in what you guys also believed in. When the print competition, we thought it was going away, there was a lot of emotions that happened with all of us. And over the last year, when I tell you that so many people have come together to say, what do we need to do so that we keep this going? So yes, you'll see Jerry and I running around everywhere, but I just need to stress, it's not Jerry and I. We are here making it all happen, but the truth is, it has been an army of people for the last year that have been giving their time. And there are people here in this room that I just need to, all of our panels of judges who have come from all over the world at their own expense to be here with us for 2 days to just share their expertise with us. Oh, can't see Jerry cry. To Tony Hewitt, who has been spending countless hours with us. To Dario Righetto, who's sitting in the audience, designed the entire Icon Awards book, because who were we gonna have design it? There was so much to do. He designed the entire thing for us. To all of these companies who said, yes, we will help you put this together. We know it's an expensive project to do. We are here for you. To our team of over 40 volunteers. There's some here. We have our print handlers who have been on their feet all day without a break to help putting all these prints together and in the gallery. We have Michelle, who is managing this entire room and managing the entire team. We have an entire crew on the trade show floor right now taking these prints and hanging them so that when you go there on Tuesday morning, they are all in perfect order, fully identified. They are working their butts off, and you can't even see them. They are here all week giving their time. So please, guys, please, whenever you see an Icon judge or an Icon volunteer, please say thank you, because it's only because of this whole army of people that we are here today. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And well, now that concludes the Wedding Creative category. We're just going to take a quick short break. We're just going to get the judges logged into their judging console, and then we're going to reset in front of the print gallery. But I appreciate you letting me indulge and just thank the people that really are making this happen. So thanks, guys. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back. Thank you. And Susan, you're right in front of the camera there. That's all. Come over here. Let's make a proper thing out of it. Just a smile on the camera. There we go. Okay. All right, guys. Once again, Susan, let's go back. Susan, nice. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Let's resettle. Melissa made me cry just then. People in the audience, if you're just nice and quiet, please. It's a really important decision we're about to make. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Wonderful. All right, guys, that was fun to watch. I really enjoyed that. I'm sure you guys did too. Judges, it's now your turn to soak these images in, work out who you want to win. Certainly, you got the images on your console, and you rank the images on first place and all the way through. So take your time, soak it in. Some of you may have already looked at them, but please just look at them again. Take your time, go for it. Proceed. So for those of you in the audience just looking at the lighting on those prints and looking at the lighting everywhere in the ambience, you'll notice it's a little bit different. Certainly, if you start looking all around you, the gobos, the chandeliers, obviously it's tungsten, it's all yellow, it's all warm. When you go from warm and you look straight back at those prints, you might think that's a little bit cold. There's a corrective gel on these lights that's bringing this as close to 5,500 Kelvin degrees as humanly possible. So if you look at those images, you think it might be cold, but just let your eyes adjust a little bit if it's in your field of view, and you'll understand we're doing the best we can with the temperature control and the CTO gel we've actually got, but we're pretty confident that that's as close to where we need it to be, and certainly we've got those Dale & Ballard's tubes that actually give every single image the respect that it deserves. All right, so we're all good? Fantastic. All right, so we've determined all the placings. All right, fantastic. We are going to do a screen grab. And for those of you who just joined us, we always do this in front of you, so it's transparent, and there's always 3 of us doing it, because the cream will always rise to the top. Fantastic. So I thought I'd take this opportunity as well to discuss with you the process. Some of you may be coming here for the very first time. Maybe you've witnessed judging for the very first time and not really understand this particular process. If you've been inspired to enter, this is what happens. July the 1st, we have our new cycle open. So July the 1st, you've got 2 months to actually enter. You enter digitally first. We have 5 judges of an expertise, and all anonymously will actually judge all your particular photographs. Then we get the average score. You actually get points. So if you get an 80 to 84, you get a silver award. If you get an 85 to 89, a silver distinction. 90 to 94, that's a gold. 95 to 99, that's a fluke. 95 to 99, it's a gold distinction. Platinum is 100, and that's very rare, but there have been quite a few over the years. So each of those adds certain points to your Honours of Excellence accreditation. And it is a slow burn. You get a maximum of 4 photographs per year that contribute to your Icon Honours of Excellence designation. So if you see someone around who has a Icon Master or Double Master, Triple Master, Grand Master, that means it's been years of hard work. Sometimes it's been 10, 15, up to 20 years to get to that level. I like the fact that it's a slow burn because it forces you to be constantly committed to your craft. If you could become a master overnight, are you truly a master? We need to really dedicate ourselves to our craft and get there. So what happens then? Once you submit, you also have the option to get a critique. Now, the incredible platform that we're using, Critique, without the U and the E, Critique, we have video feedback. So the judges actually see the image, and you see their face, you hear their expression, and with their fingers they can actually draw and point to different things, circle things, crop things, and it's been the best platform we've ever used. So we want to thank Critique for being our engine for running the awards and certainly the critique part of it. Now, what we've done is, when you pay for a critique, we say it's going to be public. Your name will not be attached to it, but we want everyone to learn from it. If you're a little bit shy, it's okay. You can just pay that little bit more, and it'll be private for only your eyes. And believe it or not, out of the 410 images we got for critique, I think only 5 were private, which means hopefully within about a week or so, you will have a gallery of over 400 images for free that you can look at, a 2 to 3 minute critique per image. So we'll let you know when that happens. For those of you who are not following us right now, go to My Icon Awards for Facebook, X, this is silly saying that out loud, Twitter, yes, so follow us on there and you'll actually get notifications as to what we're actually doing all throughout that process. Which basically means that when we get to this point, it's the top 10 scoring entries of each category, and images that scored an 80 and above are invited to enter a physical print, because we do want to celebrate print by the book Melissa mentioned, and also the physicality, because we want to preserve this. And I believe we're the only competition in the country, and probably only one of 2 in the world, that actually still celebrate print in competition. So whatever Melissa and I have something to do with it, and our core team here, we are going to celebrate print for a very, very long time, because this is a lost art form. And I believe there's a renaissance happening, and Graphistudio continues to prove that with their products as well. And then, of course, we get a chance to win first, second, third, and grand, and those winners will be announced on Tuesday night at 8 p.m. onwards, so very excited about that. Okay, so that was the Wedding Creative category, sponsored by Aftershoot, so thank you so much. We're going to actually transition now to the next category, so we'll be back in a couple of moments. Thank you for your patience. How amazing would it be to get image critiques on demand? What about the chance of learning from industry leaders in a genre that you're most interested in? And learning from someone, say, like Kelly Brown, Susan Stripling, Roberto Valenzuela, Peter Hurley, or maybe even your favorite Australian. Hi, my name is Jerry Ghionis, Nikon Ambassador, Portrait, Fashion and Wedding Photographer, and co-founder of the Icon International Photography Awards. When I look back at my career so far, I can clearly see that the most valuable education I've received has come from feedback on my images. Well, now there's an even easier way for you to receive such priceless video feedback from industry experts reviewing and critiquing your work. Now, check this out. Here's how it works. When you submit your photo for a critique, your mentor will record a video where you can watch as they zoom into your photo using annotation tools, pointers, cropping tools to provide detailed insights. All the while, you can see their face and listen to their passion and feedback in their own words. You can get your own image critique on demand at critique.com. That's critique without the U and the E. Or when you enter the Icon Awards, make sure to add a critique for the best learning experience you've ever had.
Welcome back, everybody. And if you're watching us online, that is thank you to Nikon, because we are finally broadcasting for the very first time this year. Broadcasting live today, tomorrow, and the entire award ceremony, which is super exciting. And so if you see Nikon and you're watching from home, make sure you give a big shout out to them, because they're making that happen 100%. Also, as you guys are walking in and out of the room, just don't forget to stop by and take a look at Graphi's wall art prints in the back. They are our in-room sponsor for today and tomorrow, and they've displayed some of their wall portraits here, which are absolutely stunning. So definitely take the time to take a look at those close up while you can in this environment where you have a bit more relaxed atmosphere. Also, I mentioned this earlier, but for those of you who weren't here, just a reminder that one of the images you're going to see today or tomorrow is going to win the Pro Photo Luminance Award. If you haven't heard about what this is, there was a separate panel of judges who went through the images to look at which image they felt made the best use of light. It doesn't have to be artificial light, doesn't have to have used a Pro Photo light at all. It's any use of light, any source of light. So panel of judges went through and they've chosen what they feel is the best use of light, what image made the best use of light, and we're going to announce that on Tuesday. So as you take a look at these images, try to guess which one it might be. The winner of that prize is going to win $10,000 worth of pro photo gear. So that is a huge prize that someone's going to win, and we're looking forward to surprising somebody on Tuesday night, because no one knows who it is. Okay, so we are going to get right into our next category. As a reminder, we are still in the creative division, which is being sponsored by Epson. And the next category in this division is the pre-wedding creative category. So these are all going to be images that were done before the wedding or are wedding-styled images. They can be taken from before the wedding day to up to a month afterwards. And because we're in the creative division, there's a little bit more freedom that's been given to the photographers when it comes to post-production. Composites are allowed in this category. Not all of the images are composites, but some may be. But they're given a bit more freedom as far as the tools and techniques that they can use in their post-production work. So I'm going to now leave you in the very capable hands of our icon Grandmaster Tony Hewitt and his panel of judges as we get started into this next category.
Thank you, Melissa. Yes, well done. Someone said to me, you should repeat what you said earlier, and that was imagination without execution is just an idea. We're in the creative category, and we're giving you that secret sauce. These judges are giving of their ideas and giving you some information that allows you to take your imagination and to execute and create something that's truly special as what we're seeing in these finalist prints. So let's move on with the next category. As mentioned, pre-wedding creative. I'm sure we're going to see just as many great ideas happening and well executed. Just before we look at that, sorry, I just want to remind everybody, we've got Susan Stripling, Sanjay Jogia, Johnson Wee, Alison Carlino, and Michael Nuvo. Novo. Next print. A little smile on your face, Alison. What is the smile about? What are you thinking in that first moment?
On. There we go. This reminds me of a ghost in a theater. I feel so ghastly, and just I want to study this more. I want to look at the expression on her face, and I want to know why she's highlighted. And it's just revealing back the curtains and the composition with her placed in the middle but still low, and the color tones being muted. Wow.
Sanjay. There's a lot of work gone into this. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I just transmitted my thoughts telepathically to Alison, and she said exactly what I was thinking. There's this haunting subtlety to this image. You know, the tonality is beautiful. I really love the presentation of this as well, actually. I love how it's kind of reflecting the frame within the frame, kind of leading you into this. But even the expression, the pose, this kind of slightly, how do I describe this? This sort of like this kind of apparition of a mist around the apparition. I can't think of the right words. Does that make sense? Yeah. The execution of this is really nice. The overall tonality of it just pulls you into. You just want to know what this is about, what the story is behind it.
How challenging is it in a subtle image? How important is it when you've got such a subtle, ethereal image to still get across gesture and emotion? How do you do that?
I think the growing problem that we have, all of us as photographers, is that we have so many tools at our disposal. It's very easy for us just to get carried away with working an image and developing and manipulating and tweaking and adjusting, and there are so many permutations and combinations of things that you can do, but to actually make a conscious decision to go the other way and remove and reduce. The reductive process of anything distills it down to its core elements. And I think that's the power in this, rather than constantly adding and adding and adding. You know, if you're cooking a recipe and you just keep adding spice, it's not necessarily going to make it taste better.
Okay. Yeah. Good comments, good comments. Susan, just a quick closing comment, because you went, wow, yes.
Y'all, this is like my thing. I watched like 500 horror movies in 2020. I am all in on this image. Another thing that, for everyone who can't see it in the screen, which the screen only shows us so much, you can almost even see a face in the body, which I think is so bananas. You've got like eye, nose, mouth, almost like a little skull reflected in there. And the best compliment I can give any image is, I have no idea how you did this, but it is so masterful. I don't know these people. I would hang it in my house. It's scary. I like it.
And that's why it's in the finals. Next print. Now, while they're looking at this next print, you might hear me say to the judges, what's your first thoughts, or what's the first thing that you noticed? It's lending you or bringing you into the process that when a judge first sees an image in any competition, online, in print, it's interesting to know what's the very first thing they notice. What's the starting point when this image comes around? And that's why we're asking the judges, what do you notice first? And on that, Michael, what do you notice first? What came to your mind first?
Yeah, the color pattern doesn't do very much. It just simplifies. There's not too much red saturation, but there's not too much white. It all kind of follows this like analogous. There's color in the image, of course, but the beauty of it is that it's certainly not taking away, and it's letting the subject and the complexity that's in the rest of it truly come out and play.
Johnson, tell us a bit more about the construction of this image.
Oh, I really love how the subject is posing in a way that, you know, it actually gives the mimic of the really grand headpiece that she's wearing, and also the light that comes up right from above down. It actually shines on her face and her arms first, and the really big headpiece, so it actually makes them stand out as opposed to the body and the bottom part. So really good job to the maker for this.
So lifting her face to meet
Yes,
the light is really
to
important.
pose for the light as well. This is a plus point for the maker to pose for the light, which is absolutely phenomenal.
Okay, Alison, anything to add?
Exquisite finger posing. Just absolutely enjoying how she's leaning to the side with her body, so the posing is nailed.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Susan, first thoughts.
So when you have an image like this where the architecture and the scene is so incredibly striking, the pose of the subject also has to be striking. So in a way, I feel like you're almost creating two different images here, one that's very architectural and then one that is of a person. And if you look at this, both are masterfully done. You could take the subject off of the frame and have a compelling shot of this incredible place. And then you could take the subject and put them on a plain background, and the pose holds up and the lighting holds up. I love that there's so much movement in the subject that all of these lines are so sharp that lead up to her, but then there's softness that mimics the circle that goes around it. There's a lot of thought put into an image that looks so simple.
Well, it's obviously not that simple, Alison. What's been done to create this image, do you think? What other things can we learn?
Can I listen to my fellow judges on this one?
Sure, Michael,
I'm still
can
looking.
you add to it?
Yeah, can you repeat?
I was just saying, it's obviously not as simple as it looks. What else has to be considered when putting an image like this together?
Oh, yeah. So the nature of a lot of just even the texture in the image can start really pulling our eye. And while my eye goes around, the softness of the subject, I love the surrounding by the almost the stones, the jaggedness that's going around. Everything is still there, a colossal amount of texture, and then you get to sort of this nice soft and light center. And then it almost kind of ever so slightly just gradiates where you want to really just stay in there. And then, of course, aligning the image just to make sure everything is straight and squared away in the first place is extremely difficult.
And I think I might add that, you know, often putting together these images with incredible graphics and putting something like a bride in the middle, if we can have a narrative. And, you know, I looked at this image and the first thing I thought of was a dream catcher, and this bride has found her dream. So, you know, there's little things like that. So, yeah, well done to the creator. Next print, please. Thanks, judges. Johnson, first thoughts?
Really striking visual impact and also the posing, as if really effortless, and it blends well with trying to break the shape and the pattern that is existing in this specific location.
Alison, could you expand on that one?
I enjoy the color palette that's used with the blacks, the browns, creams, the tans. That just works so lovely. And I love that her dress is transparent where the colors come in, the design comes through that dress.
Can you comment on the use of texture and lines? There's a lot of stuff going on, and yet it still holds together beautifully.
Right, so being able to see the transparency with that dress and see that texture come through is masterfully done, I think.
Okay, Michael, some closing comments?
Yeah, and I don't know if this comes through on the screen, and I think really this is the power of the print. The underlying kind of background with the stones is leading itself up. It feels like it's almost on top of a mountain. Just magically done. Yeah, everything pulls your eye right up there. It's leading lines, but from like the bottom up, and so just beautifully done.
It's like a quirkiness of perspective, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Next print, please. Sanjay, what's your first impression of this one?
This is one of those timeless, classic, soft, harmonious images that it's soothing. It's soothing. We've seen so many amazing images today, and such a vast contrast of, like the previous image, for example. This is the other end of the spectrum, and the other one just kind of ignites you, kind of fizzes your brain. This one just mellows you out, and it's like listening to classical music. The tonality, the color tone, the classical sculptures, her posing, it just complements all of that. But just that soft light, beautiful soft light, just harmonizes the whole thing.
Alison?
The use of the modifier to complement that idea of the softness is so beautiful, with her head turned back into the light and the feminine posing, breaking the wrists in certain directions. She's actually mimicking, I believe, somewhat of the second statue with how she's gathering her dress, and I believe that the maker framed her in that archway and copied that a little bit on purpose.
Tell us a bit more about the use of the tonality in this and how important that is, the tonal range used.
The tonal ranges with colors or the shadows and light?
Across the tone, the actual brightness and lightness, you can see those layers, particularly in the roof, we can see all those beautiful layers of tone.
Well, it guides your eyes where the brightest part of the image is, so that way we look right there and not so much at the top or the bottom.
Johnson, a final comment?
I think what works for me especially is how the maker so cleverly makes use of the existing element in this location, and it adds to the narrative because her posing especially is like she's dancing, and the statues, the tree statues especially, is like looking at her like her spectators watching her perform, which is absolutely magical.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Alison, your first thoughts on this one?
She is a goddess of her space, walking into an area where there is a leading line of a symmetrical shape to the left and the right of her body, and the way the lights pull in, it's all about symmetry. The gown on the bottom, flowing left and right, mimics the lights of the top as well as the roof, and she's just placed so perfectly. I love the space that you kept between the arms of the body, too.
Sanjay, lighting, content, composition, paper.
Content, that veil. How did they even get that in the car to get to the venue? That's incredible. But I mean, what it's doing is it's balancing the whole image, the architecture, the symmetry above the arc of the shape of the room and the lights, and then you have this vertical element that's framing her, and her veil is just complementing what's going on. But it's giving that kind of organic break, that balance to the whole image, whereas everything else is so rigid and structured. And I think that's what gives it that kind of that reality, that realness to the image.
Tell me a bit about the lighting, because obviously you said there's some lights in the room, but how do you see that being?
Yeah, I think what's interesting about this one is it's a nice balance of the practical lighting in the room, first of all, and then the light's been shaped quite carefully onto the bride without spilling too much on the environment either side of it. But the fall off from her head and the veil, kind of springs from her hair, is natural. It's very easy to blow out the rest of that veil too with all of that light, and for that to dominate the image because your eyes go to the highlights. So it's been subdued, it's graduated in the correct way to draw your eyes back to where it should be, which is the bride.
Good example with, even though in a busy environment, simple graphics with those straight lines of the balustrade and the arc of the dress and the arc of the lights all leads us into the middle, and the lighting really puts a thumbnail on that, doesn't it?
But I think the other thing about lighting white fabric is you have to retain the texture.
That's right.
And I think that's the key thing here.
It's well done. Yep, well done.
Yeah,
to the
and the
creator.
texture behind it, absolutely. Yeah.
Well done to the creator. Next print, please. Michael, your first thoughts on this one?
I love that this image does everything wrong in what we would think on the wedding day, but it does it so amazingly wrong that it goes a full, turns a full 180 there, whereas the couple is cropped, and you're getting so much of the ceiling or tunnel, but they just made it work. I think it would be extremely difficult for even someone like myself to go in there and even see something like that, but amazingly done.
Johnson.
I think the maker for this particular image, he did an extremely excellent job in terms of the post-production. As you can see here, the control of the sharpness and the subtlety and also the tonality, it goes right into the subject, and the areas that has the most tonality is this area. So actually, apart from the leading line that leads right to the subject, the tonality helps here as well.
Alison, maybe a final comment?
The toning, that was mine. Yeah.
Tony, yeah. I enjoy the fact that it's almost symbolic of so much in a wedding, and everything leads down to that one thing that's important, and that kiss on the kiss of the couple, the intimacy between them. Sanjay?
Just two things. Initially, when I saw this, it reminded me of Inception. Everything kind of upside down, like looking up at a building. And when you do go down to the couple, you realize it's kind of a sunrise.
Yeah, very good. Next print, please. Okay, Susan, I heard you say, oh no, oh no.
I got a cat this year, y'all. And my cat's a jerk, and she would absolutely do this. So this is just really masterfully done. It's like 5 pictures in one. You have the incredible architectural shot of the building. Each person in the windows is perfect, and then that cat's just hauling it away with the veil. So it makes you, it's elegant, it's graphically beautiful, and then it makes you laugh. And it's hard to do just one of those elements well, much less all of those elements well, and in the same photo. So it's bad cat, bad.
Bad cat. Michael, what would be some of the considerations in putting together an image like this?
I think that the maker is thinking possibly they've taken the initial shot, and then how can we put a little bit of a twist on it? Like, they've got that great shot, and even without the cat that's coming out there, you've got a wonderful image. But then to take it one extra step and say like, hey guys, could we just pause a few more minutes, and then go for this extra concept and put that in there. That's what really, to get a smile in such fashiony images that we've been seeing constantly, and just to warm up to it is just wonderfully done.
Yeah, the cat's unveiled. Next print, please. Sanjay, first thoughts, please.
For me, again, this image has this calmness about it. It's like, it's the moment after the ceremony. It's the kind of the calm after the storm. He's chilling. He's having a cigarette. They're kind of catching up on all their messages and that sort of thing. And as a wedding photographer, we see this all the time. We expect that after the wedding, it's all going to be hugs and kisses and romance. Actually, there's just a massive sigh and a deflation before they ramp up again for the next part of the day. And there's this kind of realness to this, and it's been stylized in a beautiful way. And that's what I like about this. It's just, it's kind of like fantasy and reality together at the same time.
Susan, Sandra just mentioned styling. Talk to me about composition and styling.
It's incredibly clever in its simplicity, and I think that is something that's so incredibly difficult to do, because you have so many elements going on here that could be competing with your subjects, but they don't, they all harmonize. Like each subject is perfectly placed in their own window, like in a frame. I absolutely love the rocks going across the bottom, but that big rock that sort of anchors it in the center under the table. And the styling is simple and believable. She's got his coat on, she's holding champagne. I absolutely love that they're both on their phones. It's just very timely. And again, it's those images that you just feel so calm by looking at them, and then you realize that it actually takes so much technical and artistic ability by the maker to make something that feels so gentle.
Thank you, Susan. Alison, do you have a closing comment for us?
Yeah, I mean, she's got a bottle of booze and they're disconnected right now. So, but the story, you gave us story in grays and greens to calm us down and bring us into it.
Yeah.
Color palette is so powerful.
Yeah, well said. Next print, please. Michael, first thoughts?
Yeah, I'm going to go slightly more general, and that I think this image, one thing that it does amazingly well is that it makes the digital version inferior. When you see it put together as a print, I almost want to start spooning at the outer edges, because it looks like I can just like peel it off a little bit, because there's just a quality to it that's in a print that is very difficult. And when a maker can make digital inferior to a print, I think that that's pretty magical.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Sanjay, as a Canson ambassador, tell me about that print process, as well as how do you have to use that to get this sort of quality?
When you have this kind of tonality, and it is about subtlety on this, so when you have stone, stone ages, and it's different, it's inconsistent. We have a human, which needs to look warm and lovely and soft and beautiful. We need to make sure that we represent that tonality, the detail, and the sharpness. So we have this beautiful architecture with a lot of detail. We've mentioned before that when you have a subject in a beautiful architectural environment, you don't want one to compete with the other. So you have to find that balance, not just in the creation, but in the digital process, and then in the reproduction, in the physical production of the image. So picking the paper makes a big difference. The beauty of this image is it could have worked on any number of papers, actually, but I really like the paper choice here because it makes the subtle depths of the images, and it doesn't, the deep part of the image, the deep parts of the images doesn't dominate. It's little subtle dark details around the image. When you look at it, it just gives it this three-dimensionality. But then when you get to the bride, you have that same three-dimensionality in her veil, in her softness. But the reproduction of the skin tone is the key thing. Any bride, so you could create the most amazing photograph. If you get the skin tones wrong, the bride's going to hate it. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
And I think this is where this author's actually just succeeded in all of that. And it's like what Michael was saying, the print is superior to the digital, and they're focused on the skin tone there.
Thanks, Sanjay. Susan, maybe just finish us off, and can you just maybe comment on the posing?
I'm glad you asked, because that's what I was about to talk about. So we see a lot of veil tosses. Veil tosses are having a moment. But I like to believe a veil toss or a dress toss is believable. And the way this one is done, the posing of the arms and the toss of the veil feels like she was in the midst of a pose and then a gust of wind just came down the stairs. It's incredibly believable. And I also really want to commend the maker for placing the subject exactly where they did on the stairs, because you can see, if you're coming down the stairs, there's that block right in the middle, and the way the body curves down, it almost looks like the bottom of the dress, even though it's not. So there's just been so much thought put into every moment of this. It's, and the light on her, and the posing, and the everything. It's real good. It's really beautiful. I wish I had taken it, but I didn't.
Thank you, judges. I'll just comment too on the statuette, the bust on the right, which provides the key point for us as the viewer, that that silent observer watching this girl in all her glory. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of that category. Thank you, judges. Great job in the creative division, pre-wedding creative. And I now like to pass over to the indefatigable, that's a hard word to say fast, the indefatigable Melissa Ghionis. Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. This is a long day for everyone, our judges here, our volunteers, but also you guys, because you've been hanging out with us all day, or most of the day, so thank you for being here with us and giving us your energy as well. Huge shout out to everybody who's watching us online, which is very exciting. Thank you to Nikon for making that happen. But as part of that, a part of little extra thing that we needed was, in order to be able to show everyone online who can't make it to Las Vegas or can't make it to WPPI, we needed a lot of help with all the cameras. You've probably seen all the cameras set up. We have all these different angles. I mean, we needed people to do that. And these guys are all volunteers. So I just wanted to say a huge thank you to Ivy and Ed and Jeff, who have been sitting there all day and standing and watching these cameras and making sure everything's working for all of you guys at home. So thank you guys so much. Okay, so now give us a couple of minutes. We're going to get the judges logged into their judging console, and then we're going to reset over here to the gallery so the judges can take another look at all of the images before they select the ones that they would like to see as the winners in this category. So sit tight. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Managing your business can be overwhelming. At Lead Savage, we make it easier by helping you get more leads, book more clients, and make more money. With Lead Savage, you'll have all the tools you need to get more leads. Our drag and drop system helps you quickly build funnels, landing pages, and marketing emails to attract new clients, while our social media scheduler helps you be seen everywhere. Follow-up is key to booking more clients. Our all-in-one inbox lets you see and respond to inquiries no matter where they came from. Automated workflows can send personalized follow-ups and reminders, ensuring no leads slip through the cracks. You'll turn more inquiries into bookings, increasing your client base and revenue. Lead Savage helps you streamline your business, saving you time. Our analytics provide valuable insights into your marketing strategies, helping you make informed decisions that will drive your business forward. It's like having your own marketing team. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take your business to the next level, Lead Savage is your all-in-one solution to getting more leads, booking more clients, and making more money.
I'm Sarah Edmonds, and I'm so proud to be ambassador for Canson Infinity, a brand with a heritage spanning over 500 years. Taking the leap from digital photographer to printed artist is quite a scary one, but when you print, that's what you are. I've spent 10 years dedicated to learning how to produce the very best print of my work. And let me tell you, not all papers are created equal. For this piece, I chose Arch 88. It's a fine art paper with a very smooth finish, deep rich tones, and naturally white whites. And it's from the same mill that produced paper for Henri Matisse, Pablo Picasso, and Salvador Dali. Canson produces a huge range of papers, so the real question is, what will you choose for your next masterpiece?
Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome back. I'm just loving this compelling discussions. I really, really appreciate your comments, judges. It's getting harder and harder to choose. I don't know how you guys do it, but take a breath, have a look at it, work out what you would like to represent this category in 2024. So, when you're ready, please proceed. I know most of us in the audience are here right now. We're actually watching, of course, the screen. It doesn't do justice to the physical print, so make sure that you actually, on the trade show floor, you go in there, you appreciate the images, and you just inhale them and you get inspired to do it for yourself and do it for your clients, because we shouldn't be shooting digitals only, guys. There's a whole market right out there waiting for prints. They just don't know it. We have to preserve the power of print and keep it live. So judges, if you're ready to rock, you can take a seat if you've done your thing. So just so you know the process, guys, that when the judges are ranking the images, there's a little bit of favor that goes to the first place, so that not all the credit equals, so to speak. So it's like, it could be like 1.6, 1.4, it sort of goes down incrementally, so it's to the decimal point. There'll never be a deadlock. It's mathematically impossible the way we've done it. It's exciting. All right, let's have a look. All right, we good? All right, fantastic. Let's screen grab that. All right, thank you so much, judges. We have all the rankings there. So this concludes the pre-wedding creative category. So thank you again to Epson for sponsoring the creative division. We really appreciate you. And we'll have some more categories in the creative division tomorrow. As you'd appreciate, today has been wedding-centric, okay? So it's been wedding-centric. We're going to change it up slightly, and we're now doing the in-camera artistry division. We'll discuss what that means in a moment, but we'll take a bit of a break so we can actually change the setup here. So thank you for your patience. We'll be back very, very shortly. Thank you.
Making someone feel beautiful is the power we have at the camera. That's the power of a good photographer, is what you can give back to your subject, which may be the first time in their life that they view themselves as beautiful. So you want to be a better visual storyteller. This class is about storytelling portraiture, and I'm going to guide you in the facets of doing effective portraits of another human being. How to speak with light. Light is our language. It's how we describe to the rest of the world that which we are seeing in front of us. Light is a very human thing. I use terminology that you could pull right from a bodice-ripping romance novel. I describe light as slashing, as angry, as baroque, as sensual, as voluptuous, as beautiful, as cuddly, as fierce or evil. Light has all of the qualities of written or spoken language. We just use it to speak with a camera. So I'm gonna run through all of these facets: getting a location, assessing that location, getting permits, permission. Always remember this, access is everything. You can have the fanciest camera in the world. If they don't let you in, you can't use them. Lessons learned as a young photographer are lessons retained as an older photographer. I got assigned to a job. I did so poorly on this job, he reassigned another photographer to go out and shoot it again while I was in transit back to the office. When I came back to the office, he had taken the 3 rolls that I had shipped in, and he stood up in the middle of the newsroom and he threw it at me, and he hit me in the chest. And he said, "What is this with this garbage?" He goes, "When will you learn how to use a flash?" Big moment for me. I harked back to that and I thought, light. I really have to learn how to use light better. Nowadays, in this amazing digital world that we live in, I revel in it. If you can get somebody to stop, if you can get somebody intrigued, if you can get somebody to tilt their head and say, "What's going on here?" As a photographer, you've done your job. And so, in a world full of rules, cameras give us a potential to break a rule beautifully. And yes, I have done large production work, but what this class will tackle in straightforward terms is how effective you can be with available light, with 1 light, 2 lights, minimum kit, basic approaches, camera, lens, light. At its simplest, most directed aspects. This is what we're about. This is our mission. No matter our equipment big or small, expensive or not. This course will teach you how to make an effective picture of another human being. Photography is not something you do. Photography is who you are. Hi, I'm Nikon Ambassador, photographer, author, director, Joe McNally, and I will be your mentor.
Managing your business can be overwhelming. At Lead Savage, we make it easier by helping you get more leads, book more clients, and make more money. With Lead Savage, you'll have all the tools you need to get more leads. Our drag and drop system helps you quickly build funnels, landing pages, and marketing emails to attract new clients, while our social media scheduler helps you be seen everywhere. Follow-up is key to booking more clients. Our all-in-one inbox lets you see and respond to inquiries no matter where they came from. Automated workflows can send personalized follow-ups and reminders, ensuring no leads slip through the cracks. You'll turn more inquiries into bookings, increasing your client base and revenue. Lead Savage helps you streamline your business, saving you time. Our analytics provide valuable insights into your marketing strategies, helping you make informed decisions that will drive your business forward. It's like having your own marketing team. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take your business to the next level, Lead Savage is your all-in-one solution to getting more leads, booking more clients, and making more money.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll ask everyone to please take their seats as we get started into our next category. our next category and our next division, which is kind of exciting, so we'll get to talk about that a little bit. Just as a reminder, if you guys have your phones on you, please remember to turn those to silent or turn them off completely, just so everyone can have a fantastic experience. So we'll ask everyone to settle down, please, and have a quiet room so that the judges can concentrate. As you'll see here, we have a bit of a different setup at the front of the room. We had a big light box because we were looking at all of the prints before. Now we're about to begin the in-camera artistry division. And this is a really special division because it promotes getting everything right in camera. No raw adjustments, no retouching. As a matter of fact, all of the entrants had to enter their raw file, and that's it. No JPEGs, nothing of this, no prints at all. They had to only enter their raw file. That's why we have in front of the judges a calibrated monitor, and that's how they're going to view the images. So it's kind of special to be able to see this type of work in a competition when not many competitions ask for a raw file in the first place, and in these two categories, we're only looking at the raw files. The in-camera artistry division, there's a couple of categories in it. So the division itself is sponsored by SanDisk, which is an amazing company that we've all heard of. They provide photographers with solutions that deliver performance and reliability, and arguably, I'd say it's one of the most important pieces that equipment that photographers have to own, especially now that we're all using digital cameras. You know, it's equally as important what you do with those files for longevity. So thank you to SanDisk for sponsoring this division. And the first category that we're going to look at is the wedding in-camera artistry. In this category, you're going to see images that were taken on the wedding day, or different from before, these can also be pre-wedding images. So they're just in the style of wedding. So it can be engagement sessions, after wedding sessions, anything that is wedding themed or styled. Just remember that everything that you're going to see is a raw file. This is what the judges are going to look at. This is what you're going to see. This category is sponsored by Benq. Benq is a company that provides amazingly powerful displays for photographers to see all of their images. It allows you to see your files with incredible accuracy, and we are actually using a Benq monitor here that's been fully calibrated. It is incredibly important that you calibrate your monitors and do it regularly to make sure that you're seeing the correct tonality and the colors that you're meant to be seeing. And that's what we have in front of the judges here. We have a fully calibrated Benq monitor. That is the only thing they're going to be looking at. And so now we will turn it over to Tony and our panel of judges to have a conversation about the images in this category.
Thank you, Melissa. And I'd like to welcome back the 5 judges for this particular division, or this particular category. We've got Susan Stripling again, Candice, Sarah, Gary, and Joseph. I'm just waiting to see if they know their own names because they're looking at me like, what about me? This is a really interesting category because there are those of you out there, over the years you hear people talk about Photoshop, should you, shouldn't you? Well, this is a chance for those people to step into their own space, and I truly admire what can be done in camera, and I think we're going to see some pretty incredible images. You might be quite surprised. These are the finalists in that category, or at least in this particular part of the division, so I'm interested to see what the judges have to say about why these ones made the finals. We have the first image. And once again, a reminder, this is a raw file straight out of camera. And let's hear from Candice, your first thoughts on this one.
So my first thoughts on this one is there must have been some excellent selection of in-camera profile because the colors are translated perfectly. I'm really surprised by how well they all work together. The reds it's a really big challenge to get the reds that great, so.
Sarah, there's some interesting, the posing, the composition. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, there's some exquisite posing here, some beautiful placement of the hands, and lovely shapes created. What strikes me the most, though, is technically really how well the lighting is handled throughout the whole body and the figure. That's really hard to do in camera, to get it that well balanced. It's really quite extraordinary.
to the point that I would never have guessed that this was in camera.
And Gary, you were nodding your head. Have you got something to add to
Well,
that,
'cause
maybe?
she was saying all the stuff I was going to say, Sarah. Thanks, man. This is a lot of really great old school techniques, and I'm not sure if they were using flags and BOGOs or whatever blocking the light, but this is top to bottom, just lit textbook, you know, and right out of camera, the level of contrast is really impressive. But just beyond those technical qualities, the image is beautifully handled from the elegant posing and the expression, and it just all is what my images would look like after I'm done editing. So it's really good. It's great.
Well, there's a compliment. Next image, thanks. Well said. Okay, Joseph, you can give us your first thoughts on this one.
Yeah, so the impact, like, bam, right out of, like, in your face. Obviously, it's a couple of exposures done remarkably well. You should see me fumble with the menu items on the back of my camera. I'm like, how do I YouTube how to double expose again? This is like next level. The thing that I like most about it is that there are two separate images that are great on their own. Even if you crop right through the middle, you got two great pictures, but the fact that they're in one frame, I love the subtlety of the color and the red veil and the red dress in the bottom, and yeah, great job.
Thank you. Susan, can you talk to us a bit more about the construction of an image like this and what's considered?
Say right in my wheelhouse. Multiple exposures are one of my favorite things to do because they're so terrifically fiendishly difficult to do. Like Joseph said, you're fumbling around with your menu items and you're like, are we adding? Are we averaging? What are we doing? But the way this is done, both of them are flawless. And the thought in the construction is utterly masterful because when you come down to the silhouette kind of down at the bottom, it almost looks like a cage in the heart, sort of like metaphor going on where there's just so much to see. And all of the lines lead you up and around and inside, and it keeps you in the bottom, but then it brings you back up to the top. And it is so hard to get one image in a multiple exposure that kind of lands right, much less to get them to blend with so much incredible contrast, and the blacks are outstanding. If the maker is around, if you could give me some tips, that would be super great. Thank you.
And benefits of a good monitor. Yeah. Candace, final thoughts?
So I love how much detail there is in this. Speaking to the fact that there's two great images in it, you've got the bottom one, which gives us more of the full story of their location and the full dress of what they're wearing. And then on top, you get a taste of all the little details, since there's great control in the shadows, just the texture of what they're wearing and all the little buttons and buckles and fun things that you get to explore.
Thank you. Great comments, and there's a lot to learn there as we go through. Again, amazing to think that these are done in camera. No, nothing else, just straight out of camera, raw files. Next image, please. Gary, we'll get your thoughts on what comes in first.
Yeah, I love this as an incredible use of white balance as as a tool for style, and everything from the perspective of this, using that wide lens to distort the trees gives it a really cool, the first thought that popped into my head was fairy tale quality. And so just fantastic work on using color so well in a situation that was probably pretty bland otherwise, as far as color goes.
JVS?
So yeah, this is a really good example of like organized chaos. I love how busy it is, and I generally hate pictures that are busy, but there's just so much going on that the bride and groom become part of the environment. What Gary was saying, it's a really good use of the white balance too, but any which way you look at this, it's a graphic after graphic after graphic. Oh yeah, and there's a bride and groom, and the fact that this is done in camera is just brilliant.
Candace, maybe a last word?
I, again, love images that make me think. And I questioned everything about the perspective of this. I question everything about the scale. Like, I don't know what size anything is. I don't know where I don't know anything, and I love that about it. It's great to be able to be faced with something that you just don't have the answers to.
Thank you, judges. We can see why these images are in the final, but it's still amazing to think that they're just done in camera. Incredible talent. All right, let's have the next image, please. Sarah, when you're ready, your first thoughts?
I'm struck by just how, once again, how well the light has been controlled here. Usually in a portrait like this, there's a hot spot on the nose that you would need to retouch out. The colour and contrast has been handled so incredibly well that we're able to enjoy this picture, once again, as if it looks like it's been retouched. It looks like it's been beautifully retouched. It's really quite extraordinary. So we're able to enjoy this unusual composition and the placement of this beautifully intense gaze of the eye. That control of light is really quite extraordinary.
Candice, tell us a bit more about that posing and the composition that Sarah alluded to.
We see this with white veils a lot. We don't see it with red ones as often, I feel like. So I think that lends a unique aspect to it. The red also helps draw us into her red lip and then up to her eye. And I think to what Sarah said, the lighting, the way it hits that inside corner of her eye and creates an arch, it just all kind of dances together.
Maybe a final comment, Gary?
As I'm sitting looking at it, the final impression I really get is that this was done by a designer. Do you know what I mean? Like, the man himself says, you know, shoot for the final product, and this is, for me, this is a page in an album, and then boom, boom, boom. So I just think it's cleverly designed as well as beautifully executed. Is there buttons in the camera that make it look like this? Because I really, if there are, that'd be great. But also, the emotional impact of this is quite good. You know, it's not just technically well done. We talk a lot about in-camera, about technical, but just her expression and engagement with the camera just really just kind of hit you right in the chest when you look at it. So I don't want to leave that out because of how technically good it is. It's got really strong emotional weight to it.
Yeah. It's one of the advantages of having such incredible cameras like a Nikon, that what's available today, that we get the chance to take those ideas and execute in camera because of the great cameras that we get to use, particularly from Nikon. Next print, please. Next image. Well, Gary, I'm going to go back to you because you looked at it and said, "Get out." What's "get out" mean? Like, what did you see?
It means I hate you for making this.
I didn't make it. I hate them for making it too.
Whoever made it, I hate them. No, immediately, the first thing I thought about it was, where am I going to put the copy for the movie poster? It is a complete finished movie poster right out of the gate. Just an incredible eye for design, and I think that the symmetry of it, and you could almost turn it sideways and it would still be kind of cool and weird. Just really, really good design, great execution, and when's the movie coming out?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Technical excellence without a good idea or without good construction doesn't work, and good construction and a good idea without technical excellence also falls short. So when you see both put together, it's a memory, isn't it? Sarah, tell us a bit more about this image.
What I love about this category is that it forces us photographers to not get lazy, and here the photographer has seen an opportunity and has executed it with surgical precision, because there's no cropping here, there's no correcting of lines. Everything is that reflection is absolutely impeccable, and then pretty much bullseye, we have our couple. It's just an extremely well seen and crafted image.
Candy?
Yeah, so I am really impressed by the complexity of this reflection and how it sort of lands perfectly straight. If you've ever tried to reflect something like that before, a lot of times it gets kind of fuzzy or wobbly in the middle, or it's a little off center. Yeah, so I'm really perplexed as to how it is so incredibly straight right out of the camera.
And just that use of such a strong subject as the silhouette of a tree, and yet it doesn't overpower the couple because of their placement in that, it perfectly placed in that part of the image. Yeah, well done. Well done to the creator of that, and good luck in the final judgment. Let's have the next image, please. Susan, I'm going to get your first thoughts on this one.
How are y'all this good? Like, this is, I could look at this as a print and be like, oh, okay, well, like maybe, you know, some photoshopping, you've done whatever in the background. But these raw files that we're seeing are so high level, I don't know what's going on with the subject in the background. I don't know how they're that opaque. I don't know if they're standing behind something. I don't know what's going on. But the fact that the maker was able to conceive of this, light it, photograph it, have such flawless white balance in camera, and still leave us guessing with a raw file is absolute next level artistry.
Thank you. Gary, cropping in a raw file which can't be cropped, composition is such an important element. Can you expand on a few things around that?
Yeah, I would think that, you know, when you're shooting, I like to think that the creator of this image was like, when they took it, they're like, this one's going to the Icon Awards. You know, like, that's it, nailed it. So I think that depends on how you were trained. Are you trained to shoot and crop later? And wedding photographers are notorious for cropping later, right? And so the way I started was always commercial, so you try to nail it because you have to deliver everything really fast and there's not a lot of time to post-produce. And so I think that in this case, there's so much thought put into the composition because you clearly have your dominant subject and your subdominant element, and behind some kind of partition, it also implies sort of that she's thinking about him and maybe he's not really there. It almost has a composited kind of feel to it. It's just a lot of really clever use of cropping, and he doesn't need to be, like, he's cut off a little bit. I think that's probably the handle of his blade and the top of his turban there. I don't think he really needs to be in it because he's sort of like ephemeral in the image, and that's intentional, I believe. And so, yeah, it's just fantastic use of cropping to create space for thought and then putting a subdominant subject in that space for thought. Just really well done.
The use of such a richness in the foreground subject matter, really bringing them forward, and that sort of dropping away ethereal pastel feel of the background lends itself to that narrative of her thinking about him, doesn't it?
He's a thought, he's an idea.
Yeah,
at
it's
that
really
point.
well done.
It's wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the last image in this category of in-camera artistry. Thank you, judges, and let's go back to Melissa.
Buddy, did you guys enjoy the in-camera artistry category? Thank you, judges. That is amazing. So no print gallery this time because there are no prints. So this will be a quick turnaround. We'll just get the judges logged in, and they will choose their winners here on their calibrated Benq monitor. So we're going to just take a quick short break just to get them all logged in, and then we'll be right back while they go through that process. So give us just a couple of seconds.
Welcome back, everybody, for the in-person audience and the audience watching at home. Okay, judges, we have a tough job to do right now. Certainly, we don't have to go to the print gallery. We're going to be seeing all the images on the screen. So the same process, we basically want you to look at your images, focus them on there, inhale this category, take your time, soak it in, and just work out what you want to represent this category. Wedding in-camera artistry. What does it mean to you? Reflect it in your rankings. There we go. Just making sure all the judges have placed their rankings in. I don't know about you, when I'm in an audience like this, I'm always sort of nudging the shoulder of the person next to me. I'm like, I think that one's going to win. You guys doing that? All right, very good.
Well, since the judges have chosen their winners for this category, we are good to go. You guys will find out who those winners are on Tuesday night. Just a reminder, the award ceremony is on Tuesday night. It starts at 8 o'clock. It's going to be an amazing night. So many awesome images. You'll see which ones won, see if your favorites were there, and then stay for the after party right in the same room. We're going to have amazing entertainment. It's going to be such a blast. So make sure you come for that on Tuesday night. But that concludes the Wedding in-Camera Artistry category that was sponsored by Benq, also maker of that monitor that all the judges were just looking at. We're going to now transition into our next category, which is open in-camera artistry. We need just a couple minutes to get it all set up, so don't go far. This will be a quick one, and we'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes.
This is a real B&H birthday story. We've been known for our customer service since 1973. Looking good, fellas. And today we're 50. In 5 decades, we've watched creativity transform from 8mm to 8K, from darkrooms to digital, from VHS to YouTube, from 34th Street to bhphoto.com. From now to the future, we're here for you. B&H, your creative partner since 1973.
Beauty photography does not necessarily have to surprise people with strange ideas. Ideally, my model shows herself to me, unguarded, real and beautiful. I want to capture such intimate moments. I'm looking for a true connection with my model. I want this moment to feel real in my photography. I want every detail of my image to be true to life. The Nikon Z7 II is first and foremost a very intuitive camera. It is a tool that delivers excellent image quality and just feels right in your hands. Instead of adding another layer between me and my model, it is an extension of my creativity and lets me focus on my work. Our set with the light tubes is easily my favorite from our shoot. It is a very challenging scene for a camera, with such a high dynamic range and bright colors, but we have managed to capture it so well.
The Nikon Z lens lineup is so powerful now, and we can show resolution, lines, textures and details with clarity like never before. And with the 50mm 1.2, we can add even more depth to our images.
You can show so much more of your set, your background, and the model surrounding. You get this super nice, creamy bokeh that you are only used to see on larger telephoto lenses.
The Nikon Z7 II has everything marine needs for professional reliability. There are dual memory card slots, And with the new battery grip, she can easily shoot all day. When you're working on a set where everything is moving and everything is moving fast, you have to be sure that your camera not only captures the resolution and the sharpness, but also to capture that perfect moment. And with the new Nikon Z7 II, Marie can have that confidence to rely on her camera to capture exactly that moment.
Every little detail has to add to the entire image, so it all comes together. And with the Nikon Z7 II and Z mount system, I feel like I can do that more freely than ever before, without restrictions.
Welcome back, everybody, here in our judging room, and to everybody watching us online, thanks to Nikon. As a reminder, we are looking at the images currently in the in-camera artistry division, sponsored by SanDisk Professional. Our next category is the open in-camera artistry category. And in this category, you're now going to see images that are not wedding related. So we'll see a little bit of everything, portraits and a little mix of everything here in the open in-camera artistry. But just as a reminder, everything that you're going to see is a raw file. That was the only thing that was allowed to be entered in this category. No prints. You may see prints, by the way, in the print gallery. When you go look at them, that's because the entrants were invited to make a print of their raw file to hang in the gallery so they could participate in the videos that we were talking about. But here, the judges are only looking at the raw files. That's why they're looking at all of the images on a calibrated monitor, and why that's all they'll be seeing. So this open in-camera artistry category is sponsored by Capture One. Capture One provides a complete workflow for pro photographers. You can shoot directly from to your desktop or your device. You can edit the images and export them to sell to your clients all in one program, which is pretty awesome. So thank you to Capture One for sponsoring the open in-camera artistry category. And now we'll turn it over to the capable hands of Tony Hewitt and our panel of judges.
Thank you, Melissa. I was just thinking about the very first time I got to enter an award. You entered 4 prints and all that came back was a score. There was no feedback, there was nothing. I was there when they were judging it, and I think one of the images had a comment which wasn't very complimentary and was quite what's the word I'm looking for? It didn't inspire me. And then we moved to this sort of process over 10, 15 years ago where we started looking for feedback from at least one judge. So I'm so excited for all of you out there and all of you at home, because in this process that we've given you now, we're breaking it down into what you can do to an image that could take it into an award standing, and that happens Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But here today, for the first time of any competition I've been involved in, we have isolated, filtered out, this is celebrating excellence, this is telling you why an image can get into the award standing. What makes a great image? Let's focus on the excellence. And that gets me super pumped. And I know we get excited and people getting teary about sponsors and that, and I'm with that. But as someone who's been involved in the awards process for such a long time as an entrant, starting right at the beginning, and the only time as an entrant in a competition that I didn't receive a single award was the very first one I entered. And I remembered feeling completely devastated because I had nothing to take away. Well, I'm so pleased and so proud of what the team at Icon has done to be able to make sure that no matter what happens, if you enter this competition, you will have heaps to take away. Not just to get a chance to get into the finals and maybe become a winner, but to make you a better photographer. And I can tell you that the core team at Icon and the volunteers, our main intent is not to get winners. That's the cream on the top, that's the cherry on the top of the cake. The main thing is to educate and give you tools and to give you ideas and to give you the skill sets to make you the best photographer you can be, whatever that's going to look like. So with that, I want to welcome back Michael, Gary, Sarah, Candice and Alison to our panel for the final category of the day, in-camera artistry division, opening camera. And someone said to me before, are you okay? Are you feeling tired? And I'm pumped because this is such a great experience. I hope you're getting as much out of it as we are. Let's get on with it. Let's have the first image on the screen that you guys are looking at. Alison, what's the first thing that's hitting you with this image?
The beautiful quality of soft light that's ethereal that behind this image, the way that she is purposely looking up like that to let the light just fall on her like syrup down her body.
Sarah, maybe talk to us a little bit more about what you're seeing in terms of the actual capture and the techniques involved.
What I'm seeing here is an incredibly skilled use of light to allow for a beautifully soft Rembrandt triangle to fall on that short lit side of the face that we're seeing there. And again, we're always taught that the brightest part is supposed to be where our eye is being led to, but to capture that in camera with no work on it afterwards takes great skill. With just a beautiful mood and the color harmonies, we have a almost complementary thing going on with the skin tones and the gelled background there. Just beautifully done. That lighting is just exquisite.
I'll just point out to the audience at home and the audience in the room that you can't see that triangle she's talking about, but I can guarantee you that on this screen it's there beautifully, because that's why you need a high quality monitor such as the one we're using here from our sponsor Benq. Michael, can you add to that, please?
Yeah, it's amazing how well the distracting elements are in just the right place, such as the purplish kind of on the foreground, whatever that texture is. However, the color completely disappears and allows the subject to shine through, and I've got enough texture to keep it interesting where it's not just a plain backdrop there. And then the other part, just to briefly touch on, is that there's a mystery to this image. If you were to tell me that that was in the wedding category and it's a bride with a veil, I would believe it, but it could also be just water that's flowing down or just more of the texture. And so I really love the fact that the nature of this image keeps me guessing.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, judges. We'll move on to the next image. Candice, your first thoughts?
It's a really unique use of multiple exposure. It involves motion. It involves a change. You know, there's a storytelling element to it that I'm still kind of working through, and I really appreciate how they put this together from that storytelling perspective. Makes you think about what's going on.
Yeah, there is a title next, just to help you out there, if that does help. Sarah.
Yeah, wonderful storytelling, beautifully framed, and very impressive technique. I think I'm not sure if it's multiple exposure or stroboscopic flash going on, but there's two levels of lighting going on. So it's complicated and it's very impressive, but what's most impressive is that we're able to tell a story with a single capture in a very distinctive way.
Michael, maybe some closing comments, but and also address the light, because we've got three main subject matters there and all been lit well.
You said the light? Yeah, what's amazing is that this light isn't trying to be a beauty glamour light. This is a very hard, flat light with instant shadows, and there's some specular highlights that are happening off in the top right corner. It's an image that it doesn't make you feel comfortable, and initially it came around and kind of I had to sit back a bit and take a look at it, and then the story it's not one of comfort, it's not one of beauty, but that light and everything just impacts perfectly within the shot to make the viewer intentionally feel uncomfortable.
Thank you, Michael. We'll go to the next image. This one has a title as well, Reverie. Reverie. I'm not sure what the American translation is. Reverie. Gary. I could see it in your eyes.
Oh man, okay. Let's do nerd stuff first. Okay,
Yeah, do nerd stuff
first. To nail this exposure at these extremes is an incredibly high. That's someone playing at a high level. this very nearly monochromatic color palette, all of this incredible stuff. And right in the heart of it is this incredibly impactful subject. It's idea, emotion, technical excellence, all put together, and looks done, which is great, you know, love it.
Candace, something to add?
I'm such a sucker for monochromatic and texture mixed together. There's so many textures going on here, from, you know, the obvious texture in the foreground to the soft texture of the background, and the furs, the fabrics, everything mixed together, and then that, you know, reverse use of his skin tone to draw you right into their face.
His or her, or?
Yeah.
Right.
You can feel that kind of little breath, that little inhale, which is so difficult to do with children. They're not usually very cooperative.
Alison, maybe some final comments?
Yeah, I was going to comment on how the maker coached the subject to be able to put the head back, breathe, and close the eyes to really nail home not only the exposure, but now finished it with the emotion.
Okay, thank you, judges. Great comments. Let's have the next image. Your first comments, Alison.
I'm enjoying the beautiful use of color with the horror film kind of lighting straight up from 6 o'clock underneath her nose there. I think that goes with what you're shooting, obviously. I love that her head is in the upper top of the frame, in the upper third, and she just looks strong and it looks spooky at the same time.
Gary, you want to add to that one?
Yeah, I think that, you know, light painting is a technique that's as old as almost photography is, and it still surprises me with the things that people can come up with. And the way that the creator of this image made the light look like hair and clothes and turned someone into, you know, an almost terrifying subject with it. It's simple but very clever and beautifully executed, and to use that uplight against convention to create that effect is just real good forethought and planning.
Why the blue, do you think?
Why the blue?
For you.
I think it implies certain types of emotions. Like colors have a natural emotion to them. Now, yellow can be bold, you know, red is danger, and blue, it can be creepy and cold. And I think that very specifically was chosen to add to this mood of this. I don't think it would feel like it feels if it had been yellow or green. If it had been green, I'd have been like, oh, this is a tree lady or whatever, but this looks like a poltergeist. You know, it's amazing. It's really cleverly done.
Sarah, maybe a final comment?
Yeah, for me, this looks like ice and smoke almost coming off an ice sculpture. It's really astonishing. So creative and so haunting.
Thank you, Sarah. Here's our next image. It has a title, Beauty in Darkness. Let's get an initial thought from Michael.
Yeah, got it. Of course, lovely use of the pattern, and I'll let other folks go into the details, but the fact that I'm getting everything up into like the facial area of the subject, and that's not simply cut off, at least not on the screen, is wonderful. And that you look at the main subject herself, but then it gives you enough in the shadows to really venture out into the further areas of the image. Nice work.
Alison, talk to us a bit more about that lighting and that structure.
Yeah, I mean, the harsh lighting works here, and how, you know, you've go-boated or used the blinds, whatever it is, in camera, and doing that, you know, right there on Insight is just to be commended. Black and white was the right tone here. And the curves and shapes just really bring it home, the way you've made sure her arms are, or subject's arms are away from the body.
Sarah, maybe a lasting comment?
Yeah, I particularly love the fact that I'm reminded of a statue without a head or without a limb. It's a wonderful effect. Very, very, very impactful.
Thank you, judges. It's next image. Candice, first impact, first thoughts?
My first thoughts are, this is a really complex use of color, gels and lighting, really difficult, not being dependent upon post-processing in this case. So I really commend the author on the challenge that they undertook with all that color.
Gary, talk to us a bit more about that use of the color and the light.
Oh, sure, absolutely. This has a really great use of sort of, cool and warm tones at pretty much the opposite sides of the color wheel, which always creates this really compelling, depth to an image. If you just need to add visual interest, you can just put, pink and blue together, and you can put green together, and it's a really clever use of it. And incidentally, the tone range of this is pushed right to the edges of what the camera can do, but not over. And that's like right up to the edge. That's some pretty clever craftsmanship, as well as the angle through the image sort of creates a little bit of uneasiness in that standoffish expression. So there's a lot of really excellent elements being used all at once.
What about the light that's on the subject herself? Or their self?
Yeah, I love it because the eye is just included with it, and with the exception of the LED underneath the stairs, that is sort of the brightest spot in the image. So you get to go to your subject and then move around the image and enjoy all these little Easter eggs hidden throughout, and you just end up asking yourself, I don't know where this is. Is this person from the future? Are they a robot? I don't know, but it's really cool. It's got very definitive style and tone to it.
And again, raw file, straight out of camera. Excellent work. Next image. Mr. Novo, what do you think? What's the first thing that crosses your mind when you see this?
Yeah, the first thing that I see is like, what a great outfit. And then, that's not at all the case. And so you just end up digging around there a little bit more, and it all comes together beautifully. But just to make an outfit essentially out of nothing but light, and it's in just the right parts, and it's all in raw is amazing. I'm going to continue to go ahead and look at it for a little bit more.
Alison, would you like to extend on that, this use of light and shade?
I see a checkerboard, that's where I see the play with the black and the whites, just enjoying very much where the maker made sure that things were placed correctly. Nice attention to detail.
Okay. I was just going to add that when we look at this, we get the feeling that the subject is looking to the right of camera and the body is shaped to the right of camera, but when we look a second time and look closely, the body's actually angled the other way. And that's the use of that black and white shading to sort of add that layer of quirkiness or complexity to it, throws us out. Sarah, maybe a closing comment?
Yeah, there's the final comment is that I love everything that's been said, but I just love how there's an angularity in the nostril that is echoed in the shadows as well. I'm just really enjoying that. I love the fact that the nose, we're able to see that nose and that beautiful shape of the nostril.
Yes, thank you. In these raw images, we're seeing a lot of thought-provoking ideas that are being executed very well. Next image. Michael has a slight smile coming across his face. I'm going to ask him why. What's the first thing that crossed his mind? While he's...
Yeah, well, aside from the complexity, of course, it's just almost like some being that's been captured in the earth or the stone, but is finally breaking free, and the motion and the difficulty of capturing it is just so impressive, and it's all of that kind of texture off to the side, but yet I've gotten plenty in the face that I can stay there. So amazing story.
Gary, tell us a bit more about the sort of technical requirements to create an image like this.
I mean, you could talk about the technical stuff, but it came up and my heart jumped, you know. And then now I'll break down some technical stuff. But
tell us why your heart jumped first.
It just, there's a little bell in your brain, and when something goes in there and it rings that bell and you don't know why, and then it makes you like immediately go right after it. But the expression is phenomenal. The motion of it. I'm fascinated by the choice of angle. Like, how is this person standing in or sitting to get this orientation that is so powerful and gives it the appearance of rising? You know, they're just, everything about that out of camera just blows my mind. Technically speaking, the planning that goes into the motion in whatever medium was used to create the dust, the snow, there might even be more than one thing being used at the same time in addition to the subject being painted. This took hours to set up and capture. And then your experiment, and you can't reset too many times. So there's just a masterful hand at work and a very patient subject all together to do this. Just the right shutter speed to freeze action and give motion. The lights are hitting everything to freeze those things moving. The expression, you can count every eyelash, yet it falls off where you don't need to look at it. There's just a ton in here. You could just look at this for ages and find something else to enjoy about it. And great light control. But really, it's the composition that blows my mind. I'm thinking, like, how did you stand? And how are they sitting? And why did you think to compose it this way specifically? And that, I think, is my favorite thing about it.
Candy, any final comment?
So Gary, I hit all the points, but timing, perfect timing. And definitely the forethought, since this is raw and not been cropped and manipulated after the fact. Sometimes it's easy to see these things after the fact, as far as the angle of the subject, the angle of their face. But this one had to be done right the first time.
Yeah, I wonder if this is there's a narrative here of a bust, like a plaster bust, and the life coming to life, breaking free of that restriction. You know, there's something in there. But yeah, very clever, all in camera once again. Okay, next image. Sorry, I should add this had the title Cassius. So yeah, I'm sorry. I don't. One job. Oh dear. What's your first thoughts, Alison? You've got a big smile on your face.
I really hope that there's a way we can see the video behind the scenes on this. I want to hear this, but what I think is color is impact, the circular, the shape is impact. I believe it's a top-down view with multiple exposure and gels being worked in. I'm so impressed. Nice job on the color wheel and understanding harmony and flow.
Sarah.
Oh my God. Okay, so the color wheel, it's the color wheel. And what's remarkable about this is not just the perfection in the composition, the symmetry, but that every portrait is a beautiful portrait in and of itself. This is so exquisitely done. I'm really stunned.
Candice, maybe a final comment?
Yeah, I can't speak to the technical aspects of this because I wouldn't know the first thing about it. So from the planning, someone obviously had to see this before they ever sat down to attempt it. Probably tried this 100 times before figuring out how to perfect it. So great job. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before.
Maybe one of the guys over there can give us a bit more technical input.
I mean, you're a technical guy. I don't know if you have anything else you're dying to say.
You're welcome to.
Okay, all right. Okay, just, it doesn't matter
Okay, good
how
comment.
it was done. It exists. The fact that there's the square composition is really telling as well as to sort of the medium that was used to create it. In addition to that, each of the colors of the color wheel represents a different emotional state. And there's thought on thought going down into it. And I'd totally hang this up in my house. Like, whoever made this, high fives all around, well done. I'll never be as good as you. There you go. Thank you for blessing us with your talent.
Thank you, Gary. Next image. Sarah, I'll get your initial thoughts on this one.
Yes, so impactful, that gaze. That gaze, I feel like I'm being pierced with those eyes. Incredibly impactful, some intriguing storytelling going on, and I really appreciate this glow of light coming from behind them. Very impactful, and I would like to just sit for a while and take in all of the aspects and read what I can into it. Beautifully done. I can't wait to hear everybody else's comments as well.
Well, Michael's had a chance to look at it. He's going to tell you a bit more about what he saw.
Yeah, the first thing that kind of drew me in and where I've stayed, I mean, first off, the entire image, the outfit works and is beautiful and the colors work all the way through, but I absolutely love the story that's being told in the eyes where they're a little bit on the bloodshot side. It's not like this fierce gaze, but it's sort of like a subject that's been through quite a bit, and that's really the impact for me, is that while everything is beautiful, I'm sort of stuck right there, both in the face and then as Sarah mentioned, with the light coming through the back. So I absolutely love that, the emotional connection.
And maybe a final comment from Candice.
I really appreciate the prep that went into this, especially the styling and the makeup shapes the face in a really interesting way. It really adds to the entire thing. I think from a lighting perspective, I'm so intrigued by how everything is kind of sparkling a little bit. It hits all the points of the little textures in the chainmail and the down onto the skull. There's lots of little sparkles everywhere.
Thank you, Candice. And with that, we have finished that for the day. And so I just wanted to remind everybody out in the audience here today, and also those of you who are looking at home, you've been given an opportunity both today and tomorrow to learn so much about how to make great images. But also, when you enter next year, you can now know that not only will you have the chance to be in the winner's circle, be in the finalist circle, but you also have the opportunity for feedback, to see images broken down, and ultimately what we're bringing to you is one of the most incredible learning experiences. And if I had $1 for every seminar speaker who came to me, or every person who attended a seminar and said that the best workshop they've ever attended was a print judging, I wouldn't have to work for a living. Oh, actually, I don't even work for a living. I do what I love. So the point is, this is an opportunity, whether you're here today and tomorrow, or whether you decide to enter next year, to take your photography to another level and another level past that. Judges, you did an incredible job today. Thank you. It's been a privilege and honour to work with you. I look forward to tomorrow. And with that being said, I'm going to hand back to two people that have worked their butts off, along with their incredible crew. Over to you, Melissa. Thanks again.
Thank you, Tony. Huge thank you to Tony Hewitt, you guys. How amazing has this been? He's so insightful, and he shares so many gems in between things, and that's why we knew it had to be Tony who led these 2 days. And I hope you agree with us how perfect he is for this role, because just the things that he shared with us and his perspective have been absolute gold. Thank you so much, Tony. I really appreciate it. All right, well, the judges still need to choose their winners for this category, so we're just going to take a really quick break. We're going to get them set up in their judging console, and we're going to take care of that process, and then we'll come right back. So give us just a couple of minutes.
Capture One is a powerful photo editing software made for all kinds of photographers. With the fastest tethered shooting in the industry, a fully customizable interface, and flexible file management options, Capture One lets you stay on top of your photos and create a personalized workflow. But the true power of Capture One is hidden beneath the interface. Thanks to its tailored camera and lens profiles applied automatically to your photos when importing, you don't need to tweak your photos for hours to get them right. Just import your RAWs into Capture One and rediscover the true colors of your photos. Complete with powerful editing tools, you get the best colors out of the box, seamless editing experience, and creative control. Capture One Pro offers support for over 500 cameras, including all main brands.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. All right, our judges have got their console ready to rank these images. So now it's time to judge who should be first, second, third, and so on. So that was a fun category. I love that one. I really do. I really do. So guys, take a deep breath, fresh perspective, inhale these photographs, take your time, and rank these images. For those of you in the audience, I strongly encourage you to enter. This is it's an easy one to enter, as in, you've got it right in camera, enter it. This category needs to be supported more. We want this to have longevity. I think people get scared to enter this kind of category. Trust me, look at your work. My encouragement to you guys is that as you're photographing for the next several months and years and all that kind of stuff, put a folder on your desktop and call it Potential Icon Awards. You do a shoot, pop them in a folder, so you're not having to go back and then redo it all over again. So please support this category. We want it to have legs, we want it to last for a very long time. Okay, it looks like we're locked and loaded. We're verifying the winners, making sure we're good. Over you to Melissa.
Well, the judges have chosen their winners. A little mishap over to the side, nothing to see here. The judges have now chosen the winners for the in-camera artistry category, the open in-camera artistry category. So that concludes this entire division, the in-camera artistry division sponsored by SanDisk Professional. So that's very exciting. And that concludes day one judging, you guys. Thank you so much. We did it. We made it through our first day. So exciting. Thank you guys for being here so much. It's so awesome to just have a nice big crowd and have everybody be energetic. Thank you to everyone who's watching us online. The comments have been amazing coming in and feeling like you guys are part of the entire process here has been so special. Thank you to Nikon for just making that happen again, because it never would have happened without that. So that was really special. All of the broadcast, by the way, was done on Z9s, because that's what we have. So, and it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect for this job. So very much thank you to Nikon for that. And Graphistudio, I saw a whole bunch of you guys checking out all of the wall portraits in the back, and I really encourage you to do that. You'll see all kinds of different textures we were talking about earlier back there. So definitely take a peek at that. But thank you to them for having just beautiful artwork here in the room with us as we look at other beautiful artwork. So here's what's going to happen now, you guys. We're going to actually close this room. So I know that we said that everything is open and we're going to share everything with you, but we've let you in on the process of seeing all the winners be judged, although you won't find out who they are. What needs to be done now is our grand award winners need to be judged. So what happens with that is all of the first place winners in each category in a division will be looked at together to decide who's the grand award winner for that division. And the reason why we're going to close this room and turn all the cameras off is because we don't want to let you know who won first place. We want to keep that as a surprise for everybody on Tuesday night, including the makers. So come be surprised with all of us. It adds to the excitement on Tuesday night. So we're going to say goodnight to all of you. And please remember to come back tomorrow morning. We're starting super bright and early. 8 a.m. We're starting with the portrait division. We'll be starting with the maternity category at 8 a.m. So please join us tomorrow morning. And for now, we need you guys all to leave so we can finish our work in here. Thank you so much, you guys. We appreciate it.